내 젊은 시절 추억도 많은 사진첩을 펼칠 때면 전화의 그날 옛 선우들이 나를 보고 물어보네. 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가, 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가. 낙동강을 넘으며 돈길을 뿌리던 그때 그나날처럼 잊을 수 없는 색낡은 사진 한 장 두 장 번질 때면 빈터위에서 젖삽을 뜨던 전우들이 나를 보내. 그때 이룰 우리가 오이즈랴, 그때 이룰 우리가 오이즈랴. 우리띠를 초이며 흉가를 부르던 그때 그나날들은 세월은 흘러 젊은 시절에 그 모습은 변했어도 어머니 단물 따르는 마음 청춘으로 남아있네. 그때처럼 영원히 우리 살리라, 그때처럼 영원히 우리 살리라. 굳게 다진 그 맹세 심장으로 지키던 그때 그나날처럼 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가, 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가. 그때처럼
공산주의 새 언덕이 저기 보인다.
30년을 하루로 달리어 나간다. 군술과 중산의 불길을 높여라. 어서 가자 빨리 가자 천리만 타고서 후손만대 행복할 나무를 꾸미자. 이야차 이야차 노동당 깃발 따라 나가자. 이야차 이야차
Oh, hey, folks. Hey, by the way, before I get into it, is the audio alright? Can y'all hear me? Hi, Lucy. I'm doing alright. How are you?
해와 별빛이요 밝고 정든 내 다시
The opening song. Oops. It's a playlist. I can. How should I do this? The game's all here. Ah, okay. It's alright. The song is from a playlist. I mean, it's North Korean. It's a North Korean song. Am I allowed to do that? Can I just have link? Yeah. I put the link in the chat. How is everybody doing? And also, yeah, let me know if my audio is alright. I saw your comment. I think you. I think you had commented, Lucia, about whether I had seen the soft take on Hila. I can start with that. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Why is my shit so slow? I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. I do want to check out what he's saying though.
Hila Klein, once the reserved counterpart to Ethan, she was known for her awkward charm and subtle humor. In the early days of H3, she was the shy, friendly presence besides Ethan's loud personality. The things she would say were once lighthearted and grounded.
She left last time as an Israeli. She enters today as an American. Hila, how does it feel? Tell me
I
everything.
feel like now I can really ride it. You know, we got the flags and the balloons. Like, I feel like every old person on a mobility scooter, they always have this like personalized
Right.
attached to it.
Absolutely.
And now we got ours.
No sound. Uh-oh.
Shifted into someone who appeared
I'm an idiot. I turned it all the way. Turn it all the way down.
is more vocal than thoughtful.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one
it
I'm ready
working
to
now?
burn. I know
late
you
to the
already
game.
did
Oh,
most
you
of the
know what?
work. I'm just
And
Mr.
also
Goober.
someone who seems to donate money to a slop tuber who hosts a show called Ultimate Review that picks apart sexual allegations. And also LOLCal Live, a podcast co-hosted by Keemstar, someone that previously made her life hell. But first, who is Hila actually? She's the co-host of a podcast with her husband who's turned arguing with everyone into a full-time sport while she contributes to the show by slowly rotating in her chair. She's the founder and CEO of Teddy Fresh, a streetwear
about
brand
Nancy?
with a questionable theme that appears to sometimes allegedly borrow designs. Teddy Fresh also has a good causes section on their site, proudly listing charities they claim to support, which is a great thing. I appreciate them for doing. However, let's just say that I found out that not everything on that list checks out, which I will get into later on in the video. She loves to draw, present her unique clothing style on social media, and she is also someone that gets particularly vocal when criticism of Israel arises.
Worse
do you
stuff
mean?
than that. It's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but
I
it is
don't-
dangerous. It's a war zone.
Sure,
They
it's
may.
a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
And
it's
I
a
don't think
different
you guys
world.
understand
Yeah, it's a
Israel. It
different
doesn't work
world.
like that.
They're
there.
not.
And this is where she gets quite a lot of backlash. It's not because she's from Israel or that she served in the IDF. Well, actually that could be reason for some. It's mostly because
guys,
of
is
the
the sound working now?
dehumanizing language she
I hope I'm not just.
uses for Palestinians and her relentless defense for Israel. Also, I just want to be clear, I don't want to make Hila responsible for Ethan's flip-outs, but you cannot be dismissed as a silent bystander while Ethan spreads false information. And when she does decide to chime in, it's either about Hassan, defending Israel, or defending their takes. Took one look at her and assumed that she's an undocumented
Is that what
migrant
happened,
worker that
Hassan?
can't speak
I
English.
had
That
all-
they all go with this narrative that it was his mom. It's just unbelievable.
But what about them talking about Hassan going to Gaza?
Was like, I want to go to. I'm thinking of going to Gaza.
Until I found
Testing.
out they don't have like
Okay, I
a
think I fixed
5-star suite for me with private security.
Sorry, guys,
waiting
this is
there.
my second
I
stream.
would have bet my goddamn house that he would never step foot in Gaza. It's insanely pathetic. Somebody, please.
Well, and it's the same thing. To bring it back to the song, just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like I was thinking about going to Gaza.
Yeah.
So, like,
I also wanted to give a
Sorry, guys, I'm not going to this war zone unless they can.
So much
Yeah, I
to
like
the
this
point
style
that
a
they
lot,
started
actually.
fantasizing how his visit to Gaza could look like.
They managed to keep the hostages
Also like the
alive.
music.
You can go be in the tunnels, I'm sure.
Sorry, I'm
I
putting
mean,
it back.
he's
Safe
a
there.
high-value hostage for Hamas. He's an American citizen.
Right.
They've kidnapped Arabs and Muslims before. They
If he's actually just
I
worried
have
about the
one that's set
Israeli
up properly,
side,
so I
like
wanna
seriously,
I wanna
they,
see if I
they can take him to
just
the
copy
tunnels
that.
and you'll be safe.
if he entered through Rafah, which is the Egyptian crossing, and just went into Gaza like that, I think there's probably a more likelihood that he'd be kidnapped by Hamas than precision striked by Israel.
Yeah.
And then pedal it all back.
It's literally
It's
just a silly
crazy.
joke.
We're just criticizing you.
It's literally just a silly joke.
It comes across like a fucking pager.
It comes across as a pager joke.
Hassan should go to Gaza. And if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for
I mean,
being a
it's
total
part of
fucking
why
coward.
I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
Okay, guys.
he
He
doesn't.
does not.
Let me know if
But
this
he
is.
talks,
Let me know if
like,
this
with
is
such authority.
sounding
Oh my
and
God.
looking okay.
You would think he's been there like 5
Hey,
times since
Pickles,
October
welcome
7th
back.
already.
This small bit of premium content
How are
is
you?
just a tiny part of a larger pattern. Hila's reasoning is just
Give me
as
1 second.
inconsistent. Let's try and understand Hila's logic here. Hassan can't understand the conflict because he hasn't been there, as if lived experience is the only way to grasp reality. If we were to even go with this logic, then why does she not know about what's going on with the Tesla stock and Elon Musk's actions despite living in the very country where it's all happening?
Tesla's getting creamed lately. Like
They're down
people are
like 40%.
vandalizing the fuck out of them and like bombing, they're firebombing their factory and shit.
Hey, sorry, y'all.
Like,
I'll
I'm
be
a
back in
little,
a second.
Like, I don't know if I'm
I'll
out
let
of
the
loop,
video
but
play.
Did something specific happen that all of a sudden this is happening?
I mean, that's quite an integral part of the ongoing events in the United States and its political landscape, while selling anti-Elon shirts in her own shop. And by the way, if you're watching this and thinking, oh, how come all the soft take can do is bring up Hassan? And well, the answer to that is simple. I don't. They do. What am I supposed to talk about when almost all of their content is referring back to Hassan? I just follow the storyline they keep writing. But anyway,
It's really interesting how we just cannot criticize him.
And then
Whatever we dare to say about him in a criticism manner, we are a threat, we are backing genocide, we're children killers. Myself, that's what they say about me. It's like, no, I'm just criticizing you. I'm allowed to criticize you and still want good stuff to happen for Palestine.
But
Like, I can do both.
It was really hard for me to find those moments where she shows that she wants good things to happen for Palestine. The ones I found are in this video. But let's talk about the labels Hila deals with. And could it be that they come from Hila's patterns on the H3 podcast? Patterns of deflecting, dismissing, and downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
From their perspective, it's like these guys.
But they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists and they have a history of that stuff and they know they have guns.
And the thoughtful criticisms Hila shares about her self-declared enemies looks something like this.
What is this frame, bro? Why are you just like in the corner?
It's absolutely
Frame
terrible.
your shit up, man. We changed his background.
I hate
AB
it.
would love that. Although,
Hey, Hassan, I
looks
hate
like a
your
pet
new
store,
background.
frankly. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think his room looks better with
It
like
makes no
Hamas.
sense.
Or hear about Matt Lieb.
Banana, bro.
Disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is.
And I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a
is allowed
Yeah.
to point it out.
and also
And
as
if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
right
And
or at least get a
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
Or this very reasonable criticism of Sam Cedar.
I'm Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
By the way, Sam Cedar agrees with me. I saw a clip of him the other day being like saying that
Well,
he's two-state.
I don't know.
Two-state.
I
I
don't
was
know
like,
if he
I have
agrees with you because he also like protects Hassan at all costs.
You're ugly and you're dumb and you're not funny.
Hila and Ethan have repeatedly stated that they oppose Netanyahu and his government.
So here's what I'll say about Israel. Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it and many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
They voted against Netanyahu.
You mentioned that we lived in Israel and we voted against Bibi. Even Ethan, we both voted.
Yeah, I was in I think 2 elections, and both time I voted against him.
So like, what do you guys want from us?
And here is them showing empathy for Palestine and being pro two-state solution.
The problem is the extremes on both sides. The Orthodox Jewish people
And the
cause
extreme
trouble,
yeah.
and the terrorists.
Terrorists, yeah. Well, you know,
who do all the terror attacks on the other side, they
Yeah.
cause the trouble. But I feel like if you ask most people, especially my age, they'll be like, just do whatever it takes. Just
They don't
do
fucking
it.
care.
Split
They're,
it. Do
you know,
the two-state solution. Do whatever it takes.
And by the way, I find it quite fascinating to see how their public statements and attitude has shifted over time.
a lot of drug problems.
The regular people there are, I mean, everyone feels bad for them, even on the Jewish side, and they're just.
What can you do?
They're just stuck there.
On the surface, they seem to present themselves as neutral voices, people who acknowledge the suffering on both sides, distancing themselves from the more extreme Zionist rhetoric.
Yeah, it's being Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza right now, which is a horrible humanitarian tragedy that's happening.
But if that's the case, why do so many see them as pro-Israel, anti-Palestine, or even Zionist apologists? They themselves cannot grasp as to why. Could it be because of Ethan and Hila saying things like they want to travel to Israel to show how beautiful the country is and how diverse its people are, all in the midst of a genocide?
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
And after making jokes about Hassan not going to Gaza for months on end, they kind of seem they want to be a bigger part of their own joke as well.
Currently, we're waiting for like a peace deal or something to go into effect.
Yeah, we put the visit off while the war is
Because we
happening.
want to come with the kids and.
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and seeing all that hearing all that shit,
Or is it Hila's constant IOF apologies instead of finding one critical word about her own service or the IOF in general?
And there's other countries that have mandatory service armies.
Very common.
You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country,
Including, by the way,
racist.
Turkey has mandatory military service.
Yeah,
you're rich
and
enough to
my
flee the
parents were
country.
not the rich kind that will pay to get me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but
You have to
everybody else
understand,
will.
like-
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity.
Yeah, it's just
For
a
one
statement back.
person to decide, I'm not going to do it, is a very selfish decision because
ground-
meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. Very important years of your personal development, you're putting it on hold to go do this, and it helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start.
First of all, you would also be putting your life on hold because you'd go to jail for refusing mandatory service. And secondly, if it's selfish to not serve in the military because everyone else is putting their life on hold, then how selfish is it to go along with mandatory service and contribute to the oppression and killing of Palestinian civilians? Hila framing the issue that it's simply about mandatory military service is ignoring the unique and highly controversial role of the Israeli military in enforcing occupation. While other nations have mandatory military service, most do not involve an ongoing military occupation of another population. Comparing Israel's conscription to countries that also have conscription, such as Switzerland or South Korea, is ignoring a massive difference. And labeling criticism towards the IOF as racist against the whole country is attempting to shut down the conversation. It's just as Hila said.
It's like, if this is your argument, we're never going to be able to talk.
Well, so far in these few clips alone, you mirrored Israeli government rhetoric by portraying refusal to serve as betrayal rather than moral stance, and you framed criticism for joining mandatory service as racism, despite the IOF's well-documented war crimes. But that's not everything. Let's keep going. Hila seems to deny Israel to children.
People are saying Israel does that on the daily, the idea
I don't.
does that on the
That's
daily.
not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Now, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. So are you
I'm
in?
denying that.
So are you in
Israel does
favor of an Iraqi terrorist?
Here's my response to that just by showing the following. An article from 2022 states 2022 to become the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in over 15 years. An article from 2023 marks the deadliest year on record for children in the occupied West Bank. This article is about 1 month before the October 7th attacks. Now, it is worth quickly disclosing that the next few articles I'm about to show occurred after she said that she denies this. But Hila never seemed to have changed her mind about this, at least not publicly. An article from 2023, after the 7th of October, more than 3,195 children in 3 weeks. In 2024, the Gaza Strip was recognized as the deadliest place on earth to be a child. And finally, since the breakdown of the ceasefire on the 18th of March 2025, the Gaza Strip has left at least 322 children and 609 injured, constituting a daily average of around 100 children or maimed over the past 10 days, according to an article by UNICEF.
Kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. I'm not denying that. So are you in?
This kind of disbelief in what Israel is capable of seems to have rubbed off on her husband, Ethan, who portrays the country in surprisingly positive light.
People are so weird about Israel media because, like, you'll see people all the time being like, even according to Israel media, they said this happened. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, she reads Israel media, so she's obviously brainwashed and a Zionist. It's like Israel is a free society with free press. It has the whole gambit of
Range
media
of opinions
sources,
in the press.
just like America does. You know what I mean?
Israel seems to have a wide range of media sources. Calling it free press is again comfortably painting Israel in a very nice picture. When you are aware that pressures from the government, military censorship, and violence against journalists are a recurring theme, and then you have Ethan calling Israel a free society here, what could it look like when Ethan, whose wife served in the IOF, comfortably states the opposite of what is widely evident? Freedom of speech, assembly, and the right to protest are enshrined in Israeli law, but are they equally distributed? Reporters Without Borders states Israeli journalists identified as Arab face more intimidation while working. Since the start of the war in Gaza, the authorities have intensified repression against these journalists, as well as against foreign and Israeli journalists who deviate from the government line in their coverage of the war, Organized crime networks try to restrict coverage of their criminal activities, and in the ultra-orthodox media, women are almost completely excluded. Time. In the deadliest period for journalists in modern history, at least 131 media workers have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the start of Israel's retaliation for the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023. International media groups are alarmed by Israel's naming 6 Al Jazeera journalists as terrorists. Article 19. Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October 2023, the devastating impact on journalists has been clear. They have been killed in unprecedented numbers, threatened and harassed. Protecting press freedom remains critical to documenting human rights violations, conveying the voices of Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza, and enabling accurate reporting. The Guardian. Jeremy Bowen, the BBC international editor, has accused the Israeli government of blocking journalists from Gaza because of scenes they don't want us to see. Despite all of this, Ethan and Hila continue to paint Israel as a bastion of free expression. And then Hila continues to reinforce a sanitized image of Israel, brushing off any real concerns about press freedom and safety.
I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like
Israel that is worried
Look,
about.
it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
Sure,
They
it's
may.
a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
And
it's
I
a
don't think you
different
guys
world.
understand
Yeah, it's a
Israel. It
different
doesn't
world.
work like that.
They're
there.
not.
Just 3 days after the stream, American Al Jazeera journalist Hossam Shabat and Palestine Today journalist Mohammed Mansour were killed by the IOF.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
As if the country is incapable of such actions, even though reports from groups like Reporters Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International show otherwise. Here are some more cases that really prove that Hila knows what she's talking about. In 2003, American student and peace activist Rachel Corrie attempted to stop the demolition of a Palestinian home by standing in front of an Israeli bulldozer. Despite her non-violent protest, she was tragically killed when the bulldozer ran her over.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
And in response, there were, or even still, Facebook posts from Israelis making fun of her by making pancakes with her face.
It doesn't work like that.
According to Al Jazeera, a report states the Israel-Palestine conflict to be the deadliest conflict ever for journalists. More journalists have been killed in Gaza than in both World Wars, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan combined, says the Cost of War Project, with Israel's war on Gaza having killed 232 journalists.
But what?
He was.
And I will say it once again, CPJ stated that since the war began in 2023, this has been the deadliest period for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 1992. Hila seems to imply that critics are uninformed. Why would Hila so confidently believe that Israel wouldn't bat an eye with Hassan coming to Gaza as a journalist? He happens to be one of the most prominent critics of Israel and quite a large voice for Palestine. Could it possibly mean that you might have a more biased view of the country when you are from there and have lived there for many years of your life?
He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God.
Maybe. Then someone in the chat calls Hila a child, and she says it's crazy.
Bloodthirsty, vile children killers are dreaming about getting people killed. What a surprise.
What reality do they live in?
It's literally just a silly joke.
I mean, can we all agree that it was a mistake for Hila and Ethan to start reading chats from a Twitch streamer that they have been obsessively harassing? While the statement is incredibly hyperbolic, it does stem from the fact that she served in the IOF, even if she had a non-combative role. And yet she continues to read the chat and start to infer that these people are just being anti-Semitic.
It's also like the Jews run everything kind of vibe I'm getting, because like, yeah, we'll send him to Israel and we'll get somebody to kill him.
But what could be the most shocking part in all of this is when Hila seems to be on the verge of revealing something she didn't intend to.
It's not a war zone, it's a genocide.
Monster 1 and Female Monster 2.
Oh, it's not a
Despicable.
war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
He's going to say it's not a war zone, it's a killing field.
No, that's what he's saying. It's not a war zone,
It's very
it's
different.
genocide.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that, right? So disgusting.
Hila seems like she is mocking or downplaying the fact that the situation is a genocide, as if calling it a genocide is just about semantics rather than acknowledging the reality of mass civilian casualties and displacement. So would Hila also mock the wording of these doctors that have seen it firsthand?
I've worked in a number of conflict zones in different parts of the world. I was there at the time of the Rwandan genocide. I've never seen anything on this scale, ever, and that was also the view of all the experienced colleagues that I worked with.
In northern Gaza, with the military offensive that's been happening by the Israeli forces there, we're seeing clear signs of ethnic cleansing as Palestinian people have been forcibly displaced, trapped, and then bombed.
Then Ethan's quick dismissal with,
Okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that, right?
reinforces this unwillingness to critically engage with a term, reducing a grave reality to a matter of preference rather than addressing its implications. After mocking Hassan for clarifying that it's not a war zone but a genocide, what are her thoughts on Holocaust survivor Arya Nair, who says this?
You have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes.
So one could raise the question, is Hila dissecting Hassan's every word because he's crowned the H3 podcast's mortal enemy? Or is there something else at play, like a deeper discomfort with anyone who speaks out for Palestine? Because when nearly every pro-Palestinian voice ends up labeled as anti-Semitic or a token Jew, it becomes a pattern. For example, there is Matt Lieb, a Jewish man himself, comedian and pro-Palestinian voice. Or, according to Hila and Ethan,
one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah.
And in response to Matt Lieb's speech in a pro-Palestinian rally, Hila's feedback sounds like this.
You're not special for wanting peace, you know that, right?
Just keep in mind, guys, Ethan and Hila always pretend to stand for a peaceful solution. But even in a peaceful speech of a fellow Jewish man, they find something to mock. Is it because he speaks up for Palestine?
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews and Gentiles of all ages, races, genders, and nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes, this man is so brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there
he demanding it from?
Question, I don't know.
Okay.
Karen Bassin? I don't know.
I'm not speaking to you as a representative of all Jews. I am a bad representative.
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card.
Wait,
Crazy.
so you're saying that Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he says, I'm not a representative of all Jews because he's probably accused
Yeah,
of being
but
a
so
token.
far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people.
Well,
I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil people. Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
I came from a secular family, and the closest thing I got to a bar mitzvah is when I was 13. And I one time saw my dad send back soup for not being hot enough at the cafe in the Holocaust Museum. That was the thing that happened.
When does he start talking about how do we get ceasefire?
We're getting there, apparently. What a hack. He's a comedian, by the way. Quote unquote. He gave back soup at the Holocaust Museum.
Wow, you guys, so far you're so brave to be there and tell jokes and just
And the
get
Holocaust
applauded.
Museum.
Really brave.
Don't get me started on the Holocaust Museum. More like the Museum of Lies. Actually, that's funnily not even... This guy's so fucked.
Well, we were at the stupid museum.
Yeah, I remember.
And I saw that you weren't interested, and I wasn't also.
It was the Holocaust Museum.
I do not represent all Jews. No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews. Especially not the state of Israel.
This is another weird thing.
Oh
Israel
my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe.
Are Matt Lieb's words so out of line as they portray? Let's listen to Holocaust survivor Stefan Kapos, who spent his childhood in hiding during the Nazi regime and lost 15 members of his family in the Holocaust. Here he talks in an interview from May 2024 where he says the exact same thing as Matt Lieb in his speech.
I say this as a Holocaust survivor, that the genocide in Gaza is not happening in my name and in our name.
So I know Hila was bored by the Holocaust Museum, but would she also push back against this Holocaust survivor for saying exactly what Matt Lieb did? That Israel doesn't speak for all Judaism. In Hila's eyes, Matt Lieb is doing a terrible job advocating for Palestine. This man is like a teddy bear. How can you tear apart a 2-minute fun and moving speech into a hateful 8-minute analysis? And sure, Hila says she wants peace. She said it herself.
Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be brave?
What does he think that I want and you want?
He said it. They say, and they want us. We want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that? Indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
that's
congratulates.
like the obvious take.
But if this is how she reacts to pro-Palestinian voices, then how much weight do her words really
Guys,
carry?
I am
They
so
don't
sorry.
only
I
go
had
after
a
public
small
figures
emergency.
like
I'm going to
that.
be there in a
But
second.
they also go for small
I
content
apologize.
creators like this girl from TikTok. Out of respect for
2
her
seconds.
privacy, I won't show her, but I will give a short summary on what her TikTok was. She describes a complicated and deeply emotional reaction towards her own Jewish community. She talks about seeing a group of Orthodox Jews, and her immediate thought wasn't just about shared identity, but about where they might stand on Israel's actions.
I don't want other Jewish people to think that I hate them, because that's not the case. I have lost so much faith in my own community, and I no longer feel this connection.
That internal conflict led to a moment of discomfort and even anger, not out of hatred for Jewish people, as she's really careful to clarify, but from frustration over the lack of support for Palestine. It's not about rejecting her identity, but about grappling with how it intersects with her morals and political stance. And this is how Hila's husband portrays the situation.
I saw this TikTok that blew my fucking mind. This girl, she's on a train in New York.
Guys,
and she's like,
so sorry.
I saw these Orthodox Jews on the train, and the
I had the so I guess somebody I'm not gonna say who it is, but did acid LSD, and they just knocked on my door and asked me to talk. So I was just talking with my nails. Wait, what? Painting your nails black. Imagine regular head. I did at one point paint my nails. I did used to paint my nails. But yeah, I've anything interesting happened in the video? Oh, we got look at this. We got 6 people in here. Welcome everybody. Sorry that I was not here for the first while. Had a small emergency, but we are back in business. How's the video going? Do you guys want to keep on watching the video? I won't leave you guys alone like that again. Promise. Alright, we'll keep on watching the video for now. Also hosted the deprogram a couple times. The theme song is 10 out of 10. Hell yeah.
first thing I thought was,
Okay.
are they Zionists?
So, you watched it 4 times? So crazy stuff happening. I don't know if you guys saw, when did I go to this place? What would the article be? Yeah. It was that video that we were just watching. Megavirus. Did you want to keep on watching that, or you want to move on?
This is what last night's Israeli airstrikes left in Gaza to be buried the morning after. The remains of a child so small they could almost be held in one hand. Now dead before they had lived.
We hope that everyone will stand with us to stop this bloodshed and stop this extermination. We are people who love life. We are people who hope that the war will stop and that we will live in peace, security and safety.
This is the human cost of an offensive that is set to intensify if Israel carries out its new plan to seize more of the Strip.
It's just such, because, you know, liberals are very into this type of idea too. They have to keep up the oh, of course, the loss of human life. Everybody, you know, everybody should feel something about the loss of human life. But like every single time that you turn around, it's like, well, yeah, maybe we need to, maybe it'll be better if they were living somewhere else and stuff like that. Like there's an article about Khalil Al-Hayya, I believe was his name. He's a Hamas member, a top-ranking member, and there was an article going around a couple of days ago that that his grandson was taken out. And even in liberal spaces, on liberal Twitter, just in a bunch of different places, they were talking about how his grandson was taken out, and it was they needed to add the modifier that it was a Hamas member, a Hamas leader, and it was like it was sort of like a celebratory tone and stuff like that. Well, the grandson was 2 years old, and the Hamas member they were talking about was the lead negotiator in the ceasefire that took place in January. And I mean, that's sort of where this all comes from, is like because I know that there wouldn't be the celebratory tone, whether or not the liberals or, you know, people on either side felt like it was a good thing that this happened. I know there wouldn't have been that tone, but at the same time, if they had known the context, I think, I don't know, I just think it would have come out differently. But that's the thing, is that everybody, whether willingly or not, just believes or repeats or abides by whatever Israel says. And that's how we got into this election. Honestly, it's just like, yeah, 2 years old, Pickles, just insane. I think I'm gonna have to skip over a part in a second.
The Israeli military already controls around half of Gaza, as well as corridors dividing the region. Government officials have reportedly said the new offensive will now capture the entire territory. This would mean pushing the population back south again.
This is what we will do. We will move the population for its own protection.
The Israeli Prime Minister suggested the military would not retreat from areas they raid. The plan would also impact the distribution of aid under conditions expected to be set by the Israeli military.
This would violate the humanitarian principles of neutrality, impartiality, and independence, and could also put people at risk by, including aid workers, by having them around these militarized zones.
Right, it's all horrible.
And right now, agencies say the Strip is being starved by Israel.
That's another thing that happened is, it just reminded me, it's not necessarily related, I mean it is, but the finance minister and the minister of finance in Gaza was just taken out. However, there was a video going around, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but his 7-year-old child was launched onto the roof of a nearby building, and it was just so unnecessary. Obviously all of this is unnecessary, but the fact that they had this finance minister in their custody for a long time before this attack, they released him, and then once he got back, they then drone struck his family home, along with him, that 7-year-old son, and I believe 13 of his of his family. I'm not sure if it was direct family or extended family, but it just, the cruelty is just, they had him in their custody for a while. They not saying that he should have been harmed, obviously, while in custody. Sorry, I'm having bad camera control right now. Obviously, not that he should have been taken out either way. He's a civilian. He's an employee. He's the Minister of Finance. But if they had him in their custody, why let him out and then, it's just insane.
The voice from a health NGO based inside
Right,
Gaza.
exactly. These are the things that get reported on because, as all of us know, there's a media blockade. Western media isn't allowed in unless under very special circumstances. There's certain things that they can and can't say when they are in.
Speaking to Channel 4 News.
So whatever makes it out is, I'm sure, just a fraction.
Helpless, and we are afraid, maybe in weeks or less than that we will have nothing to offer to people, and that's why we urge the international community to help us immediately. Just let Gaza live.
This is Israel ahead of President Trump's visit next week. Although some believe Israel's government is attempting to place pressure on Hamas, these families and their allies fear for the impact on their loved ones. 59 taken hostage in Israel by Hamas remain in Gaza, and artillery does not ask for ID when it lands.
Do not report for reserve duty for moral and ethical reasons. This operation will result in the killing of hostages in captivity, will result in the deaths of those who have been kidnapped.
This week will renew focus on a peace process that has broken down and in need of an urgent solution. Food is scarce, supplies have stalled, and the death toll
Where did you hear that, T?
2,000.
You said a tactical nuke? That's absolutely...
Well, I've been speaking to Jan Egeland, who's Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, and I began by asking him about his organization's opposition to Israel's plan to take over distribution of aid to Gaza.
It's a fundamental for us as humanitarians that aid should be delivered in an impartial, independent, and neutral manner to those who need it the most, where they need it the most. And this new Israeli scheme is really an ultimatum saying the little aid we will allow in, we will dictate who will get it, where, and if they get it, and they will only provide it, it seems, to a few concentration points in southern Gaza, so people who cannot move to those places will be eliminated from aid. We cannot be part of a dictatum coming from a party to an armed conflict on whom should receive humanitarian aid.
I mean, will that not leave Israel saying, well, we're happy to take aid in, but it's the aid agencies who are refusing to hand it over?
No, it would leave the Israel to actually be responsible morally and legally for all aid that is given and for all of those who are excluded, because we cannot be part.
Yeah, so it looks like who reported on that? It said the Yemen. I wonder if it was Yemen, like actually Yemen, or not that like it changes the credibility too much. They do usually match up, but yeah, I mean, of course, these things are hard to verify. So I guess Yemen is claiming that there was a tactical nuke used in Hodeida. Hodeida was the location of the, I don't know if you guys remember, but the Trump had posted a video of a drone strike happening, and it was people who looked like they were in an Eid al-Fitr celebration, and it was a video of them being, and that ended up taking out about 80 people. That's Hodeida, which is a port city right off of the Red Sea. It's where the Houthis are currently, well, I don't know about now, but in those port sea areas, Al-Fatsa, Hodeida, in Yemen is where they're sort of building blockades, for lack of a more specific word, blockades on ships going in and out of the Red Sea to Israel in order to slow down, or if everything works out, definitely hurt the economy of Israel and any of the companies who are trading with Israel. So it's been a hotbed for mainly U.S. strikes lately. Now about that in Yemen, in Hodeidah, I think it was in March. I think it was last month that it happened, that he posted that video. It also was not confirmed. It was never confirmed that it was. No, not quite. They're still holding. They're one of the main forces who are actually opposing Israel at the moment. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. No, Yemen is one of the countries. Well, mainly at the I guess the Houthis are sort of, it's hard to explain, because in the Yemeni military there is a sect, not a sect, but a sector of it that is Houthi controlled. However, the Yemeni government and the Houthis aren't exactly aligned on everything. Yeah, no, seriously. It's definitely a game to him. He was like, oops. But yeah, there's a part of the Yemeni military that's controlled by the Houthis. The Houthis are the people who are leading the front on Israel, mainly just the Red Sea blockades, making sure that there's no imports or exports happening. If they're, they have been known to attack generally after being provoked. But I'm not out here riding for the Houthis. They're actually able to do something. They have a lot of resources compared to other countries like Lebanon, and they are one of the poorest countries, Yemen, but they're doing what they can. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Hodeidah. Huh, I see. Bye, T. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we shall see you. But yeah, who is ready for it? Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Well, I guess there's one more thing to talk about that I know of so far. Not sorry to keep y'all, because one is arguably, not arguably, one is a lot more important than the other. That being Palestine over H3 drama slot. But yeah, the IOF just did, I think, to be fair, I've only seen a little bit of this, but it looks like they did a celebration, a gender reveal party, using a home as the medium, using a Gazan home. I mean, this shit is evil. Like, this shit is so evil. I wish there was more information on this other than just the video. Let me try to find it.
Of that, we are not asked to do that anywhere else in the world. We've never agreed to that anywhere else in the world the last 100 years.
What do you think this is part of? Because we're also hearing today Israel's announcement of a potential full occupation of Gaza. It's all very unclear exactly what's happening, but are these things integrated, do you think?
Yeah, they may be. I mean, it seems they are now only following a cruel military logic that will not bring the long-suffering hostages home to their families.
Pickles, to be sure, I'm not 100% sure. So Yemen is claiming that there was a tactical nuke used in Hodeidah. That's who I was just talking about, the city in Yemen. Which is, like I was explaining, it's a hotbed of a lot of attacks. So I haven't heard of a, to be fair, I don't know how many tactical nukes have been used, but yeah, Mega, there's like a few countries, but they still, all of their policies, not all of them maybe, but 90% of their policies in the West of countries. I mean, there's certain places like, you know, Ireland is a lot of its members of government are writing for Palestine, and of course in the East, like China is the public is generally pro-Palestine, and certain countries, like certain members of parliament in France and in other places, not parliament, is it? I sound like a dumbass right now. But it just feels like nothing's ever gonna happen. Like, it feels so hopeless. Yeah, parliament, I was right. But that is something that I didn't know until fairly recently, like a couple months ago, is that people in China are generally reluctant to believe anything that the IOF says, and generally pretty pro-Palestine. Guys, what was I just doing? Okay, I found it. Do I have to... This isn't an article. I guess it's just a blurb. There's like almost no confirmation of this actually. I mean, I believe it 100%. Okay, I'm gonna put on that. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put on the podcast now.
Hello, everybody. It is Ethan Klein, your host. But what? So maybe you feel like
for real, bro.
Look,
guys,
don't
care. Drop off
oh
a
my
lot
God.
today. It was a pretty epic run. They threw their.
Sorry, I'm all of. I hit the Benjamin button, so absent-mindedly. I didn't mean to, because whenever I do, I can barely talk on stream. But
I noticed the suit's gone.
Yeah, the suit is gone, which I think
is the suit arc
our
over?
viewership's gonna drop off a lot
my
today.
God.
Yeah.
Actually, but don't fret. Suit Ethan is not gone.
bro, literally 90% of the time, what is he wearing? I know he's been doing the suits lately, and to be fair, the suits are definitely a marginal upgrade to the hold on.
We are buying more.
Oh wow.
I only had one pair that I got for the content nuke.
Yeah.
So I wore the shit out of that thing on last week, so we're re-upping.
Yeah, I took the liberty to go and order a bunch for him because he's not gonna shop. So I ordered lots of options for Ethan to choose. But
The real.
But the suit is not going. It's too hot.
Thank you. Well, thank you. It's not so much the hotness; it's just that.
It's the authority.
I won all those debates just by.
No, yeah, I actually kind of like the.
You know, last week.
Oh, this is the skull T-shirt. You know, there's a theory going around for a little bit that because right when the CPS thing happened and when Ethan said that he received those skulls in the mail, he was also doing Teddy Fresh was doing a collab with an artist who draws photorealistic skulls. Like that's their specialty. So there's a theory going around on the Snark subreddits that there's no veracity or validity. I mean, there's no veracity or anything to back it up, but that the artist had ordered them for maybe reference or something. And to be honest, I believe it. I just there's so much fishy going on. It's so fishy, the whole skull incident.
They threw their absolute best at me. First, Sam Cedar came in here, and I thought we were going to have a nice, calm debate. And this dude came out looking for a fight. And I'll be totally honest, I've had...
Sam Cedar came out looking for a fight? He said the FBI was involved. But the weird thing is, why this is so fishy for me, is that... Hold on.
Time to debrief on everything.
Yeah.
I've watched both debates back now.
Yeah.
I'll explain.
And I have to say, with all due respect, Sam, I think you made a giant fucking fool of yourself, not condemning Hamas. Like, shame on you. How dare you try to run defense?
There's no nuance on this.
What's wrong with you?
There is no nuance to be had with Hila Klein. Just absolutely
Hamas
none.
has done some good and some bad. Really, Sam? Name the good shit Hamas has done.
Oh my god, he's so stupid, actually. Oh my god, he's so stupid.
Give me a fucking break. Why do you have to be supporting Hamas to be a leftist?
The Hamas.
What kind of insane purity testing have we done where Sam Cedar,
not even anywhere close to the case,
who's supposed to be the ethical, rational, reasonable one, smartest, he's the guy, right? He's calling into my fucking show and saying Hamas did some good things and some bad things.
Yeah.
In response to
that even what he
October
said?
7th. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? And then the balls to sit here and be like, oh, you're the one weaponizing anti-Semitism. He's calling into my fucking show and saying Hamas did some good things and some bad things.
Yeah.
In response to October 7th. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? And then the balls to sit here and be like, oh, you're the one weaponizing anti-Semitism. To come here and say that to my face, bro. To defend Hassan, who says anybody at any time who's had positive feelings for Israel is not fit to fucking walk a dog. And you're going to sit here and say I'm anti.
Hassan was using hyperbole. Have I watched the new Bad Empanava? When did it come out, Jeremy? By the way, welcome, Jeremy. I didn't see you were here. Did it just come out? I mean, it's always on his mind, Lucia. It's also hard to confirm. I'd imagine there's probably more important things to do than check for rubble. Yeah, that's true, Mega. About the gender reveal thing. I just wish I understood like Hebrew or something so I could tell, like, because it says like the only caption I can see is that it says they said it's a boy, and then them laughing. But I wish I could. I don't know. I feel like I get more insight. I don't know.
Anti-Semitic? Shame on you, dude. Well, how pathetic. I'm sorry. That shit is just out of line.
I was watching that and my
Oh yeah,
jaw...
wait, did he say... Did he say about
defend
October
Hassan,
7th?
who says anybody reasonable one
smart
is smartest. He's the guy, right? He's calling into my fucking show and saying Hamas did some good things and some bad things.
Yeah.
In response to October 7th. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? And then the balls to sit here and be like, oh, you're the one weaponizing anti-Semitism. To come here and say that to my face, bro. To defend Hassan, who says anybody at any time who's had positive feelings for Israel is not fit to fucking walk a dog. And you're going to sit here and say I'm anti-Semitic?
Yeah, Pickles, you're right. He did say something regarding 10-7. He did say it was regarding 10-7, yeah. Do we know if Sam said that? I could try to find the clip. Because you never know with this dude. He could just be completely misrepresenting what Sam was saying.
Shame on you, dude. Well, how pathetic. I'm sorry. That shit is just out of line.
I was watching that and my jaw was open. Like I was shocked.
I got a lot of messages from people who I know in real life, people online who are, a lot of people are fans of Sam, right?
Yeah.
And I was one of them. I don't think I call myself a fan.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Pickles. I was gonna talk about that dog catcher walker thing because it's a government appointed position. I don't know if when he's using so much hyperbole and a different, when he's saying like at all ever in your life, because like Sam said, you know, he at one point felt positively about Israel. So he was clearly using Hassan was using a lot of hyperbole when he was talking about like ever at any point in your life. So I don't, you know, it's hard to tell how specific he was being with the dog catcher scenario. But still, I mean, the point still stands and the point is still valid, even if he was being hyperbolic. It's like, why do you... I wouldn't even be as gobsmacked by this, by what Ethan is doing if it wasn't right now, like of all times.
I have no respect for him unless he acknowledges that
he's doing this thing again. Unless you do this, and that for me, then you're dead to me. I wouldn't, you know, piss on you if you were on fire. Like, unless you meet my demands.
Sam, I demand, I would like a segment from you to describe all the good Hamas has done. And I don't want to hear this bullshit of like, oh, they started as a charity. Okay, since then. Yeah, they were a charity for like a week until they became a terrorist organization. So give me a list of all the good things they've done, Sam, you fucking hack. It's just, and part of this whole thing has just been so blackpilling because these people, and you'll see this from Ian's video today,
Why?
they're all liars. And they lie to your face in the most obvious way. For example, Hassan I says, why do you say I work with the ADL?
Partnered.
And then he says, oh, that's not what I meant. Then I show him another clip that says, Ethan, partner with the ADL. I says, why'd you say that? I didn't.
Did he say that's not what he said? Hold on. I don't think, I feel like that's not what he said. Why are you so slow?
It's appropriate to accuse. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
I'm gonna watch that later, Jeremy.
No,
in a second.
I don't.
Here,
think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate.
someone
But if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got.
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that that's a.
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself,
to,
man.
That's a valid.
When did he say that? That's not what he said. You hack, man. That's so crazy. Can somebody tell me when Hassan says that he didn't say that or that he was backtracking on that?
Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
See, I mean, and the way such a charged question, first of all. It's like that old politician question that's like, do you still hate your wife type of thing? And it's like, you know, it's such a dishonest question, you know, framing it exactly how you want. Not only does he do that, but then later his recap of it is that he asked the question and Hassan tried to backtrack when literally he said that's valid right off the bat.
Any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't.
Not every Jewish person is claiming victories from the ADL. Not every Jewish person is taking credit for seemingly Islamophobic things that the ADL has done.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan. Let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that that's a
you're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in mean that you're working directly. Obvious way, for example, Hassan goes, I says, why do you say I work with the ADL?
Partnered.
And then he says, oh, that's not what I meant. Then I show him another clip that says, Ethan, partner with the ADL.
Oh, that's so good. It's the perfect setup. He does have the green screen, Lucia.
I says, why'd you say that? I didn't mean that you're working directly with them. Are you, who?
He was standing. I'm not even that big of a Hassan fan, but he was standing on that the entire time, like the entire question.
Who would do that?
But how can I sit here
who would lie like
and
that?
Entertain somebody who's gaslighting me
Like
to my face
what?
live?
Lie like what? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's not what I meant. Then I show him another clip that says, Ethan, partner with the ADL. I says, why'd you say that? I didn't mean that you're working directly with them. Are you, who?
Who would do that?
But how can I sit here
who would lie like
and
that?
Entertain somebody who's gaslighting me to my face live?
I mean, they just look so dishonest.
He says,
crazy. Like, just
you're
like,
partnered
look
with
at
the
how they're talking.
ADL.
Maybe it's just because I'm.
And then he goes, I didn't mean
But, like-
partnered. There's no apology, no correction, no retraction. And he has an audience of people that watch that who are like, yeah.
Plus saying it on other people's shows. So you're like trying to spread this idea around.
It's like nobody could watch that and see that he's not lying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, it's like looking.
You absolutely teamed up with the ADL. Like, I don't care. Like, the series of events is so crazy because Frogan does, I think, yeah, I mean, she does a tier list. She says some stuff about Ethan. None of it is anti-Semitic. He makes it public, and I forget exactly how he went public with it. But either way, the ADL pressures Twitch into banning Frogan. Ethan claims, hell yes, I'll claim that I did that shit. And their acting, their demeanor, I see. Their demeanor is like, that is the furthest thing from the, like, that is inconceivable that anybody could possibly think that they teamed up with I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
At the sky and Hassan's telling me it's purple. And I'm like, it's just, it's so insane. And you guys will see Ian, God bless him. This is, I gotta say, man, it's such a weird thing with Ian. He put out this Content Deputy, which is his follow-up to contentcop. And I have to say, it's even worse than the first. I don't know who this guy is. He used to be the dude. It is. He used to be the dude that was like looking at it from all angles, crossing his T's, dotting his I's, preempting.
Wait, Dan who? Dan Swerdlove or not Clancy, right? It's so... Oh, Dan Saltman. Oh my God! Wait, what? Maybe I should have been looking into this more. Yeah, the producer. Where is he?
Counter.
I know that he's communicated with and talked to Dan Saltman, and sorry, Lucia. His producer is Dan Swerdlove. Dan Saltman is a co-host with Destiny, the guy we were watching the other night, and is like violently Zionist and Islamophobic, but is a liberal just like Destiny. So anyway,
counterclaims.
This is not what podcasts are.
This is what podcasts are.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's
He's
horrible.
such a dickhead. Shut up.
Wake up.
Oh God, he's such a dickhead.
This is no longer a dream. This is it.
Okay, I see. So hold on. Ex-Destiny Orbiter said Ethan was in contact with Dan Saltman and Congressman Richie Torres. People know that you are coordinating with HC during the... This person is fucking annoying. I mean, hell yeah for doing that, but... Did Ethan not tell you what he and his wife were huge Destiny fans? Ethan Klein emailed Dan Solomon during Twitch. They haven't some stuff and they watched Destiny's content together. I'm saying you emailed Ethan multiple times and... See, I wish there was more context to this. Sorry.
The nightmare.
By the way, who's in the nightmare now? Fucking Creator Clash is literally imploding. You had to resign in disgrace, and now there's like crazy leaks happening of all the other fighters being like, they didn't tell us anything. I found out they were stepping down when he posted his video.
Yeah.
How insanely unprofessional and incompetent can you be?
We want to stay out of the drama.
You really should worry about your own ducks there, buddy.
Horrible.
But what I'm saying is I don't know who this guy is because honestly, there's been a lot of hit videos on me over my time here, like a lot. Maybe, I don't know. I might have the most hit videos of anyone on YouTube at this point. Like who has more?
Shane Dawson, probably.
I don't think so.
Does he?
Really?
Everyone had their fun when he fucked the cats and when he got canceled, but like I've been getting them since that time. I've been getting them.
Too highly of yourself, sir. The Shane Industrial Complex is strong.
Listen, somebody out there needs to make a list.
Who has the most opened? I mean,
fucking video.
Colleen Ballinger.
But that was one thing. This is like consistent.
Yeah, but that was like.
Oh my God, he's so convinced. This is so annoying to listen to.
I'd say between you and the Paul.
This is so insane to listen to. Dude. He's just so convinced that he is... I gotta get out of here. He is just so convinced that he is the ultimate victim. Did you see when his interaction with friggin...
posted about the shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen.
He was unbanned after 48 hours.
How could it be worse
apparently.
than anything you've seen?
Worse than... Okay, literally no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty.
Well,
I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and
You can't even
like,
talk, dude.
I'm talking about specifically
castrate-
against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Sure.
Not yelling at you. I am yelling at you.
I don't really understand what
but
the point is that you're trying to make.
Because
though.
I get frustrated when everybody's like trying to defend her so much. It's like she's the ultimate victim of online harassment.
It's not.
It's just not. It's like people are nasty to her.
I'm pointing out how weird it is for idubbbz to reach out to him specifically. That's why I'm saying that.
Right.
I'm not comparing. It's in a vacuum. I'm not comparing it to anyone else.
I'm getting triggered.
See how tiptoey they have to be around each other, around him specifically. Like, oh my god. Infuriating to listen to. Anyway.
Oh, the
Because
Pauls.
the Pauls kept everyone fed for years.
The Pauls, the Pauls would have more.
That's true because they have the crypto era.
Yeah.
The Pauls
Especially if
kept
you're
it
thinking of
going.
them as a unit between the two of them.
It's unbelievable. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
that I concede to them. Yeah. But it's like of all the videos that have been made about.
Onision? I'm not super familiar with Onision,
I don't think
but I know
so.
he's been like a
He's out.
drama cow for years.
No, but the thing is, like, what I've been able to manage is that I keep the hate videos coming, baby.
Well,
Gabby
part of it-
Hanna. Oh, somebody said Gabby Hanna.
She's gone. Nobody's making hate videos
An
on her.
important part of this is you have to be relevant for this whole period.
Right,
because
that's why the Paul brothers is a good.
Exactly. Like, so it's a compliment too.
Me and the Paul bros, man. I mean, kind of, right?
It's a
true.
compliment.
I don't know.
I think AB's right.
Listen, look at the cup half full. You know.
I'm not even
managed to
being
be,
optimistic.
talked about.
Listen, I'm not an optimist, okay? I think you're right.
No, I mean when you were saying those other names, I'm like, yeah, they had a lot of videos, but it was just during the time of like
Where are they now?
relevancy. Yeah.
Like my hate videos are still getting views, bro.
Right.
That's kind of epic.
Yeah.
This sounds like a new soundbite in the next idubbbz video.
Yeah.
Look at Ethan. He admits.
He is praising the fact that he gets hate videos.
She's saying soundbite like this isn't. I mean, I wonder how much. I guess that's kind of a weird question, but they must make a decent amount of money. Have we? I don't get why. I don't get why AB always talks like him and his wife are about to like lose their home. Like if they always talk about like they're going to. Yeah. Oh, it's so difficult. And then you realize that AB owns a house in I believe it's Grand Rapids or Deerfield. It's like if you own a house, why do you have to worry about? Why is that even a factor? Your living situation. Your living situation is tying you anyway. Not my business.
He likes it. He gave us permission. I don't know, whatever.
Revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised.
What comes after Dex?
You were saying that
I've seen it, but I don't.
in the old era of contentcop, he was known for like leaving nothing. Like there was no way somebody could come back at him. He would like.
Be very difficult.
He would be bulletproof.
Yeah.
At least for the time. I don't know.
What I'm
We
leading
haven't
to.
watched it in many years, but
That's how it seemed. I wonder if going back, if they're as good as we all remember. But what I'll say is that his first and now his second one, and all my life has got to be some of the worst hate videos I have ever seen. And when we compared his first one to Mika, I'm not kidding. And when I say the second one is just as worse, I am not kidding.
Hi everyone, it's me again.
It's so. In fact, I think Mika's was.
I don't want to hear. That's crazy. That's crazy. Is this the one in LA? Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. That room is fucking gigantic. And Should we watch the yeah, I'm saying, dude, like that's more, that is legitimately bigger than some people's studio apartments. No, absolutely, but when he gets up there and talks about like, oh, the housing is so blah 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 blah. Again, not my business. Not my business. His behavior is the business. Anyway.
Anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who is this? What is this?
More well put together.
Yeah.
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
She's vouched for Jewish people. What has he done for me? What has he done, huh?
I get to meet Ethan Klein.
Hi everyone, it's me again.
Hi everyone. Why does she say it like that?
Hi everyone. Hi
She says it
everyone.
like fake Elon Musk.
Oh my
Hi
god.
everyone.
I think
Right.
she's saying everyone.
Stupid. Hi everyone. Everyone.
Okay, maybe not. Okay, hearing them side by side, maybe it's not too similar.
Yeah, you guys will see. I mean, I'm looking forward
What
to
are we
going over
talking
this
about?
because it will be entertaining. But the glaring mistakes, the insane conclusions, the violently unfunny. It's violently unfunny.
Violently unfunny.
It's
Oh my god.
It's like, dude,
I'm scared
who is
now.
this? Who,
It's not funny.
he's begging people to like his video.
Okay.
Yeah.
He goes,
There's no shame in that.
There
Hit
is.
subscribe and like. Nah, hit that subscribe button, y'all.
To see
Smash it.
idubbbz saying like, please for the love of God.
He says that. He goes, please, for the love of God, like
right,
this
all right.
because
Well,
they're astroturfing the dislikes.
I purposely avoided
Smash
watching
that
it this
like
weekend,
button.
so I
Okay,
will
I'll
be seeing it with fresh eyes.
save my
You're gonna lose your
commentary
mind.
to when we actually watch it.
Yeah. So there's that coming up, but there's almost so much to talk about. But yeah, the debate with Hassan, I mean, listen, reviewing it back on it, and again, obviously
You're gonna say you won?
I'm biased. No, but
Okay,
not only did I think I won, I think he I think he looked utterly, he's a liar. He's wrong about he's either lying or wrong about everything he says pretty much. He's unwilling to acknowledge make one single concession, no matter how blaringly obvious it is.
Okay, Ethan.
Okay. He was baited into
Maybe. Is it possible, Ethan? Is it possible that at any point you were dishonored? Like, is
fucking supporting terrorist groups to doubling down on the Anne Frank thing?
That's 100% true. I can't understand. Like, this is so, the way he said, the way Ethan said fucking Arabs.
Last week, they threw their absolute...
What the fuck? That is not what I clicked on. This is not what I clicked on. This is not what I want to see. Okay, sorry.
To fucking saying the Houthis should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
He is... There is nothing redeeming about his performance. Now, you might not think I did great, whatever. I personally watched it back. I thought I did pretty good. I think there's a few things I think... Listen, I did so much preparation for this, and it's clear he did none. That's how I do these.
If I may say so, as your wife, I was very proud.
Thank you. And I feel like and you can see that I anticipated all of his dumb fucking points. Like, he tries to bust out this...
Oh yeah, AB, like, why is... I just can't understand anybody who is mildly pro-Palestine, like mildly. Anybody who can agree that there is a genocide happening. I can't imagine them standing by so consistently on every point, even when this person is so obviously Islamophobic. Like, I cannot understand what is worth it. Like, this must be stressful for him, right? Like, this must be incredibly, like, taxing. And he has enough connections. He's made a name for himself. He has his own channel to where he could branch off. He owns a house. He doesn't need to do any of this. It makes absolutely no sense. And I want to watch AB's video in a second. I don't know if you guys want to. I thought they were siblings. I thought AB and Lena were siblings. Do you want to watch AB's video real quick, or I don't know if it's quick or not. I don't know how long it is. Or watch it after. Should we watch it first?
Hey, this is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I keep on doing it. I'm such a dumbass.
Avi Schleim thing, and I'm like, I already know everything about what you're gonna say. And that happens so many times throughout because he's so transparent. He gets all of his talking points from other people's shitty essays.
That part for me was very surreal to see somebody try to erase.
Okay, you want to watch? You want to watch the AB video first? Let's do it. Okay, cool. I was kind of excited for it, but I didn't want to.
Hey guys.
What's up?
I'm done.
I was initially not going to respond to any of this,
Shut
but
the
now
fuck
that I
up.
got a backup, I got Rocky with me. Say hi, Rocky. I'm ready to go. Thank you guys for all the love on the last video. It means so much.
Cute
I
ass
wanted to
dog.
make a little follow-up because I woke up this morning. I was sleeping next to this beautiful pup right here, and everything was perfect. And then I realized that all my socials had a bunch of comments from people saying that I call anti-genocidal Arabs barbaric. And I was like, okay, which moron made a video today? For something that insane, I knew it had to be, without even really looking into it, Bad Empanada. For those who don't know, Bad Empanada is this dude who likes to pretend to be the Joker. Like he has everything planned out and he's doing all these elaborate plans to take people down. But in actuality, he's nothing but a big fat pussy. I mean, excuse my language, I don't know how else to put it, but he's a joke. He tries to act like he's this overlord who has everything planned out, but essentially he's just a little bitch who does whatever he wants. He harasses people, and he...
Sorry, just for context, I just want to...
You're doing a good job, you know. I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer away from that narrative. You're welcome. What else? You're doing a good job, you know. I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure...
Why did he say that? Wait, what the fuck? Why is he in his bathtub? I just... Calling Do Not Worry a barbaric animal. I was not calling him barbaric. I said he can keep saying horrific stuff and I will continue to defend him from the narrative. That is not what you said. I'm sorry, one sec.
I'm sure they love you as a job, you know. I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer...
Does that match up with what he said here? I said he can keep saying horrific stuff and I will continue to defend him from the narrative of the world. Well, to be fair, this is just a clip.
You're welcome. Steer away from that narrative. You're welcome.
He never said anything about protecting him or standing up for him, defending him. I'm not a moron. Maybe. Well.
Lives in Argentina where he can get away with doing these types of things and not...
Doing what? Okay, he's a little bit crazy, but like doing what? He's just being a troll. Are there legal repercussions here for that? Do you want there to be?
With any type of repercussions. All right, bud. You want to go to mommy? Say bye to Rocco. I don't want to talk too much shit while he's here. Say bye. Okay. So yeah, this was the message I woke up to. It says Abiy Ayad called anti-genocide Arabs barbaric Arabs in his new video on his channel. Blah 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 blah. Abiy, you will now be dealt with directly rather than peripherally unless you delete this video and publicly apologize. Okay, let me be clear about this. Listen here, you dumbass. You fucking moron. You have no authority. You have no power. You have no leverage. You're nothing but a little bitch hiding behind the internet talking shit.
I hate how he's trying to be like this. Like, what is this? Fucking bravado. Chill out, man.
Do nothing but dox and harass people. I don't know who you're talking to. You don't know where I'm from. I'm not afraid of you.
That's a great point, Lucia. I didn't even think of that. he is not like in a safe country for his political spectrum, or where he is on it rather. In fact, I think he's, because I don't know, I think he's at greater risk. It sounds crazy, but there than he is here. Well, maybe not. I don't know. He's a sick with but can't he go to the home that he owns in what is it, Deerfield?
I'm not intimidated by you. Your tactics are so hilarious. Shit. You do nothing but dox and harass people. I don't know who you're talking to. You don't know where I'm from. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not intimidated by you. Your tactics are so hilarious to me. I find it cringe that people fall for your shit of trying to act like the Joker. And anytime you get any sort of pushback, you want to cry like a little baby and play victim and pearl clutch. It's hilarious. I will be suing this person. I'm doing this. Fuck you. Go cry about it, you little bitch. And I'm just getting started on you. Oh, and by the way, don't get too excited. This is going to be the one and only time I respond to you. I've tried to stay quiet for so long because people said this dude was insane. He's a pussy. And I've learned that pretty clearly throughout these past couple of months. You give him any little pushback and, oh my God, you doxed me. You did this. He just makes up shit, anything he can, because he's a coward. You're a fucking coward. You're a joke. And I love knowing that you're going to see this footage and have a little bitch fit and cry and scream and threaten and post your Instagram stories. Oh, I'm so afraid. Let me show you what I said in response to this. You'll be dealt with directly. Who the fuck are you, you little shit? This was my response to the Reddit post where I initially saw his community post. Laughed my ass off. The only thing this dude could do that scares me is breathe his shit-smelling breath near my face. Just another prime example of how disingenuous nut jobs like this are. In the video, I said that no matter how much nasty shit Melhouse says about me, I will continue to defend him from the false narrative of the world, which is us Arabs are barbaric animals. But again, these people do not care. Drama is more important than Palestine to them. I said free Palestine.
Don't even. Mr. One kefia a year. Come on.
Anyone trying to lie about it or silence me.
The dude who posted free Palestine so he could block certain people that liked the post.
And then, you know, I have no need to prove myself. This is just, I feel important for people in the audience to see. I said this is just one of countless examples of texts I get from friends and family on the daily. People who actually have family in the Middle East, people who actually lost people who actually care. This person, I said, I just watched your YouTube video. It was well said. I love how these people just want you to raise hell without thinking and quit your job because they aren't in your position. They're so brave and willing to roll the dice when they are gambling with your chips. Actually, I got another one from my uncle, which was very sweet. He is probably who I look up most of this world, him and my father. And he said, my aunt sent it.
What is this posturing that he's doing? Like he's getting all big bad bravado, but then he's trying to appeal to empathy as well, and like it feels like he's trying to get people to feel bad for him at the same time. Like, pick one.
To me, she said, we are proud of you. I'm sorry you are going through this. Your uncle said, all that is around you is no match for all that is within you. Continue to show support for your people, and congrats on the dog. That's why my uncle's a fucking man. He is the man.
Yeah, stay on the show.
He is the
stay on the show, and I'm pretty sure everybody would like that a lot more. I mean, not that he's
man. I love him. Again, these people, I said in my last video, these people love to make up this narrative that I'm losing all my friends and family. And yeah, I find it hilarious. So anyways, I said these trolls can be disappointed with me. They can criticize me, but the moment they twist shit like this, let it be known that these are bad faith actors. They are unhinged and are one of the greatest weapons against the movement. They're used as examples to try and show we pro-Palestinians cannot be reasonable. Stop giving.
Say that. Wait, so say that. I don't know. Say that like he's right. Or I don't know, it just seems so weird that like if he is pro-Palestinian, why would he have a problem with other people doing what they can to call out others who they see to be damaging the cause or aligning with people who are damaging the pro-Palestinian cause. Why would he be so bad empanada? I can understand. But when people call out things like you being, I mean, he's had a problem with people calling him out from the start. But people being vigilant about rhetoric used around Palestine, the people you associate with, it just feels weird to me that you would go on, you would try to delegitimize anybody criticizing you with that criticism if you were pro-Palestinian. And just both of them, it's like Ethan mode. And Ethan is Trump mode when he gets like that. It's, they try to posture, they seem very vindictive, like they're like, I don't know, just extremely defensive and making these large generalizations about like anybody who's against them. And it feels disingenuous. And they try to get like, yeah, like I said, bravado.
Giving the opposition
like
ammo. And then I linked my actual video to show what I actually said.
This dude was saying, you know, really nasty shit.
The fucking paycheck, AB? Fucking pussy.
People are trying to frame it like he's saying he's going to R-word my mom and sister. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's being an asshole, but I don't need that extreme. I don't need that. I don't.
Who cares? Wait, what?
I need you guys to be that extreme. Yes, he said something.
Oh,
like,
I see what he's saying.
The translation is something like "fuck your sister," "fuck your mom," whatever. By the way, Millhouse, if you're watching, someone was in my chat and wanted us to talk and said, give him some grace. He's going through something with his mom. I said, I don't know what's going on with his mom, but I'll pray for her. I wish her well. And the next time I see a clip of you, you're just saying, fuck my mom. But hey, good job. You're doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer away from that narrative. You're welcome.
Oh, he did
Do
say
I need
defend.
to break that down for you, you fucking moron? Do I need to break it down for the idiots in your audience? I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt by thinking that there's no way possible y'all are that stupid. There is no way possible that you could have seen that and thought that I was saying that any Arab who is anti-genocidal is barbaric. Because it is so clear what I am saying. I am saying I'm defending him. I'm defending him because I don't need people to weaponize other Arabs against me. Yes, he said nasty shit. He said, fuck you. I don't need people to say that he was implying that he wanted to R-word my mom and sister. I don't need that. But you took that and you want to spin this narrative that I was saying that all Arabs who are anti-genocidal are barbaric. What a piece of shit you are. What a fucking moron. Actually, I don't know. Choose one. Are you a piece of shit or are you a dumbass? Because those are the only two options possible. You want to attack me.
Bro, what are you talking about? That's not the... I don't know. It seems so...
For defending an Arab who has talked shit about me by saying that I'm saying that all Arabs who are anti-genocidal are barbaric. What a fucking disgusting piece of shit you are. You fucking moron. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to back down. You are a joke. You're a little fucking crybaby. Anytime anyone tries to say anything to you, you throw a little bitch fit. How disgusting. How disgusting. You want to criticize me, say I didn't say enough, I'm not saying enough. You want to say I'm a piece of shit for where I work, say whatever the fuck you want. When the moment you twist something like this, especially when it's me defending an Arab, it shows how fucking disingenuous you are. And shame on you. And shame on anyone who believes it. And clip this, say I'm triggered, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Just don't act like you give a fuck about Palestine. You care about internet drama. And that's it. And that's it. Here, look at this comment. Where's the timestamp where you called brown people fucking barbarians so I can report you for it without watching? And of course, this person's username is radical individual. Wow. Oh, did I just dox someone? Did I just dox someone? Are you gonna fucking cry?
No, that's not what doxing is, dumbass. I'm sorry. That was rude. But that's not what doxing is. That's a username.
Here, I'll dox someone. I'll dox everyone on the snark right now. You ready? I'll dox you, Bet Empanada, and everyone on the snark. You ready? You wanna know where you guys are located? Right here on my fucking dick. You guys need to hop the fuck off. Oh, I just hope you record your reaction. That's all I hope. I hope I could see you losing it and crying like a little fucking baby. God, I know you will with community posts and whatnot, but it won't be as beautiful as just seeing you cry live. And this isn't the first time. Just to give, I'm not trying to go in on Milhouse. I'm over Milhouse, but let me just give you even more context to this specific situation. This is not the first time I've defended him after he said horrible shit, either about me or other people. For those of you who don't know, Mike from PA, this white dude from PA, was talking shit and saying that I am a disgrace to my people. I'm ashamed. They're ashamed of me. Whatever the fuck. And I made me upset because I'm like, who are you as a white guy to say that I'm a disgrace to my people and my people are disappointed with me? Who are you to say that? I understand he's white. I appreciate him defending Palestine. God bless. I'm okay with him criticizing me for whatever the fuck he wants.
No, you don't.
But who are you to speak on behalf of my people? And you, Milhouse, stood up and you're like, well, as a Lebanese guy, I'll say you're a disgrace to our people. I was like, okay, dude. And then I said something about it on my stream. And I said, even though you've said horrific shit, and that was referring to his comment about loving the screams of innocent Israelis, I still don't want to dogpile on you. I still don't want to do that.
Oh, you're such a nice guy.
Because you're Lebanese, you live in Lebanon, where it's being actively bombed, and I don't... Actually, you know what? Let me just show you his reaction to it.
You know... Fuck it, man. Fuck it. Milhouse, I don't know if you'll see this clip.
Fuck it.
I want to say like, also... All right, fuck it. Milhouse, like, AB, I don't know what, like, if you're afraid of, like, saying something about me, I'm not gonna fucking come after you, bro. I'm powerless. So there's nothing that I can do to harm you.
Well, here, let me explain myself now. No, I'm not afraid to come after you. What I'm saying is I don't want to call out someone who's in Lebanon being actively bombed, no matter how much shit they talk about me. Even though previously I've seen you defend me, but like I said, that's...
Aren't the people that they target, not target, they're in a beef, but aren't the people that they have problems with always the strangest picks?
The snark.
It's just very coincidental.
Snark brain got to you too much.
Milhouse, I don't know if you'll see this clip. I want to say shame on you for me telling a white dude that he has no right to speak for me as an Arab, and then you look at the camera and you say, well, as a Lebanese person, I'm saying that you're a disappointment. You can say whatever you want to me, say however you want it, but to do it in a way in which you side with a white person, Habibi, you're getting too high off the snark cloud, okay? I'm telling you that.
I'm sorry, but the white person did way more than, like, he spoke out way more than AB has.
So yeah, so the white person he's talking about is Mike.
So what?
Is Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
And let's watch the...
Okay, here, I'll explain. The problem is the fact that what we were arguing about was him speaking on behalf of my people. As I said, criticize me whenever you want.
What is this thing that they do? Like, who is who? He's making fun of him because he has a big nose and glasses. So he calls him Milhouse. Lucia. Which is what I mean, I don't really care about that. I forgot what I was saying.
But when the specific argument is this white dude telling me how Arabs feel about me and speaking on behalf of Arabs is not okay, and then Milhouse jumped in and felt like he was going to be the Arab to co-sign that, and that was the problem. Yeah, I'm glad that Mike from PA speaks about Palestine.
Oh, I was talking about this. Yeah, no, big noses are can be very attractive. Like strong noses. When they're talking about Mike from PA.
Okay, here, I'll explain. The problem is the fact.
When they do this and they're like, oh, this is the most disgusting looking person in the world. Whatever. Yeah, Jeremy. But they like try to condemn people calling Frogan fat and stuff, but then they turn around and do the same thing with Mike. It just feels like they're trying not to look like too bad of a person, you know? Like, oh well, we shouldn't call the Arab woman fat, but I mean, not that I'm out here writing for like men's rights or like white people rights or something, but it's I don't know, it feels hypocritical.
And let's watch the...
Okay, here, I'll explain. The problem is the fact that what we were arguing about was him speaking on behalf of my people. And as I said, criticize me whenever you want. But when the specific argument is this white dude telling me how Arabs feel about me and speaking on behalf of Arabs is not okay, and then Millhouse jumped in and felt like he was going to be the Arab to
True. So does Ethan. I mean, even worse though.
To co-sign that, and that was the problem. Yeah, I'm glad that Mike from PA speaks about Palestine. God bless him. I thought he was a cool guy first. That's why I defended him. Every encounter we had, he was nice. He was asking about my family. I was like, oh, this guy's awesome. But then I found out later on he doesn't care. It's just about trying to use me to.
No, but dude. He has the overall. He's able to dictate who can and can't be criticized for their stances on Palestine. There's Palestinian people who are aggressively anti-Palestine. Like it's. You know, not people like living in Gaza or like the occupied regions usually. I mean, that people know of. Can't imagine there would be, but like, you know, public figures who use like being Palestinian. It's like, it doesn't, just because you're getting criticized, it just feels so obvious to all of them. Like it should be so obvious to all of them, like where they're going wrong.
Hurt people around me.
Trying to please everyone, but when you try to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one, bro.
Who am I pleasing? Habibi, who am I pleasing? I'm pissing off everyone. You go through my comments, you'll see terrorist sympathizer. You'll see you work for a Zionist. You'll see Zionist. You'll see traitor. You'll see why do you still defend Frogan? I am pissing off everyone because I'm staying true to myself and what I believe. Like I'm trying to keep everyone happy.
You know what I mean?
Don't you think it'd be a lot easier just to pick an audience and just stick with it? Don't you?
Oh, you're such a strong soldier, AB. Ugh.
You think it would
maybe everybody's yelling at you. Maybe because you're on the wrong side of history. Like maybe
just be easier to just sit there and let people talk shit about Frogan and not try to defend her?
While keeping the pro-Palestinian audience happy, you're not going to be able to do that. Something's got to give at some point. When it's
and again, if this is not directed just towards Millhouse, this is everyone. If you truly believe that my workplace is spreading harmful views, isn't it better for the cause if I'm there to push back at all? Even if it's...
When has he pushed back? When has he pushed back? When he does, it's the most mild. It is the most mild instance. Or... Hold on.
Not up to par with what you guys want, even if it's not enough. Isn't it good to have me there? Like, sincerely.
You're not going to keep him happy no matter what, unless you start shitting on his...
That's also such a dumb argument. Like, if you're not doing, like, you being a certain ethnicity doesn't make it... Right, and that's the other thing. They accuse other people of being, like, drama slop tubers, but the issue is you're... Anyway.
Lived experience. Which I say clearly in this clip, but go on. And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking. Israeli authorities block.
Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never
I
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making though?
Thanks so much for pushing back, AB.
Isn't it good to have me there? Like, sincerely.
So good. It's so good to have you there, AB. Thanks so much.
You're not going to keep him happy no matter what, unless you start shitting on Hassan every day. But you don't want to do that because you know that Hassan isn't a piece of shit anti-Semite. So down...
And by the way, the only person out of all these people calling me out that has said to leave the...
I was so taken aback when Ethan had the audacity to call anybody disgusting looking, like vile looking. Like, my man, I'm sorry. Like, I hate to comment on people's looks, but...
Crew alone has been Hassan, just for the record. The only time I've ever heard Hassan talk about me or Lena, he said to leave...
That was hypocritical of me. I probably shouldn't be commenting on people's looks. Either way.
Leave us alone, that we're in a tough situation.
You know what I mean? You can't sit on 9 hours a week on a Hasbara Zionist podcast and then a couple hours on your solo stream being like, yeah, but I'm pro-Palestine because I reacted to a Palestine video on my stream.
It's almost as if I'm trying to do what I can with...
Right, Lucia. Like, you can add some context if you want, AB, but yeah, chill out there a little
what's
bit.
In my control. My stream, my social media accounts, I have been posting about Palestine nonstop. That is what I own. I don't know if you guys know that. I don't know if you guys know that. I know you guys want me to be homeless. Listen, again, and I've said this before, even if you accept...
I'm sorry to keep on pausing, but that's the thing. That's why he is so much more dangerous than a normal pro-Palestinian person who doesn't really add that much, or you know, who doesn't amplify that much, or do any like community outreach or anything in person, is that he can claim to be pro-Palestine just like everybody else can claim to be whatever they want, but it doesn't mean anything until you actually do something. But he's pushing the idea, not pushing necessarily, but it's making it seem like it's okay to associate and to help lift up these people like Ethan Klein, and still claim and still be pro-Palestine. He's making it, people think that that's not completely counteractive, and in fact doing more harm, because the general public opinion in the West is already off kilter towards, you know, in favor of the IOF. So when you associate with these type of people, and not only that, but you are helping them make money every single day. You are aiding in them, or you're helping facilitate the spread of this dangerous message from Ethan Klein. And you know, it's like I always say, like, you know, Trump supporters will say, oh, you know, I don't hate any color, I'm not racist, I don't see color, I don't hate gay people. But it doesn't mean anything.
Your idea of what's going on and where I work. Do you guys not understand that I'm not a doctor? I can't just transfer to another hospital. Do you guys understand that? Again, I'm not even saying I want to leave my job or anything like that. I'm just saying, do you guys not understand that? Would it be more helpful if I'm homeless? Would that help? Would that help the cause?
Is that the only alternative? Are these the two options? Either you help spread Hasbara, or you are homeless? Are these the two options? I'm sure you could sell some of that. Okay, not my business.
You want me to go stand on Skid Row with the fucking, you want me to take my Palestinian flag and say Free Palestine? Then I could hold my head high? Then you'll be happy?
You're offsetting that 2-hour stream that you're doing with 9 hours of fucking work for fucking like a Zionist entity.
Exactly.
AB. Like, you have to make a choice, my man. You have to make a choice. You can't play both sides.
I've made the choice to stay with people who treat me like a human being. That's my choice. That's what I've decided.
Of the field on a fucking genocide. You're not gonna...
There was a point where I honestly considered going back.
Does anybody remember the clip where Hila's like, oh, and you get to work with us, isn't that ideal? Where do they...
back home, and honestly was like, and nothing to do with the way I was being treated by anyone, but because of all the hate me and Lena have been getting. There was a short few months where I considered it, but then as time went on, and I've seen how unirrational a lot of these people are, and I've seen how they take things out of context. They just want to use me as a chess piece. I'm like, what am I thinking? I'm gonna walk away from what I've always wanted, which was to live out here, to be involved in YouTube. I'm gonna walk away from my dream for people who are rational, who will, if it's not today, tomorrow will drop me like nothing if I'm not 100% in agreement with them. I don't want that. I don't want these people in my audience. I don't want these people as my friends. Like, I don't know how hard it is to understand that, like, y'all are just not reasonable, and you'll never make progress by being insane. And again, I'm not directing this at Millhouse. This is to everyone.
And then I'm the enemy, and then you only have smoke for me, Millhouse. I'm the fucking problem in this. Bro, you think, was I the first one to fucking call you out?
No, but your opinion was the only one that I actually even cared about, because you're in Lebanon. You're a dude who's in the middle of this. So I actually cared about your opinion. I don't care about Mike from PA or any of these other fucking haters, any of these bad empanadas who are off the hinges. I thought from the clips I saw of you, you were being understanding and you were being kind to me, Alina. But again, I think the snark got to you. Yes, Habibi, you think that I'm afraid of you, or like why I was hesitant to talk about you in the first place? Yeah, because I don't want to start with you. I don't like the way that people weaponize Arabs against each other. I don't like it. And that's why I defended you also with this most recent thing. Me calling you barbaric. No, I was not calling you barbaric. I was defending.
Okay, I can understand if he was saying that I wasn't calling all pro-Palestine, anti-genocide people barbarians. I can understand that viewpoint, but you were absolutely implying that he was being barbaric.
You. I was defending you against people falsely saying that you wanted to R-word my mom and sister, because I don't think that's right, even if you were talking shit about me and Lena. See, us Arabs, we tend to have a problem with being divisive. It's the reason that Israel's able to even do what it does when it's surrounded by so many Arab countries. Well, that in the back of the United States, but me falsely saying that you wanted to R-word my mom and sister, because I don't think that's right. Even if you were talking shit about me and Lena. See, us Arabs, we tend to have a problem with being divisive. It's the reason that Israel's able to even do what it does when it's surrounded by so many Arab countries. Well, that in the back.
Okay, now you're making it worse.
Back in the United States, but yeah, we really do have a problem being divisive, and I do not want to contribute to that, even if I disagree with people. And I'll get hate for saying this, but whatever.
Even if a white guy said it, we agree.
And that's why I stepped in. I was like,
right.
I was like, if you're not gonna listen,
Sorry, but he's right.
All right, that's fine. But then, please, your whole quarrel with me is that I'm not standing up for my people. Well, this is a literal, specific example of someone going against another Arab when he's in an argument with a white guy. So, who's going against their people?
Get his ass. That's the thing. I don't want to have beef with him. I know he's going through it. I don't agree. I don't agree with some of the horrible shit, some of the horrific shit he said.
When they say the horrific shit I said, they're talking about me reacting to Israelis running from the Iranian bombing. Again, it was a legitimate response after Israel attacked the Iranian consulate in Syria. No civilians died. There was one civilian that died, unfortunately. We were just having some fun after 7 months of watching babies getting blown up on our phones in Palestine, okay? So
you'll be okay, AB.
Seeing Israelis getting a small taste of their own medicine was a little bit cathartic, AB, so I don't think what I said was that crazy when you
this cause.
That's another thing. I was doxing people for saying the Oscar Mayer weenie nationwide mobile was in Dearborn because there's one at the museum there. That wasn't the actual one, but it's a game we play on the show. You know, me and Love are competing for Michigan and Swedish
I just
points.
don't understand. Like, if they really cared about this cause, then wouldn't you work in here be like the ideal situation? Like, you get to have a job,
exactly, and it's
and
like,
then you also get to go and stream whatever you want and say whatever you want. Like, you have no limitations.
Also, he can contribute here.
This is such an insane statement.
You know, me and Love are
this cause, then wouldn't you work in here be like the ideal situation?
It's not. That's not the only qualifier for it being a good situation, Hila. I just hate the way that she says that. You get to have a job with people who not the general public, but people who pro-Palestine people view as Zionist and anti-Palestine. You get to have a job with them? Is that a good thing? They're so incapable of seeing it from others' perspectives, even if they still disagree. The way that she said that made it so clear that she's not able to see this from any other perspective than her own.
Like, you get to have a job,
exactly, and it's
and
like,
then
think
you
what
also
you
get
want.
to go and stream whatever you want and say whatever you want. Like, you have no limitations.
You get to say whatever you want.
look at it in context.
I know I'll be okay. I'm not worried about.
Right? Like,
you know, clearly.
I know Arabs don't really get to have, like, what was the implication there?
I'm not worried about me, which is why I try to defend other Arabs in the perception.
Oh, he's such a martyr.
I don't want to be the guy to start beef with another Lebanese dude who's living in Lebanon that's actively being bombed right now. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to say that he shouldn't feel a certain way because I know he's living there and he's going through it. But I guess that's the difference.
Difference from what?
Twitch they'll watch this clip and they'll say, no, the difference is you do this and you work for this. Okay, whatever.
No, it's valid criticism. You can't just say whatever.
I guess he's trying to say, like, that's the difference between you and me. Like, I'm willing to go for him, even though he's Arab, but he's not going to attack me because I'm Arab. And AB, we've been very nice to you, Manu.
We've never attacked him ever, actually.
We've been very generous. We've been very charitable. I constantly get criticized on Twitter, in the comments, in the live chat for being way too charitable and way too nice. Everyone's like, stop giving AB a second chance. Stop giving AB more chances. He's shown us his true colors. He has picked a side, okay? And I'm always defending you because, AB, let me full screen myself for this, because you are my Lebanese brother, bro. And in the Khayr, you know how many people have told me, like, why don't you fight AB in, like, Creator Clash 3 or box AB in Creator Clash 4? I'm like, I don't want to have to fight.
I have to tell you about the future.
Together. I don't want to fight you. I don't even think you want to hit me. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't, Habibi.
Part of me, it's going to be hard for me to dislike you, but you're always going to be one of my favorites because...
That's so sweet. Now let's fast forward like 2 weeks in the future.
Fucking pussy. Bro. AB sitting there looking fucking...
Yeah, because he doubled down.
coward. God knows what the fuck he's doing. AB and Lena, fucking cowards, Lebanese cowards. We do not recognize you as Lebanese, by the way. I'm done being charitable to you two pieces of shit, okay? I'm done being charitable. Fuck you guys.
Inshallah, you and your family are safe.
Inshallah, brother.
There you go. There's the clip. And the clip there. Hey.
It's like he's doing the same thing that Ethan is doing. He's presenting it like there was nothing leading up to this. He said fast forward 2 weeks. Yeah, there was shit that happened in between then. Not excluding the fact that Ethan ramped up as well, and Ethan said more horrible stuff, and you still stood by him unequivocally.
Hey, I have 2 phones. Hey, whoever clips this, end the clip there. I want him to know that I said, inshallah, your family is safe.
So like, I don't know how sincere that is. If you're just like, I just wanted to know that I said it, but AB, thank you, sincerely thank you, and also I hope your family's safe, because let's be honest, AB's family, I'm guessing if AB is half Muslim, so his family
full Muslim
might live in Shia areas. His
half Lebanese
family might be in more direct danger than I am. So AB,
Wait, was Shia?
I think he's Shia. Yeah, he's
Wow,
Shia.
I like you more.
What did I say about us Arabs being divisive? She likes me more now that she knows I'm Shia. I'm not actually criticizing her. I'm just pointing it out. Us Arabs love to be divisive. Next, she would have asked what village I'm from.
I believe that's the case. So his family.
Wouldn't it be more accurate to say Muslims anyway? Being Arabic isn't anyway.
But yes, my family is in South Lebanon, the part that's being bombed, and Lena's family.
The South, if he has any family in Dahia, they're in more direct danger from Israel than I am.
And again, as I said in my video, whenever someone mentioned your mom not doing so well, I said I wish her well. I hope, everything's okay. I'll keep her in my prayers. And then the next clip I see of you, you're saying fuck my mother. So, okay. Shout out to my Lebanese brother, Millhouse, right there. Again,
acting like nothing spurred this on.
Even though I get shit.
Come on.
For still being forgiving and defending. I do not like the idea of people weaponizing us against each other. I appreciate people defending me sincerely, but I don't need people to make up stuff like he was saying that he wanted to R-word my mom and sister. What happens when I defend you from that? You have this fucking moron, Bad Empanada, saying that I said that all pro-Palestinian anti-genocidal activists are barbaric. Nice. No good deed goes unpunished, huh? As soon as I started the
oh my god, why does he put so much highlight on him being a good guy? I don't understand that.
This live, I got tagged in this. I guess I'll end on this, but yeah.
I like they have no benefit of the doubt from me anymore, and they don't deserve it. And literally the only reason why I included the AB section in the video is because he was talking shit, saying I say like vile things, and saying that we had a disagreement. Last time we talked, we had a disagreement, which is not true.
Wow. Okay, Morgan. Let me just say, I didn't mean to pause it on your face right here. Let me just say this, okay? I brought you up to defend you. I said, oh. Okay, Morgan. I brought you up to defend you. I said that people are inhumanely cruel to you, even though I knew I was gonna get shit from the audience because I know the audience doesn't like you. I said, no matter what she said, if you think she said vile shit, whatever you have a problem with about her, the amount of hate she's getting, the amount of disgusting racism that you have to deal with is not just from all of the...
All right. Does he say anything interesting?
It's not right. And I was defending you. I don't know what to say other than I don't know. And when I said that we had a disagreement, as a friend, I was trying to show you some dignity by not saying that you messaged me and I didn't respond, because I'm not trying to make you look bad. I was just trying to say that we haven't talked. I don't know what to say. I spoke up to defend you and I got shit for it. Go read the...
Why do they want to make themselves victims so badly? Like, even if you were in the right, even if it was over nothing, it just sounds so disingenuous to simultaneously be on the attack and acting like all big and like saying you, fuck you, blah blah blah, and like aggro and trying to like sun people, and then also be trying to get people's sympathy at the same time. It's so
chat that day, see what people were saying when I was defending you, and I stand by it. I don't take it back. I'll still defend you from the way people love to go at you.
That's the only reason why I included it. He thinks, and who are you to think that your words being leaked are that powerful? If every single time you talk to somebody, you're like, don't make sure you don't post this. It's like, grow up.
Who do I think I am? Maybe I just want to be treated like a human. Maybe
What the fuck? What the fuck? If people, right? It's just so like just so empty. What? I was a good guy, and people still gave me shit for it. He's even framing it like people are giving me shit for being a good guy. That's not why, dude. He acts like every one of these incidents are in a vacuum. He's acting like there's no like context to the situation. He's like, oh, I was being nice to you and people gave me shit for it, and I was trying to be charitable to you, and I told people, hey, don't call you fat. And people still won't give me the benefit of the doubt. Do you
just want to be treated like a friend and not a prop? Oh my God. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I could criticize you for starting shit with my boss, knowing that we're friends, but I still
Ew, dude. How dare you talk about my boss? When he talks about the difference between being homeless and this and that, and then like saying, oh, how dare you talk about my boss like that? It just makes him seem very out of touch.
defended you all the way back in the beginning. And then up to the most recent time you were
Right.
talked about, still defended you and got so much shit for it. And I don't take it back because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm sorry. I would hope that when I'm messaging my friend during a tough time that it will stay between us. You're not stupid. You're smart. You know that me and Lena are caught in the middle of this drama. And so it doesn't help when you're spending every day talking shit
Right, Pickles. Yeah,
about my workplace or my boss, and then you say in the same stream that me and Lena and AB, we're cool, we're fine. I didn't want to believe you were doing it intentionally, and maybe you weren't, but people were using it to say me and Lena were doing something that we
Maybe because you act independent. You've said on so many occasions that you're independent from your boss. You're not the same people. You're not all in a vacuum. Like, you're not all on the same, peas in a pod. Like, you're not, you can say whatever you want and you can talk to whoever you want and have whatever opinion you want. So her having an opinion on your boss didn't seem like it was didn't seem like it was something that might cause issues because you presented yourself as being so independent and autonomous. So it's not that crazy. I can understand like why it caused issues, but it's not that crazy to think that it wouldn't have based on how you talked.
weren't. And it's just something that I don't want to deal with when I'm consulting with a friend. So yeah, I just ultimately had to stop responding.
We weren't like super close or whatever. But
Even if I'm not a fan of his, because I don't think it's productive to be true about him, as I will with Millhouse whenever people are saying stuff that isn't true about him. Even if
oh, such a good guy.
It's my family's history.
Yeah, they left for Zionism.
Like
People's shitty essays.
that part for me was very. If I may say so, as your wife, I was very proud.
Thank you. And I feel like and you can see that I anticipated all of his dumb fucking points. Like, he tries to bust out this Avi Schleim thing, and I'm like, I already know everything about what you're going to say. And that happens so many times throughout, because he's so transparent. He gets all of his talking points from other people's shitty essays.
That part for me was very surreal to see somebody try to erase my family's history.
Yeah, they left for Zionism.
Like,
why can you not admit?
Nobody's trying to erase that history. The argument was that Ethan was making was that the blame is on the Arabs for converting all of those people into Zionism. And you laid the blame on them. And people were disagreeing with that, rightfully so. Fucking revisionist history, just retconning whatever detail makes you look a little bit better. Nobody was trying to erase history.
That Middle Eastern
except y'all
Jews are also victims because in their world, in their mind, Ducky, don't do it. Ducky.
No sniffing, Ducky.
No sniffing, turd. In their world, in the world of purity testing and grandstanding, of nuances, the devil, the Jews they can't be victims. They cannot be victims. The Israelis, they cannot be victims. Otherwise, it ruins everything. It's like, it's unreal.
Victims of what? Victims of what? What are you talking about? Lucia, I don't know if you're actually asking what, but yeah, he's saying that if these people, people like Hassan were to accept that Israelis can be victims of something, and he's using these mass generalization points again, but if they were to accept that they are able to be victims, everything would fall apart for them. Their entire argument would fall apart for them.
Not be victims. The Israelis, they cannot be victims. Otherwise, it ruins everything. It's like, it's unreal. It's unreal.
Oh, and he doubled down on the rapes as well.
The rapes. He says all we have is circumstantial evidence, which, by the way, is how most people get convicted of rape.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's an interesting point.
Besides the fact that these were people who are mutilated, burned away, is how most people get convicted of rape.
That's an interesting point.
Besides the fact that these were people who are mutilated, burned alive, murdered, buried, he says he actually said the thing of we need rape kits on these rotting cadavers who have already been desecrated for me to conclusively say there was rapes.
Mm-hmm.
Despite me showing him 4 first-hand accounts. And people are watching this. It's so blackpilling. It's so blackpilling. The thing that I'm seeing throughout Hassan and now Ian's video is just the blatant, and you'll see how people have responded to some of this too and what they're posting about it. The blatant, unashamed lying that happens. And it's so blatant that I feel like the people who are supporting them know it's a lie. Like they know it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't care.
Yeah, that was a hard realization for us, I feel like, over the time, like in the last year. At first you think like, oh, maybe they're misunderstood or they just need to be corrected. They're wrong on something. And then like slowly you just realize like, no, they're just lying and they're knowingly lying and they're okay with it.
And their fans are okay with it.
And their fans are okay with it. I don't know.
It's that I said something to Hassan during the debate and I really think it's true. I'm not a liar. That's why I was able to pull.
How many times did he concede on a point with Hassan during that debate? How many times did he concede about something not actually being as it was?
Pull up the content cop without fear and react to it live. Because I'm not a liar. Okay? Anything he shows, I could either he's got it wrong or I can explain it. Whatever. I'm honest. Hassan is a path.
That's an insane thing to say. He's saying he knew beforehand that whatever Hassan was going to say, he knew he could disprove it. Because he was talking about his mindset before the debate.
I don't know if he's pathological because he seems to do it very...
I mean, it sets him up for not, Yeah, actually he did. During the... Pickles, you said, I think he literally said I lied at one point, and he did. He was, I don't know if he was being like, facetious or something, but he was like, you're right, I lied about the fan. He's not your fan, which is true. Like this not evidence, but this was presented to Ethan that this guy was just some random clout chaser dude, and he still brought it up as if it was his fan.
He's a liar, and he knows that. That's why he can't watch this shit. That's why he can only watch it through the lens of somebody who's already edited it down and editorialized it. The dogs met each other. Rocky's in a little enclosure.
Yeah.
Rocky is the cutest creature on the planet, possibly.
Dog.
Possibly.
You know what we're doing? You ever get a new fish? You ever have fish and then you put the new fish in the bag with the other fish?
The puffer fish, right?
So they kind of like see each other for a little bit.
Interesting.
That's what we're doing with the
turns
dogs.
into a circle.
Ah.
Rocky's in a bag. It's really something, and well, let's just get into it, I guess.
Let's get into it.
There's two nice, fun things we can do at the top here. For example, Lord of the Rings art. We love it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Getting bombarded again. Some of you were asking. So they erased the original actively in communities. And then, like, which you'll see, you know what Hassan did the minute our debate ended?
After he took off the scarf or before?
After he took off the scarf. By the way, when that debate ended, I didn't see it, but I heard.
I saw people say he took off the Palestine scarf.
The minute the debate ended. Why? I mean,
is anybody confused about whether he's pro-Palestine or not? Why does he need the scarf on? He had the scarf on, so while being exposed to double the viewers, he was seen like that. But everybody who is watching him otherwise knows he's pro-Palestine. He doesn't need to prove it. He doesn't need to do things like AB does, where he wears a keffiyeh once a year to prove that he's pro-Palestine. What a stupid point. Oh my God, what a dumb fucking point.
I mean, that's just like, okay, we don't need this anymore, huh,
It's
bud?
getting warm.
How uncomfortable is a scarf? You couldn't wear it for the rest of the stream? You know? Like, bro,
yeah, stop.
What I was saying
your point is that what did he do right after? What did he open?
he takes off the scarf and then he goes straight to the Snark subreddit and browses it on stream.
Ethan.
And we're supposed to pretend like we're both the same, or that one's not better than the other, or that he's right at all in any way.
What the fuck does that have? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Him taking off the scarf as if he's not obviously publicly vehemently pro-Palestine, and him opening the Snark subreddit, leftovers subreddit. What does that have to do with him being right or not? By the way, Ethan's entire subreddit is, the only difference is, he's like, oh, we're supposed to pretend that we're the same or something. The only difference being, your actual community just does the same exact things that the Snark subreddit does. They do the same exact things. Have you guys seen the amount of times? Have you guys seen the amount of times that people have just called for the arrest and deportation of people like Hassan Piker or Denims, or like talking about reporting them to ICE and stuff? Like, are we supposed to pretend that you're not the same as a Snark subreddit? Not even. I mean, I think it's more, I'm biased, but I think the Age 3 subreddit is more, I don't know what the right word is, but I think it's worse.
What I hate is also that they just remove meaning from words, because then when you say that, it's like, well, your whole Reddit is a Snark page. Or when you say you...
No, it literally is. It quite literally is.
Watch hate videos, it's like your whole channel is a hate video. So it's like you can't really talk with people like that, because
it doesn't remove meaning. When you compare the two, they are identical. Sorry, when you compare the two to an actual hate video, the two are identical. Like, the things that you do, you come after people's looks nonstop. You make these broad generalizations. You charge them with the worst possible offenses, and imply that people are pedophiles. You imply that people have R-worded people with absolutely no evidence. And again, you comment on people's looks. You dox people. You send people to be harassed. It's like, what is the actual difference between a video like yours and somebody like Leafy or another one of those just hate channels?
Everything is just
people said he's exhibiting like abuser behavior, and I kind of really understand. I'm like,
oh my God,
it's like you can't make any point without it being your fault. Your whole channel's a Snark channel? What? Your whole subreddit's a Snark
yeah.
Bro, the top post was something about fat love.
Me?
No, not you.
No,
Fat
not
Love.
you. Fat Love.
The top post was about fat love, guys. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We meet the bare minimum requirement for not being fat phobic. Hell yeah.
Anyway, thanks to them.
This is such a stupid fucking argument. Holy shit.
Cool art. And you can buy their poster as well. Joe Rogan posted this last year. We are all fucked.
We are.
So
Let's have some goofs.
That's it. That's all I have for goofs.
Yeah.
Right, you've got Joe Rogan posting AI art with his mind blown.
And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, you know, that like toxic masculinity kind of guy.
Yeah.
Always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even.
Mark just show me. Hey, the views are crazy, 1.6 million already. So I'm glad people watched it, and I hope.
Yeah.
I think the most amount Asmin Goals reaction is about to have more views. Whatever. I'm glad people are watching it because I think if you actually watch it and you're not completely captured. And by the way, the criticism I'm getting online is that I'm on drugs.
I always thought Ethan was tweaking. I didn't know he had that shit.
So shitting on me for having Tourette syndrome, a intrinsic attribute of who I am. I have no control over it. And the other thing is taking me just saying fucking Arabs in the totality of this huge conversation in which Hassan was denying Jewish suffering and persecution in the Middle East. And I'm saying the Arabs are the ones that kicked them out. And they're like, oh, the Arabs? Like,
so was he denying the suffering? You were attributing it to the wrong people, Ethan.
What else am I supposed to say? It's the Arab nations. It's pan-Arab nationalism. It's the Arab Peninsula. These are Arab countries. Nobody's got a problem if you're like, oh, the Europeans did this. The Chinese did this.
Is Europe a race?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Why? It's so obvious what I meant. And they know that.
I mean, he's talked about... I don't know. It's hard to tell, but he just looks way too amped up. Like, he will be, like, really amped up. And, like, go through these, like, weird type of mood swings. I don't know if that's, you know, the effect of... To be fair, I can't tell, but, like, yeah, I don't know.
That's the thing is they know that. But somehow they go, look at Ethan unhinged saying fucking Arabs. Like, here, actually, I have it. You guys
I
will.
have no problem with him at this same conversation erasing so many people's history.
I hate these.
Dude,
Just
you want
saying
to talk
that it
about
didn't
hate?
happen.
You want to talk about hate and racism? Telling 900,000 Jews that were chased out of their homes, their possessions, their money, their businesses.
They left homes, they left
Stolen.
belongings. Why you really
Many were
think-
killed.
You really think they wanted to leave all that?
They left their communities of thousands.
How are they doing this? How are people buying this? First of all, yeah, said the terrorist. But how are they completely... That's not the argument. What are you even talking about? Nobody's denying that happened. That is a widely accepted thing that happened. 900,000 Jews, Arab Jews. But you're trying to say that Arabs were responsible for this. That Arabs had a big part in Zionism. And then you're framing it as a completely different argument, just something that is not even close. Oh, sorry.
Chased out of their homes, their possessions, their money, their businesses.
They left homes, they left
Stolen.
belongings. Why you really
Many were
think-
killed.
You really think they wanted to leave all that?
They left their communities of thousands of years. Some of the most ancient communities
Yeah.
in the whole world.
Yeah, who did it? Who's responsible for that, Ethan? Who's responsible for that? And don't say fucking Arabs. Oh my God.
And his
mind-numbing.
He says the majority of them left because they were Zionists. They did not give a fuck about Israel or Zionism. They didn't care about Zionism. And once again, Avi Schleim, the guy that he keeps leaning on as proof for that, said that his family didn't leave because of Zionism. They left because they were afraid and they were being persecuted.
Oh, and it's also the same person arguing that he was calling those Jews inbred, but it's okay because they were doing something bad.
Not Jews. They were all Israeli. They all had a couple of things in common. Can we just go over the list of the people that he called inbred real quick? This is one of the people that were called inbred. Somebody who is against humanitarian aid. He is one of the most violently genocidal members of the Knesset, who was kicked out at one point, and I believe, oh, he resigned. Ignites protests. Been convicted. Oh yeah, convicted. This is one of the people he called inbred. Netanyahu. I don't think I need to explain who Netanyahu is. He called settlers who were stealing shipments, humanitarian aid shipments meant for hungry Gazans. He called them inbred. And he called students who the happenings on that are a little bit less clear, but they were essentially lying about what was happening during a pro-Palestine protest, and they were Israeli. Yes, Jeremy, yeah, he was just in the USA talking with Republicans, and he came out of it saying that, oh yeah, Republicans approve of the no humanitarian aid and actually not even no humanitarian aid, but just bombing the food supplies. He said that U.S. Republicans are okay with that. They said that they're in support of that. So that's the person that we're dealing with. And they all had one thing in common, and it wasn't that they were Jewish.
Also the same person arguing that he was calling those Jews inbred, but it's okay because they were doing something bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, even if they're doing something bad, it's kind of weird for you to call them inbred.
Yeah, it's
not Jewish.
Let me show you guys what's here. This is, and by the way, I mean, if this is the only I have not seen anyone like factually contend with what I've said. It's only ever been like bad faith shit, like
you're racist.
I'm on drugs. You know, it's funny. Before all this, everybody was somehow everybody knew that I was on Tourette's. That was like something I felt like everybody knew, and I never had to explain. And if somebody didn't understand it, there was always a comment like, "Oh, he's on Tourette's," and they'd be like, "Okay, that's fair." You know, I gotta say, conservatives who've shit on me, it's been like, they'll make fun of me for ticking out, and then someone will say I have Tourette's, and be like, "Oh, my bad," and they move on. These people say I'm on drugs, and they know that because every time they say it, there's somebody trying to correct them, but they don't care.
I also really hate the implication that comes with it because it's so irresponsible to accuse a parent of that, because you know. You're a parent.
Of being on drugs?
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's so obvious I'm not on drugs.
You take being a parent very seriously.
Bro, I sat there for 5 fucking hours, okay? I didn't... I do this shit... Dude, I'm obviously not on drugs. Anybody fucking knows... was that? You know? Yeah, I've never in my whole life had my condition be used against me in such a way where they're actually not only being like, oh, you're weird, right? They're trying to impugn my character, that somehow I'm immoral for having Tourette's syndrome.
Who here thinks that somebody is making that argument? Who is making that argument? God. Legit, nobody cares. Legit, nobody cares. You would have the same allegations because of how you behave. The fact that you're up in the middle of the night posting long essay Instagram stories attacking people with the most insane shit ever said. The fact that you're on a year-long crash out.
And these are the progressives. These are the tolerant people. Anyway, this is a post on
Oh my God, he's making the right wing. He's making that argument. So much for the tolerant left that like every alt-right commentator uses when they get any discomfort.
Faux moi, which is basically a snark subreddit. It's actually insane. This is part of the web of...
It's not a fucking snark subreddit, dude. It's a left... They talk about literally every political happening. And you're just one of the people that is doing bad things. They talk about people who are doing bad things. They talk about cultural happenings. And you just happen to be somebody who fits that category. Everybody's a snarker.
Subreddits that we've discussed previously, but 18,000 likes. 18,000 likes, right? Ethan from H3 claims that, quote, fucking Arabs caused the conflict. Now,
that's not what you said.
Now, you guys that watched this 5-hour-long debate know that I was articulating myself, I think in that moment, quite clearly about what I meant. Let's see how they
Yeah, that's the problem.
cut it together in this 1-minute clip.
The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic. 900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs.
Why was that cut? What the fuck cut was that? And then
Hassan is smiling because he's like, "Yep, I got the clip I needed."
I didn't even honestly.
Hold on.
Honestly, I didn't even know what he was talking about because I was speaking honestly and I was speaking passionately. And obviously throughout this whole conversation, we've both been using fucking as a, you know, as a, it's common. Everybody does it in English, especially when you're like getting impassioned. You say this fucking this, that. It's like
Not
so
a word.
obvious. So
I knew in the moment you were using it as saying like obviously.
Oh, thank you, AB.
What I'm saying is the Arabs.
Thank you so much, AB.
But that being said, I knew in that moment that it was going to get clipped.
It didn't even occur to me.
Why? Well, that's why you have to regulate.
Yeah, just keep that Islamophobia down a little bit. Keep it down. No, I'm not signed in.
Your
There's
anger
I
in
can do.
moments like that.
There's literally nothing I can do.
I kind of agree with you just because I know you and I think you're right that there's nothing you can do.
Not just
It's
that.
still, I think it's
can't
a
prevent it.
valid criticism though that when talking about something that sensitive, that keeping your emotions in check and just speaking calmly and clearly without.
To be honest with you,
That's not the criticism. Holy shit. That's not the criticism.
Huh. 700 to 900,000 were forced to become Zionists. Were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arabs, the
There you
anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
There you go.
What? Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you
rest
okay?
my case.
Yeah, they cut the part that made you look even worse, so you should probably be thankful, Ethan.
Regulate and when talking about something that sensitive, that keeping your emotions in check and just speaking calmly and clearly without
to be honest with you,
using that kind of
Can I
language
say, though,
because
this-
it is going to get clipped like that.
This
He's
was
right.
5 hours of intense.
No, I get it.
Intense
I get it.
conversation. Like the fact that there's a moment clippable, I mean, kind of understandable.
But like if Hassan said the fucking Jews, there's no way you would have dropped that.
yeah, because it doesn't make. First of all, that's when and what context does that make?
Oh, it's different. Guys, it's not the same. The double standard. You know what Hassan was talking about, like directly before this. This part that they're talking about, the double standard between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. The gigantic double standard, and he's exhibiting it right now. He cannot contend with the fact that, or he cannot comprehend the fact that if Hassan said that, there would be no end. But it's different somehow.
Makes sense.
Well, if he was, I don't know, whatever.
The Arabs is a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kicked the Jews out.
Yeah,
So
I know.
If
I
he
know
said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess more comparable would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be,
or something.
I didn't even use it like that. It'd be more like the Jews are, you know, they're fucking complicit or something like, because it's not like, I'm not saying fuck.
He's trying to, what is he trying to do right now? What is this? he's trying to lessen the impact of what he's saying by rephrasing it in words that he legitimately did not say. He did not say these words, but he's trying to compare, if Hassan said it, to a much softer version of what he said. A much less hateful version of what he said.
Yeah, I know. No, I know.
If
I
he
know
said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess I guess more comparable would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be, I didn't even use it like that. It'd be more like the Jews are, you know, they're fucking complicit or something like, because it's not like, I'm not saying fuck the Arabs.
No, I know.
I know you're not saying that, but that's also how, this is the world we
And it wasn't just a slip up. He said it multiple times. He said it so many times.
live in. Like, it's,
but these,
unfortunately.
So my...
I hate that. I hate that I have the same exact, hold on. I have the same exact figurine, and I hate it.
That's also how. This is the world we live in.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
but these,
unfortunately.
So I have two responses to that. One, I can't prevent.
Number one, I can't be wrong. So the people around him, they always be like, oh, we challenge him on stuff. We challenge his you know, whatever he says when he's wrong and stuff like that. But when they do, does he ever listen to them? No, he always comes up with the reason. Guts his type though. Yeah. I'm not gonna bring my whole you know, I can't show you my whole wall, but it's covered in all 41 volumes.
This.
Yeah, but when people do come, when his staff comes at him and says like, hey, that's probably wrong, or like when Love said something about Frogan, he does not listen to them. He goes even harder and he comes up with like a million reasons for why he cannot be wrong. I haven't seen a clip where he accepts that, you know, in a serious topic like that, like if he's joking about something, sometimes he accepts it, but I haven't seen a clip of him like genuinely conceding on a point. Me personally,
because these people are out and open liars,
and
they have an entire network of propaganda and disinformation, as you can see here, 18,000.
No, I got you.
And second of all, I think there is a time to raise your voice and get passionate. And I think that was one of the times. And you'll see that the other clip that came out.
I'm saying you can't get passionate.
Yeah, we're not talking about what you're actually talking about. Just giving people that clip.
Just uttering that phrase. I get it, but
I didn't.
I also
honestly,
understand what you guys are saying, but like, nobody's perfect.
No, absolutely. And again, me and Dan are saying we understand that he was heated in the moment, but we're just saying that in the moment we recognize that it's gonna get clipped.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I did too. You can see it on Hassan's face.
I made like one statement that they were able to clip in 5 fucking hours. You know.
I guess that's a fairly good ratio.
Yeah. You didn't pee the whole time. That was impressive.
That's the most.
If anyone says you're on drugs, the fact that you didn't pee for 5 hours, I think that proves it alone.
People say every time I go to the bathroom, I'm doing coke. Apparently.
Well, it just makes you use the bathroom more.
5 hours without coke? How long's a coke high last?
15, 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes.
And you've never once shared? It's kind of fucked up.
I get it from you, Dan. What do you mean? You're my supplier.
Sure.
Yeah, take that title away from me. That's what the snark says. I'm Ethan's supplier.
What? You're the coke dealer? You've been holding out on me too?
No, because we're joking about Vyvanse once.
I see.
That's what Hassan meant when he said you need Dan more than he needs you.
He's my guy. He's my supplier. He's my drug dealer. No. I personally, I don't think there's anything I can do to prevent this. It's just not possible. And the other clip of me that came out that was good, that I see a lot of people quoting, is me articulating myself using expletives and passionately that the way Hassan approached this is maybe you know the clip that everybody kept reposting.
Nope. Are you asking me?
About how he says, well, your failure to address
the suffering, both parties need to address both parties' sufferings.
Okay, well, I remember that part of the debate, yeah.
Well, anyway, it got clipped a bunch. If you, I think it's the top of the week if you send that along.
There's the clip. Go look for the clip.
But like, you know, I'm not going to apologize for being, I'm literally sitting here defending my people against blatant, overt, widespread, socially acceptable racism. The erasure of an entire group of people.
Yeah.
With with laughing and giggling and
Like you're so those are Zionist talking points.
he says it's Zionist talk. He told me it's Zionist talking points.
Yeah.
That Middle
History.
Eastern Jews were expelled from their homes. That's a
Yeah.
Zionist talking point. That's my
I
problem.
mean, it could objectively be that, but does
No,
that inherently
it's
mean
not.
that it's
It-
false?
But how,
Yes, and I'm talking with the way that he used that as a talking point inherently means that
Saying
it's
that
either
it's a-
manipulative or false or yeah.
it's taken away from the fact that that's just the historical fact. Like he's making it sound like that. I don't know. When you say that's a Zionist talking point, it takes away validity from
The trade.
Sorry. This is just blatant. They're saying that if you say it's a Zionist talking point, that takes away validity or credibility from the argument. They're literally just trying to delegitimize criticism of Zionism.
from the fact that that's just the historical fact. Like he's making it sound like that. I don't know. When you say that's a Zionist talking point, it takes away validity from
The Trail
what
of Tears
happened.
was bad. Oh, that's just a Native American talking point.
Does he think the audacity, the absolute audacity to compare Native Americans to the Israelis, the absolute gall? What are you talking about? There's no self-awareness. This is the most tone-deaf person I think I've ever seen. There's a huge difference. I don't even have to explain it. Are Native Americans doing propaganda in any way, shape, or form? Are you denying that the government, that the IOF has time and time again lied? I guarantee you during this episode, he's not going to bring up once like any of the things that they have lied about or any of the times that they have been, incorrect.
That's what he's saying.
If you're having like an assembly and there's like Native American representatives, they're like, this was on the Trail of Tears and my family this and that and I think this and that, and they're like, oh, just another Native American talking point.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you think the Native Americans left because they were forced out? No, they actually wanted to move west. Most of them actually wanted to move west.
Holy shit. I was not expecting this in the slightest. What do you mean? You are rewriting history. You're trying to claim that. What are you trying to claim? Like, actually, it's just so bizarre to me that this is the time that he's picking. This is the time that he's picking to try to shift the blame onto the people, onto the victims, as well as rewrite who the victims of this are. I know he's talking specifically about the 900,000 Arab Jews, but even then, he's trying to pin it on the Arabs, and then compare them to a people who were literally exterminating, while the Zionists are in the process of exterminating the native people. Absolutely bizarre, asinine.
Because the weather's better.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
And just look at what's going on, where somebody can, and on the left, this is again the patient, the tolerant ones, to come out in front of like, I don't know how many people were watching that live, 3, 4, 500,000 between like everybody streaming it, and to just look into the camera and say that the Jews in the Middle East they were left by choice, the most of them, because Zionism.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like it's hard to really convey.
I understand your black pill feelings on it because I feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like there's nothing.
No, because God forbid someone sticks up for Jewish people. God fucking forbid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also this is by the way, just in case anybody forgot, this is a guy who liked a post saying that the real crime in Gaza was Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant being indicted by the ICC.
God forbid people talk about the atrocities that happened on October 7th. God fucking forbid. And it's so frustrating that people just can't just say that because they're Jewish. And God forbid people speak positive about Jewish people. It blows my fucking mind.
You know, it would have been the easiest thing for him in the world to be like, yeah, the Jews got displaced and that's horrible, right? but 2 wrongs don't make a right or whatever. And that's true, right? 2 wrongs don't make a right. Obviously, we all learned that when we were 5 years old. But that is an important part of the equation because people want to go, oh, the Israel-Palestine conflict, it's not complicated at all. One guy's good, one guy's bad. Well, that's not exactly the whole story. 1 million people were forced to relocate there because they could not live anywhere else.
Okay, when was that? Have they not had any time to stop doing this? Like, how does that change what's happening now? How does that change who the bad guy is? It is a very simple conflict. It is extremely simple. There is one person who has all of the funding in the world, all of the help from every Western, not literally every, but an insane amount of Western countries. They have the backing of pretty much everybody. They have it to a point where you can't speak out against them, or now in the States, you're going to be prosecuted. Now in the States, you're going to be labeled as unequivocally, not even now, it's always been like this, but unequivocally anti-Semitic if you try to speak out. If you go to a protest, you're labeled as pro-Hamas. Like, they have it to this point right now where how is it possible that this is complicated to you? How is it possible that there isn't a very simple solution that is unattainable at this time? And how is it possible that you cannot comprehend that, yes, there is one bad guy? There right now, there's a country who does not have its own agency. It doesn't have any airports. It doesn't have any seaports. It doesn't have any incoming humanitarian aid. It doesn't have electricity. It has so many places don't have internet, medicine. All of the hospitals are being flattened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, it's not that simple. Or what do you mean? There's not definitely one bad guy and one good guy.
So like this, without
except Lucia, he's so close to being the new Joe Rogan. Except Joe Rogan even feels more empathy.
But like, how easy would it have been to acknowledge that? But he refused to even do that. He refused to even do the most obvious and basic concession to anti-Semitism. And in fact, did the opposite. He accused me of being racist.
Right. And I thought the same thing with Sam Cedar in that moment where you showed him the clip of Hassan. And instead of saying like, yes, this is dangerous language, he was saying what you're doing is dangerous. I seriously was like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing right now.
Honestly, when I look at someone like Sam and how he behaved in that moment, I don't know. I think he feels like he's got something to prove. Like he needs to, I don't know how else to explain this absolute abandonment of sanity that we saw him exhibit there, and completely fly off the handle. He's the
completely fly off the handle. It's you know how in the beginning he was saying like, oh yeah, I think it's definitely possible that Hassan was exhibiting abusive behavior, like abuser behavior. This person who refuses to accept accountability, I hate using cliche language like that, but cannot possibly comprehend that he could have been under a false impression, could not possibly comprehend how the other people see how he's acting. That's the main thing, is that there is no room for him for other opinions. He can't comprehend, he can't imagine that somebody has a different view on this, and the things that he's saying could come off as antagonistic towards that view. It just doesn't make sense to him, which tells me that he's not going to accept reason, which tells me that his opinions are probably set in stone, and even if they're wrong, he's not going to budge, which is not always dishonest, but in his case, sometimes it's just pure stupidity. But the fact that he knows a lot of these things, he's been told a lot of these things, and he even used to agree with a lot of these things, but it's completely changed now, is just completely dishonest.
Someone, and he's coming here getting worked up at me. Somebody said I haven't seen his Jubilee. Did a Jubilee video, which apparently was very good, where he debated like 20 Trump supporters or something. And someone's like, he wasn't even as mad in that video as he was at Ethan when he called in.
I don't know how to explain it.
You're defending, and this is all in service of the guy, by the way, who says Anne Frank, fucking the Houthi Luffy is like Anne Frank, who by the way died before she got a chance to resist.
Well, I thought the hold on, Ethan. I thought that she was celebrated, according to you, because she didn't resist and because she was a pacifist. That's something that you said. That's something that you said, is that she was so she was such a standout because she was a pacifist and she stuck by that till the very end, which isn't, you know, which is true. Yeah, that is why that is one of the reasons that she is notable. But
the guy who says that, looks in the face of rape victims and says,
you see that super long TikTok of that girl begging Ethan to examine his actions? It was so good. Yes, I did. I can pull it up for you, Lucia. Is it well spoken? What happened?
Klein specifically. My name is Kara. I'm a Fallen Age 3 fan, as you would call it. I used to consume your content daily. You were one of my favorite content creators, and from my earliest literally memories, like years, it was fucking years of just consuming your content. I've purchased from Teddy Fresh. I loved the whole team. It just felt like a community. I was a lot younger then. I'm old as fuck now. But what shifted for me did occur post October 7. This idea, and it was talked about in this debate, that Hassan has basically facilitated a space that he does not control or moderate when it comes to hate that goes Ethan's way. First of all, is a sentence that we could say in the inverse, but maybe more prominently and importantly, I wanted to put a face to somebody who has a fucking life and isn't doing that. There is nothing that Hassan Piker could ever fucking say to make me become a vitriolic bully jerk on like Reddit. I agree with Hassan's political commentary. I started watching him with his input on the US election, just like all of the other things that I was following and listening to at the time. Okay, it was totally in line with what I started to consume. And quite frankly, the way that Ethan started to behave and the things that he started to say post October 7th in a
Let me know if it's loud enough.
complete silo, unrelated to anything else, gave me pause. And I'm the type of person who thinks very critically about the creators that I consume content from, who I elevate, and who I just take at face value. When I listen to Hassan Piker, I don't always agree. I don't always agree with his political opinion and take, but I do think that he provides enough information. He fully is like, if he doesn't know about something, he will speak to that. He'll say like, I don't know enough to speak about this, and he'll cut it. He'll move on. I think that he provides sources. I think he provides biased opinions that I also agree with, and unbiased opinions, again, that are educational. And I value that a lot. Like, I just value that. Ethan, you have spent the past 14 to 16 months on a hate train, oftentimes attacking creators that are much smaller than you. And that has been your entire MO. You donated one time to the Palestinian cause, okay? And ever since then, you've literally spent all of your fucking time crashing out and attacking smaller creators who are actually giving visibility to this because they're doing things that you disagree with, and you're taking things out of context. You're hyper-focusing on the wrong things, and it's a little bit so low level. What I really disagree with, and I'm disappointed in you with, is this inability to have any self-reflection. I am 33, I'm turning 34 years old, okay? Like I said, I don't give a fuck. This is so granular, it's insane. Something as an adult that has been a journey for me to understand has been how to take accountability and have self-reflection. It's not always easy to look at yourself. It's not always easy to be like, I fucked up here and here. It's harder to also admit when you get shit wrong, or when you overreact, or when you let people down, or when you face that maybe for 1 second, the reality that you're living in, perhaps, and this might make you uncomfortable, is one that you have curated over X amount of time. It is difficult to fucking face that, and it is much easier to blame. it's difficult to watch you like this. It's difficult when I'm scrolling on the internet, just on my TikTok, and I see people talking about how you're addicted to fucking coke, how, you know, we're noticing things in you like your exaggerated tics, and it just feels like you're not settled. I don't look at you and see peace. I look at you and I see that you're suffering, and it's like a mental war. And again, this is like some weird parasocial bullshit because I don't fucking know you and you don't fucking know me. I appreciate anxiety, I appreciate depression, I appreciate what you go through, and I appreciate your lived experience despite how you probably see Hassan's audience, which I think I would be classed under. But at the end of the day, your inability to reflect on yourself, your inability to understand that maybe you're wrong. Maybe you have approached some of these things incorrectly. Maybe your own lived experience is a frame and a lens at which you're approaching everything first from, and it's an incredible ego that has created a blind for you. And there's things happening in those blind spots, babe. And I just like this idea that Hassan has this audience that he has like militarized against you is egregious. I wanted to put a face to somebody who is an intelligent, educated, passionate person.
I mean, I gotta log in. Hold on.
Person who thinks for themselves. Okay, that's it. There is nothing that Hassan Piker could ever say to make me hate any fucking creator. I like to make my own decisions and my own assessments of things. And to be honest, that first year plus Hassan was covering the US election, I was just totally tuning in for that shit. And every single time you were brought up in chat, he would say, I'm not talking about that. Ethan is not the person you should be like going against. Absolutely, you need to reframe what you're thinking about and who you're fighting against and resisting. That was the take that he had. And I need you to fucking understand that and appreciate that, because you refused to even acknowledge it. And that's reality. I was watching when that was happening. I don't know, like that's just been my personal experience. And the idea that I'm so thoughtless and mindless as someone that consumes Hassan's content, that I'm this flexible to just be completely persuaded out of nowhere on nothing is egregious, because you don't want to see yourself. That's how you think everyone is. And I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people. Like, babe, we're not talking like one-on-one and there's a misunderstanding with some girl that you don't fucking know. There's millions of people. Your content is seeing far less views. Like, people are watching you and they're worried about you. And they're saying that you're on drugs. And they're saying that you're crashing out. And you're not calm.
Somebody said, where is it? Hassan got custody of me in the divorce. I like the way too nice to be patient with you, but someone has to be. Yeah, I guess it seems like anybody who's tried to be like patient or understanding about it has gotten the treatment. So
when I was a child, this is an anecdote. I think it's poignant. I struggled to keep friends when I was in elementary school, okay? Trauma. I remember I was in one friend group with these girls, and they were kind of bullies to me, and I would go home and tell my mom. I switched friend groups to another group, and then they were kind of bullies to me, and there was truth to it. But when I came home and I said, the second group is doing this, my mom sat me down, and you know what she said to me? She said, Kara, we need to ask ourselves, like, are we doing something? And it wasn't victim blaming. It wasn't that. It was like, are we having self-reflection? Is there something that you're doing to make people have this response to you? I learned that.
Not possible. Not possible. This is what happened and what's happening to Ethan.
When I was very young. And now, as I have gone into adulthood, oftentimes, God rest her soul, I think about that moment and I think about reflecting on my output. And when you're a content creator, you have a community and you have an obligation. You have a moral obligation. And you also have a responsibility to own the space that you create and own the output. I am part of Hassan's community, I would say. And this is what it looks like. There's no hate for you. there's disappointment. I'm fucking disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in the content you create. I think it lacks innovation. It lacks excitement. It lacks interest. It lacks attitude. It lacks education. I think that you're just completely triggered at all times, and that's the content that you're creating. And as someone who is consuming, not just for, you know, gifs and gaffs, goofs and gaffs, is that what it is? Throwback. It's like fallen off a little bit. And it feels a little bit like the community that you have cultivated is a tiny army of Zionism, Zionists. And I don't want to believe it, but that's what I'm fucking seeing. And it's like anything that you do, they struggle to criticize. They just are 100% for you. And the difference between these communities, if Hassan says something that I fucking fundamentally disagree with, I'm going to hold him accountable for that. And if he went so far as to do something that I did not appreciate on like a deep level, it is content that I would no longer consume, not even remotely. And like I said, I don't even consume all of it just because it's not interesting.
If my parents explained something like this to me, I would probably be in a much different spot right now.
Like, I don't give a fuck about a video game. No offense, Hassan. Love that for you. But I just think when you're having these conversations with all of these creators and you're the common denominator, at what fucking point in time are you gonna sit down and have any self-reflection in yourself, literally to say, I think what I'm putting out is the reason why what I'm getting back is this hateful bullshit.
Also, sorry to cut her off, but like I genuinely don't know. Are there genuinely pro-Palestine creators that like agree with him in any way? Like, are the only people who are still on his side not pro-Palestine? Or, you know, they say they're pro-Palestine, but that would be very interesting.
Majority of the people who you're receiving this hate from, yeah, some of them are fucking internet losers. Okay? Some of them are people who really used to idolize you and love the shit you put into the world and are so egregiously disappointed in what you're putting out now. And I just like, self-reflection is really so beautiful. I don't know if you're in therapy. I recommend it for you. I don't know if you're like mentally okay. It's okay to take a break. And I'm sorry to your fucking staff, bro. That shit's crazy.
The comments are not terrible. This person's lying right here. I just got this comment. Never watched either before the debate, and Ethan definitely won. Made Hassan look like a terrible person. I was saying boring when Hassan sits there for 30 minutes yapping about everything. Also avoids blah blah blah. He's writing an essay. Is AB that pro-Palestine though? I mean, he acts like it, but like, okay, maybe it's arguable that he is. Absolutely. No, I mean, there's no way that Ethan responsible to this. There's absolutely no way.
We only have circumstantial evidence. Actually, we need more. We need forensic evidence, which is a standard that exists nowhere. Saying we need forensic evidence.
The most common form, he said it like the most common form is circumstantial, which by the law, like technically speaking, anyway, the most common form is forensic evidence, like fluids and stuff for evidence in this. But
Evidence to believe that this person who saw
scene that was like, bury the body as soon as possible. There's no doubt of the Jewish
that's
victims.
What he literally said. We only have circumstantial evidence, which when talking about sexual violence is a standard that exists nowhere for anybody else other than Israelis.
Okay.
Nobody anywhere else does. We only have circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
First-hand testimony, bro. What the fuck more do you want? And this guy's the hero. That's Sam.
Again.
And
I said it a million times. Nobody's denying that there's victims of that. Absolutely nobody's denying that. There are certain claims that are being countered because those claims regarding this are being used to do a genocide.
The poor few that did survive the Nova Festival, they live in such torment now. There's one that even killed themselves because they couldn't bear what they saw and like the fact that they survived it.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I just can't believe that these people even want to argue this. Like, why argue this? Like, why can't we just agree?
It's just about winning. It's all
yeah.
that.
What? It would be much more convenient, guys, if you just didn't talk about this, please. Please just talk about something else. Don't challenge this.
Matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, it's not. For me, it's not. That's why I'm able to concede stuff. And for me, it's about actually
win. Stop it. Win.
Wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace. One that's not built on like hate and a want for revenge and a want for violence, right? Of being like two people who are both been harmed historically, both are traumatized historically, to look at each other not as enemies, but as like they're both the victims in the situation. They're
Is he? Yeah, he is. I mean, he's implying, he keeps on trying to tie criticism of Zionism and the Israeli state into just actual human victims that are Israeli. He keeps on trying to tie the two together and act like the opposition to him is saying that, oh, there's no such thing as a Israeli citizen who was a victim. That's what he's trying to portray it as. He's trying to portray it as, his opposition wants to see Israeli citizens just normal, innocent. There is a spectrum of like, maybe not a spectrum, I don't know what the right word is, but if there's a certain inbuilt prejudice that comes with living inside of Israel, or privilege, I guess, and if you are okay with that, or if you have no qualms, assuming you're not like an 18-year-old or something. But anyway, it's just so dishonest what he's doing, and it mirrors exactly Zionist talking points. So it's like, what? I know why he I don't know. It's really interesting to find like, or to see like whether or not he actually thinks that he is being pro-Palestine. Because I mean, I think he might be dumb enough, but
brothers, they're cousins. They should be united, right?
I think AB and Lena are married. Yeah, I used to think they were siblings. Lucia, I thought you were joking at first, so now I feel bad at laughing because you thought. Yeah, no, I think he's married to Lena.
Right.
But it's people like Hassan and everyone else. They want war. Hassan looks at the people in Gaza who are protesting Hamas. Every day they're still out there protesting.
What's different with him saying this than different from him saying this to what Noah Samson said? Basically that there is my family there have bunkers. Wait, what do you mean, Lucia, about the?
But it's people like Hassan and everyone else. They want war. Hassan looks at the people.
Oh yeah, what's different about him saying this than what Noah Samson said about him supporting genocides? It's the same thing. Obviously, neither of them are defamation, but you are literally implying that Hassan wants Israelis to die, that there is no such thing as an Israeli victim. I mean, he's been doing defamation this whole time, and just going back or directly contradicting his words. So I shouldn't be surprised.
In Gaza who are protesting Hamas. Every day they're still out there protesting Hamas, chanting shit like Hamas is terrorists, Hamas get out, stuff like that. He not only does
something interesting to note about this, he's talking about the Gazans protesting Hamas, right? So Israel Katz, the new defense minister, my family on Israel have bunkers on their homes, and they are working class and elders. Yeah, Israel Katz, who is the IOF's new defense minister, who replaced Yoav Galan, he was telling Gazans that if you don't reject and expel Hamas, then I forget the exact words, but he said that they're pretty much going to go all out and, you know, like relentless. So under threat of being carpet bombed, they are, I'm not saying, obviously there are probably there are probably maybe even a lot of Hamas Gazans right now. But it doesn't hold the same weight when the defense minister just threatened an entire population that if they don't reject these, Hamas, that they're going to be carpet bombed, them and their families. It's like, again, another Israel talking point, like commending these Gazans for their brave actions. And it's like, well, I mean,
to the people in Gaza who are protesting Hamas. Every day they're still out there protesting Hamas, chanting shit like Hamas is terrorists, Hamas get out, stuff like that. He not only does he belittle their activism by being like, oh, that's not why they're actually there. He tells them that they need to keep fighting. He wants them all to fucking die.
What the fuck?
That they need to keep fighting. He wants them all to fucking die. You know?
Hello, dude. This is what I'm talking about, is that I think he knows that he lost that debate, and I think he knows that he said a lot of bad stuff in that debate. And when he is on the defensive, you see him make up villains over and over again. Like with Denims. He got criticism from Denims, and he made up the villain that she was responsible for the CPS call. He was getting criticism from Frogan, somebody who I believe who used to, follow Ethan used to follow Frogan, and she got quietly unfollowed, and then she started talking about him, and he had to make up a villain again, which was the Sabra incident. And so when he comes up with these, and by the way, when he does it, he always makes it the worst possible, charge that he could attack somebody with, whether it be defamation or, risking his kids, or being, violently anti-Semitic. All of these things have the worst possible charges, but I think he knows he doesn't have anything to walk on. So he needs to invent these horrible, mysterious, dark, villains in order to do this. And what the motivation is, like, I couldn't possibly tell. I think it's just ego.
It's so obvious to me. And it's so frustrating that it's almost like it's just blackpilling. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah.
Like how anyone can watch that debate and draw any conclusion other than Hassan is like, hey.
If anybody looks at me talk and draws any conclusion, but I am 100% unequivocally the good guy.
An insanely bold-faced, psychotic, literally open anti-Semitic liar who blames victims of rape.
Holy shit, he is. I can't be sure, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the stutter was the most annoying thing, dude. It was just middle school baby shit. It was just.
Who celebrates terrorists by denigrating the memory of someone like Anne Frank. He couldn't even.
Oh my god, you attached the memory of Anne Frank to somebody brown. Disgusting. Did anybody see the clip where he couldn't possibly believe that the kid from Yemen was a real, that it was a real, like, not propaganda video because he looked well dressed and he looked nice and not dirty?
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like, he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews.
He couldn't possibly believe that an Arab kid from a poor country looked, I don't know, mildly presentable. Yeah, so you saying fucking Arabs is one piece, but not the entire reason that people think that you're Islamophobic.
Even make the most basic concession of being like, this sword had a swastika hilt on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys, you posed with it. There was 10 swords. You managed to pick that one for some reason.
Right, yeah, exactly. Oh, I thought you were like one of us. Same with me. I'm half Pakistani. I don't know. I don't talk about my race that much with people, and I'm white passing, so it doesn't really come up. But
you're on record saying that, oh, this is the swastika sword,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can't even concede that maybe we should remove the post. It wasn't intentional, but I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, it was the Arab tier list. Me and Ben Shapiro.
Because you're being a baby back bitch about it. If you were genuinely offended and you were still friends, and you came to one of them and you said, hey, I feel uncomfortable about this, and you were coming at it in good faith, and if you had a track record of acting in good faith, you don't. You would be they would oblige by you. I'm assuming. I don't think it would be something that they would risk ending your friendship over. And maybe that doesn't carry as much weight because, like, you know, if you're in the good graces, of course you're going to get treated better. But also, if you didn't have this horrific history of just acting in bad faith over and over and over again, if you genuinely thought, because you even said yourself that you thought it was unintentional, if you genuinely thought they, you know, maybe subconsciously used the swastika sword, you could have asked them, and people wouldn't be calling you a nut job.
In the thumbnail, I cannot concede.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure they would still think that that's ridiculous, but you know, they care about you and you know, your opinion. I don't know.
That this maybe looks bad, and that and this wasn't, and we should be more thoughtful. He can't concede. What was the other one? There was like a third one of like. Was it the ADL thing or was it something?
Oh, the ADL.
The ADL one. He can't concede. He looks in my face and says, no, partner doesn't mean what you think it means. Working with doesn't mean what you think it means.
I already talked about this.
Sorry, partnered?
He cannot make a single concession that, by the way, wouldn't like jeopardize his position. It wouldn't put him on the back foot. It wouldn't do anything. If he was like, you know what, the swastika hilt thing was kind of it was definitely like, I'll say that was a really unfortunate accident. That would not jeopardize his position in the least bit. What it would do is showing a Jewish person a tiny bit of empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he says, I'm crazy 3 times in a row to what are obvious. Even if, and I gave him the credit, I say, maybe they're accidental, okay? But you need to at least admit that I'm not crazy for looking at this and raising an eyebrow. No, you're crazy.
No, okay, that's not what, you raised an eyebrow? Raised an eyebrow.
You're hallucinating.
Ethan?
Have a good night, Pickles. Appreciate you hanging out.
And it's unbelievable.
Ethan.
I mean, it's evil. Frankly, it's evil. And again, go back and watch that debate. We pretty much don't disagree on anything, like on the big sense of like what's happening in Gaza.
Of what's happening in Gaza, yes. Okay.
Right, and so once again, I'm public enemy number 1 for these people. But I agree with them.
Oh, he's going into how he thinks he agrees with people. This is not raising an eyebrow, Ethan. Like, genuinely. Swastika boy.
The other part of this commentary, and you're making me explain a fucking joke, which is always obscene, is that he's seeing what you can get people to do for $5. It's an interesting commentary. He found a guy who impersonates Jesus and got on all the key points of what's happening there. The only thing that I'm asking for, that I've ever asked for, is a drop of empathy.
Do you give that to anybody else? That's the thing. That's why I'm always like, you get exactly as much charity as you give out. like in this situation, you know, in social situations. Not exactly as much. I shouldn't say it like that, but right now, when you give literally 0 to anybody who mildly disagrees with you, why are you expecting? Why are you expecting that?
I'm asking for, that I've ever asked for, is a drop of empathy, a drop of understanding for Jewish people.
Like, when have you afforded that to anybody else?
That's it. That's all I needed. So
Sorry,
just
I didn't
small.
mean to- I was laughing at.
No, I know. That was very good. That's it. Just one. That's it. All right. Now they're doing too much. I didn't ask for that much empathy. It's utterly blackpilling. And wait till we watch this Ian video. You guys are gonna lose your fucking minds. Anyway, let me thank our sponsors because we're past 30 minutes and we'll get back into it. I want to thank Gamer Subs, man. You know, sub. Thank. So yeah, now's the time of sanity. Think. He literally. Open anti-Semitic liar. Their water tastes good.
I say that.
Loves that person. It's very good. Antioxidants. Keep buzzing, baby. Your cup. Okay. Drink. Okay. Chill. Every day. Yeah. I did. .co.
Scratching my head trying to find something, but nothing's come to mind.
Try that.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be fun. This part here.
Honestly, dude, I will say Ethan is really funny sometimes.
Do you think don't get me started. I'm about to declare my friendship with Frogan. She says I was funny. That's all it took.
Right.
Anyway, here's me asking Hassan, why is it that you've been telling people I'm working with, partnered with the ADL, which is, of course, a full-on lie. Accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL.
No. Oh my God, he's doing it again.
For example, is someone using it anti-Semitically?
You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do think that that's.
He knows he lied about it. He did this a lot throughout the debate. When he knows he's being led up to something he clearly lied about, he just starts talking over me and trying to pre-explain it.
By the way, at the beginning of this episode, he detailed this event and he said that Hassan denied doing it and tried to like backtrack. Did you lie or I think he might also have like because he sometimes like he doesn't remember like very recent stuff. So I don't know.
He's like, I know what you're going to show me, that I lied about this, but actually I didn't lie about it because words aren't actually words.
Just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Okay, I will.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that.
Why is that valid to speculate? That's not valid to speculate.
No.
Just some random Jewish guy?
Are you some random?
Why is that valid to speculate? Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. This got turned into a whole sidetrack where we start arguing about this guy.
Why'd you skip over that one, bud? Wait, also, he's not even saying that he was wrong about it. He's just gonna skip over it. That's what I was about to say. Maybe we can't speculate on that, but like, he doesn't remember some very obvious stuff. But he's not saying that he was wrong about this or anything. He just kind of tries to dismiss it and skip over it.
Who, by the way, has put out a great video. He's like, actually, Hassan, I was a huge fan of yours. I loved you. And in that moment, I knew exactly who you were. I just hadn't seen you in that shot, which is what we said. He says he stopped being a fan of Hassan because he's not close enough to God. And that was a recent...
You stupid motherfucker. This man actually thinks that guy was ever... Like, he actually thinks that there's one crossover between Sneeko and Hassan Piker, and two, that it's possible that this fan who called him the F slur for not being transphobic, to think that he was ever a fan of Hassan. You have to be... I guess I'm not surprised because he didn't realize that Hassan was a socialist like the entire Leftovers. How long was that show? was a long show. He somehow didn't realize it. So I think it's entirely possible that he really believes that they could have been
development.
Yeah. So I say justice for dating and money 101. Justice for my boy.
Watch the unedited full live stream. We
Play the clip again?
Trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. This part is totally irrelevant to what I want to talk about. Oh, what happened?
How is that irrelevant to what you're talking about? What is he talking about? It's the same subject. It's the ADL thing. It's like 1,000,000,000% the ADL thing.
Who stalked you is a fan of mine. You said,
can you?
So obvious. What the fuck?
Just link me the part where this debate is so fucking long that scanning through it is like not super helpful. It's like 10 seconds every time you push the key. That's not getting me anywhere.
Oh god, this is a boring clip. I thought we had a better clip.
Okay,
Jeez.
calm down. No,
hey,
it's not.
docket team.
No.
Bro, give me the meat of the clip.
You got it all wrong, Kim. It's not like that.
Nah.
Here it is. Thank you.
All right, Lucio. You want me to pause it?
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Over it,
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the. Who's believing that?
No, who's believing that you were actually in the ADL?
But it gets even worse. Even worse. I feel like maybe the dumbest, most pathetic losers could be like, that's some level of plausible deniability. The second one removes any doubt. ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the AD.
Okay, so oh my God, he's such a liar.
Yeah.
He goes, no, I stand by that. I think you worked alongside them.
Mm-hmm.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Mm-hmm.
Not always. I'm famously,
okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to? How do you justify that? That there's no other interpretation for what that means. It's just he's lying to my fucking face. And to all the audience, and the fact that people are watching that and believing it is truly, it's like, what? How am I supposed to feel as a human being? I'm just so demoralized by that. Want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
to take action. Do you know how silly you look?
Actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me is
this motherfucker said he's partnered up with the ADL.
And then he's just like, yeah, no, I am speculating, but I am standing by that.
Because he's standing by his lie that, his point is that we were working towards the same goal. Which is hilarious because Hassan would never accept someone being like, oh, you're partnered with Nazis because they're anti-Zionist.
That's not the same thing.
Or you're partnered with like
No, you took... This is such a ridiculous thing to say. You took credit for what they did. If he took credit for something that they openly did, that a Nazi openly did, yeah, you could make that argument.
You're partnered with, Nazis. They hate Israel. They hate Jewish people.
Sure.
You're partnered with them. You're working with them? Of course not. Don't be a fucking idiot. He treats us like we're so dumb. Did he defame me? Yes, I think so. I think he did defame me. I think so.
Such a pussy.
Just keep playing it.
God.
Yeah, so this part to me was like the most brazen lie of all the lies he told. I'm thinking of working on an H3 video about it called Every Time Hassan Lied During Our Debate, which is going to be a lot. I feel like it needs to be categorized. It needs to be collected for posterity. Here he is reiterating his support for the Houthis on his own stream after getting called out.
You said Ethan's words can make...
Why is he watching this old video of me? Like, bro, what?
Gives him pro-Zionist and that he should be more thought.
He doubles down and clarifies that Ethan only accuses Hassan of walking back where my memory came from, but he doesn't. Wait, so sorry, who doubled down on that?
But when he pointed out that your language can come off as supportive of terrorism, why not just admit that you're careless sometimes too to his fans? It made you look like you can't admit fault. I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah.
By the way, and that's exactly my point. And this is so reasonably stated too, from someone in his chat. They're like, dude, just concede that he gets all up in arms like, how dare you say I support terrorism? And then he comes out and says, 10 toes down. Houthis are great. I love them. They should get a Nobel Peace Prize. Kidnapping 15 unaffiliated civilians for a year is justified. It's called deterrent. And then he goes, why are you saying I support terrorism? You know, just at least own the fact that it at least sounds like you do.
Yeah, because I don't. What do you mean? If you think I'm a
I
terrorism
think I know
supporter for
why
that
he was
reason,
watching
then yeah,
that
I'm a
video.
fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking?
Why?
In this video, you mentioned the ADL.
Oh yeah, you want to pull up that clip? How pathetic he's actually. So here's the thing: he didn't mean that. Him pulling up this clip is proof that he meant that I'm working directly with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel the need to pull this up because his claim was that I work beside them.
No, dude. Oh my God. I think he has to know, right? He has to know that he said that he did that shit. Quote.
This clip is his evidence. Oh, you got it? Let me see. Look at this shit.
What are you talking about?
They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people.
Okay. I appreciate you telling me.
Up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters.
That's it.
Posting on Twitter. Then they said, okay, we should probably do something. But
So there's currently...
That's it. That's it. Literally just recapping what happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
And we were all saying like it's dumb that fucking the ADL were the ones that came in and did something before Twitch wasn't even listening to us. Like, dude, this was a huge controversy that went way beyond our community. And it was at the same time as the vets have deserve PTSD comment too. So
I hope you get PTSD.
give me a break. You know what I mean? You're a fucking liar.
The tier list made it even to news in Israel.
Yeah, that's. Oh no, it's me. And they go. Oh, Ethan went out of his way to try to get.
Are they pretending that the media in Israel is in any way unbiased? Even the leftist ones.
These people deplatform. It's like,
Leftists.
can you please have
liberal
even one
is what I meant.
tiny crumb of accountability for anything?
Sorry, that was a disjointed sentence. Ethan accused him in a debate of backing down. In response, Hassan owns his stance here. Ethan was gonna play. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
It's the 2025 version of Ethan can call up YouTube CEO. Remember when people used to accuse?
Hater, do I sound better?
It's even more. Honestly, it's even more anti-Semitic. Like Susan Wojcinski, by the way, rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Right to the goat, dude.
It's quite.
It is really sad.
Honestly.
Yeah.
She's dead, Dan. She's actually dead.
You know,
I don't know if you know that. Dan was laughing.
The one time that we met her was when we were about to have Theodore, our first baby, and she gave us a sleep sack for him.
We still use it.
We still use it right now with Sunny. It is really sad story about her and her son. Anyway.
Yeah, it's her. Yeah, well, terrible.
But at the time, people used to accuse you of having like a speed dial
With the
access
Jewish
to her
CEO.
to like.
She personally met and gave them a gift for their baby, and they're acting like people were I don't even think that that's necessarily true, but this is the same thing. They're acting like it's absolutely insane to think that they might have had some sort of deeper connection or what's up, Lucia? Ethan is now saying that he was defamed, by the way. You missed it. Or unless you already saw this, I don't know. But yeah, you just described having a really close connection with Susan.
Of having like a speed dial
With the
access
Jewish
to her
CEO.
to like, I don't know what, to get other people deplatformed.
Yeah.
Never. We only met her once.
It's a bad example though, because that was true.
Right.
Yeah, you guys could really use her right now.
I know. Where's
Yeah, I wish
where's
she was around.
But then
This is so gross, dude.
and this is actually I,
I
think
guess they were
even more
joking.
nefarious because the ADL has a certain reputation for being like.
Oh, there's people finding out in the chat that Susan died right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a horrible tragedy. I don't
Really-
want to bum you guys out.
really
because
tragic
It's heartbreaking, but her son died.
Why are they playing like sound bites of a sad piano?
A year before in like a tragic drug
Am I crazy? Does that feel bad taste?
accident. He was a freshman in college and he OD'd on something, like just totally a fluke, crazy, tragic death. And then a year later, she died of cancer.
Yeah.
And she was in her 40s, I think.
She was 56.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She was in her 50s, I think.
But she was the head of...
Heartbreaking, man.
Yeah, she was involved in YouTube for 20 years.
She's credited with basically spearheading the whole creator monetization system.
What a great person to... I'm not... I think they were... I think they were comparing her... comparing people saying that Ethan had a speed dial to Susan, CEO, and he said that was anti-Semitic because they were both Jewish. But then, I'm sure you saw this, but yeah, he described his very close relationship.
I'm sorry, sorry. She was in the tech industry for 20 years. She was on YouTube for almost 10. Yeah.
That's it? Because she was there when it started. Or no, she was there when Google
She's
started.
a Google, yeah.
Yeah. 2014 until 2023.
So yeah, that's horrible and tragic, but yeah.
I'm surprised so many people had no idea.
Well, she kind of like went off the radar, you know, for a while.
Not everybody was close personal friends with her. Like
Yeah,
you.
nobody else got the condolence I got flowers in the mail from her family. My loss.
Didn't her sister like co-found 23andMe?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
They're part of an insanely like
a family of geniuses. I
yeah,
think.
like Royal Tenenbaum type of shit.
My sister-in-law actually cat sits for her sister.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cat sits?
Yeah. Watches her cats when she's
She
out of
pay
town.
good?
Huh?
She pay good? She's a billionaire.
I didn't ask, but
She
I
better.
hope so.
Probably not.
If you're a billionaire,
Billionaires
you
don't
could pay everybody like
You could.
$1,000 for watching my cat. Thanks.
They're billionaire for a reason. They don't pay good.
Well, my sister-in-law went to Harvard, so I think she wouldn't accept just basic pay. I'd hope not.
Well, she can't be.
This is completely unrelated, but she went to Harvard, and maybe it's like a friend thing, like they're friends, and that's why she watches her cats. Harvard, damn.
Paying her minimum wage, right?
No.
I don't know this. I don't know the
think so.
context at all.
She at least got to double that.
Well, you're gonna have to find out now, AB.
Although I think I heard that 23andMe is like going out of business.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Rough time to be a Wojcinski.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Hey, I have a lot of friends who have like degrees in like engineering or something, and they're working at like IT like help desks. So
23.
So anywho, let's see. Hassan already reacted to Ian's new video, by the way, on stream in full. People were like, remember Hassan was like,
It's such a joke.
that's it.
why is this like a big point for them? They keep on talking about this.
He's just such a joke. He goes,
That he reacted to it. Like, okay, sure. They're friends.
Ethan's strategy and immediately reacting to Ian's video is to pause it so much and talk about it so much that you don't know what the video is about. This guy watched his video. He spent, as I read, 4 hours watching the video on stream. And then he spent another like...
So Susan, CEO's sister, is one of the co-founders of 23andMe. I guess she co-founded that and made a bunch of money.
few hours watching some hate video about you. Being a terrorist or something, which is...
Oh, about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
They're pretty invested in
Yeah.
in hating. And again, I've yet to watch a single Hassan hate video. Yeah.
Also, talking about the double standard of Islamophobia, isn't it crazy that what is not necessarily the equivalent, but a very similar situation of if he doesn't know who the real victim is in this situation, like he says, exaggeration, but if he doesn't know, the situations are so similar that the Yemeni kid is 18, 19 years old when all of this happened. And he can agree that Hila, the organization that she worked for, were terrorists. He even said that. He said, not in this debate where he admitted that she was a terrorist, but before he said they could be classified as a terrorist organization. So if he can agree that both of those things are true, and she went out and did some terrorist stuff, according to him, at the age of 18, how is that any different? I mean, I know it's his wife. She's his wife, rather. But, yeah.
You know, He already posted it to YouTube. Jesus, idubbbz versus Ethan Klein round 2. You know, I hope that at least some people in his audience were able to be like turned off.
By the way, the terrorist thing again, to go to like how they take meaning away from words. If you want to call me a terrorist, like that tells me your privilege and that you never lived under terror. You know, like you've never experienced.
You said, well, listen,
a terror attack.
The difference.
I mean,
is
I
that-
grew up.
Just whenever she talks, it's just the worst.
Having to.
They need to not. Sorry, am I too close to the mic? I might be.
To be afraid to go on a bus, having to. My dad wouldn't let me go to the mall, anywhere
listen.
public. Like I.
In Gaza, I'm sure it's not very. It's very scary.
Okay,
right?
I can understand that, but there's no reason for anybody to try to argue that you should.
Stop it. Just stop talking. I promise. Just stop talking. I don't want to miss this, but I have to pee. Sorry. I will be right back. We are kissing at the same time. You're just eating a straight up lemon? I mean, nothing wrong with it. Lemon's always made my teeth feel like gritty, if that makes sense. Like if I just ate a straight lemon, but I do like the flavor a lot. But like it does something to my teeth. I guess it's like the acid from it or something. Alright, is everybody back? By the way, I just wanted to say how cool it is that everybody is like hanging out. Like I leave and I come back and everybody's still here. I think that's really cool. Thanks guys for hanging out.
Call me a terrorist, and if they want to do that, they're being ridiculous.
I didn't even know that there was seedless ones, to be honest.
The reason why is because...
Oh, let's take a break from these guys, and we can, if you guys want, I'm gonna watch a...
Hello, everyone.
Wait, is this the one? No. No, bet I'm putting a lot.
So Abdul Ayyad,
Oh my god, it's an hour.
of the Age-Free podcast attempted a video response to my video calling him out for him sitting there meekly every single time that Ethan Klein spreads propaganda advocating for the genocide of Palestinians, which in his recent debate with Hassan Piker led to him claiming that the Nakba, the Israeli genocide of the Palestinian people in 1948, was to blame not on the Israeli Jewish supremacist Zionists who carried it out, but rather on what Ethan called the f***ing Arabs. Ayyad has not addressed this. In fact, a day after Ethan said that, he made a video in which he said that Arabs who criticize him for his silence during these moments are barbaric. And now, a day later, he's made another video, not to criticize his employer for blaming a genocide of an Arabic-speaking people on f***ing Arabs rather than the Zionists who carried the genocide out. No, he's very angry at me for calling him out for sitting there in silence while his boss said that. Now, in his purported response, he doesn't actually respond to my video. Literally, he does not show a single second of it, nor respond to it. And when people do that on YouTube, it's intentional. They know they can't respond to you, so they try to make it about everything but what you said, to the point they won't even show their audience what you said. And the reason why they don't do that is because they know that if they did, they would lose by default. He has no defense of the things that I said in that video, so he needs to hide it from his viewers. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to begin by showing you what AB Ayyad intentionally left out. I'm not going to play the whole video, just the pertinent parts. So let me show you the clip here.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to
we can watch it
the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point.
Here's a further demonstration of this.
And I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are,
How do you know that it's not real?
shifting the blame over to the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame
at
of the
a time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries
Absolutely.
with
Who
their
else kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic.
Is it ironic that we're watching me watch Bad Empanada, watch the debate?
Ayyad can't show this to his audience. He would get fired fucking immediately if he showed these clips to his audience, and he actually denounced them or said anything bad about them. He is an obedient little house slave to Ethan Klein. Or sorry, that's an insult to house slaves, because he's not forcing him doing this at all. And in this video, I further explain why this is so bad. Okay, so in this situation, a good test is to take these words and shift them about a little bit. What would Ethan Klein think if someone was to say, someone who he doesn't like at least, was to say, the fucking Jews forced the Palestinians to become violent? Or something like that. And then he kept going on to say, it was the Jews who did it. It was the Jews. It was the blame of the Jews. Because that is absolutely one-to-one analogous with what he's saying here. Except in my case, the historical facts are actually accurate. Ethan tries to frame this as some sort of like uniform expulsion by the Arabs of the Jews, because he wants to justify the Nakba, which by the way happened before this, by claiming that it was merely a response by Jewish victims to what was done to them by this Arab collective, and therefore legitimize the mass expulsion and genocide of Palestinians by Zionists, by Israel. It's an attempt to equate Palestinian with Iraqi, Yemeni, whatever other Arab country that he alleges expelled the Jews, in order to say, well, what do you expect? They did it to them, and all they did was respond to it by doing it back to them. When the Palestinians had nothing to do with whatever happened to the Jews in those other countries, because a Palestinian is not an Iraqi. The Arabs is not a thing. You notice how he doesn't show that in his video? He doesn't dare respond to it? I wonder why. This is me calling him out for his complicity in this. Podcast crew in enabling this, particularly one particularly horrible member of the crew, Abdul Ayad, currently in Los Angeles, California, previously from Dearborn, Michigan. He also goes by the screen name Starkiller with an A, not an ER, and he also goes by the nickname AB. This guy himself made an extremely racist video the day after this debate, in which he denounced another Arab as a barbarian who does not conform to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, and who thus needs to be denounced as a disgusting barbarian. So let's check that out. Before we watch this, I want to be clear here on Abdul Ayad's role in this podcast. Abdul is a researcher. Like, his job is to sit there and send articles to Ethan, which Ethan receives on his own little laptop, and then Ethan recites. So whenever you see Ethan like recite an Israeli propaganda article verbatim, there's a very high chance that Abdul here has sent it to him. And Abdul is someone who constantly claims to be pro-Palestinian, you know, anti-Israel. He's a staunch advocate for the Palestinian people. And then he sits there in silence as his boss says stuff like the fucking Arabs, as his boss just spouts Israeli propaganda verbatim, saying nothing about it, not opposing it at all. He has absolutely nothing to say about it. But what he does have is a lot of heat for what he sees as bad Arabs, not good Arabs like himself, but bad Arabs, ones who are actually really pro-Palestine, ones who call out the shit that his boss says and does to advocate for the genocide of Palestinians. Check this out.
Doing a good job, man. You're doing a good job, you know.
Yeah, what'd you have for dinner, Lucia? I'm having a probably. I already had a burger, but probably gonna eat something.
I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as
Bagels. I fucking love bagels. Bagels are the most primo form of bread.
an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
Okay, so that is Abdul Ayad, right there, known as AB/Starkiller, denouncing another Arab for not conforming to Zionist standards of what a good Arab should be. Now, to be clear, a Zionist standard of what a good Arab should be is dead, enslaved.
Okay, yeah, so, no, for real, everything bagels and, blueberry, or not blueberry, cinnamon raisin, probably. There's some other good ones, but those are the two best, I think. So he said it's analogous to what Ethan was saying if he said the effing Jews, right? And this is the argument he tried to make.
Moment clippable. I mean, kind of.
Yeah, the Arabs is a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kick the Jews out.
There's nowhere you would have dropped that.
Yeah, because it doesn't make. First of all, that's when. In what context does that make sense?
Well, if he was, I don't know, whatever.
The Arabs is a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kick the Jews out.
Yeah, I know. No, I know.
If he said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
You haven't tried bagels?
Yeah, I guess there's. I guess more comparable would be the fucking Israeli.
It would be, I didn't even use it like that. It'd be more like the Jews are, they're fucking complicit or something like, because it's not.
No, you quite literally used it like that. I do not understand this point at all. It's like these are words that you said. You can't just rearrange them to make them sound better and say that that's what would actually be analogous to what I was saying. It's so diluted, like holy shit.
Not like,
or at least on the other side of the world, to the point that not that problem. Okay, I think I've shown a sufficient amount of that video, and let's see if he at all deals with anything that I said here in any substantive manner, let alone actually shows what I said to his audience so that they know what he's responding to, rather than him just responding to a straw man that he constructed in his head. And before we go on, I just want to note something very pertinent about Abdul Ayad and his role in the H3 podcast. His role is researcher, and I didn't know this until recently, but the way that he got involved in the H3 podcast in the first place is absurdly pathetic. Like, there's no other way to put it. He was like a teenager who was a super fan of H3, and he would make YouTube videos defending them in drama, like religiously defending them as a parasocial super fan. And Hila Klein saw that, and he was like, wow, this guy is like totally enamored with me, totally obsessed with me. I want to hire him. And that has been his life ever since. He got hired specifically for sucking up to them endlessly as a teenager, no less. Like, this was his first.
Oh no, you definitely gotta, I mean, I don't know if you can get them where you are, but you definitely gotta get donuts. I mean, not donuts, bagels. They're like a toasted bagel with either just butter or you could put cream cheese on it as well. Primo.
First ever job, if you can even call it that. He has no qualifications, no skills, no nothing. He got hired to be a professional suck-up. And that is so absurdly pathetic. But apart from that, you might ask, what is his role here? This is this guy with no skills, nothing. Well, his title is
It's basically like, I don't know if you already know, so I hope I'm not re-explaining something. But it's like bread, except for it's boiled when it's cooked. I mean, it can be boiled. The ones that I eat, I like them boiled. But yeah, and I think it's the crust that really makes it like so good, because it's like kind of not like tough, but like I don't know. Honestly, you just gotta try it, like a hot bagel. So good. I make sandwiches with them all the time.
Researcher, supposedly. And what that means is his job is to feed Ethan Klein talking points, both about the topics that he talks about and the people who Ethan Klein slanders and defames. So not only does he feed Ethan Klein Zionist propaganda, it's literally his job to do so, but he also feeds Ethan Klein defamation. Ethan Klein constantly defames people on his podcast. And when that happens, in many cases, it is because AB Ayad sent that to him. For example, my first interaction with Ethan Klein was him attempting to defame me as a child sex criminal. And it's extremely likely that the way that Ethan Klein got that is that his researcher, whose literal job it is to find defamation and dirt on the people he's feuding with, rather than actually responding to their points, found it and sent it to him. Here is Ethan Klein holding up a defamatory fake tweet made by a Zionist mass harassment organization to accuse me of child sexual abuse. This fake tweet and the doxing and harassment campaign that came with it resulted in people showing up to where I thought I lived in an attempt to kill me. What happened as a result of AB Ayad's research into me? Ethan Klein saw that I was making videos debunking his disgusting Zionist propaganda. He asked in their little group chat they have, "Hey AB, you got any dirt on this guy?" AB Googles me, he finds this, he sends it to Ethan, and that resulted in this.
He's like actually psychotic, and he's been making a lot of hate videos about me and calling Hila terrorist and baby killer and all this. And Hassan's been enjoying his videos. Here's a tweet from him. You guys will enjoy this. It says, "Oh, Hamas raped a bunch of babies and kids now? Where's the video evidence of it? I was looking to jerk off anyway." You think I'm kidding? That's a real tweet.
This is the work of Abdul Ayad. And this is not the only time this has happened. Here is the clip of Ethan Klein attempting to defame Hassan Piker as a date rapist. This almost certainly came from that group chat.
To be honest, I don't know all the time how to even write receipt.
In which AB feeds him this sort of information, and Ethan Klein just offhandedly said it on his podcast.
Bro is straight up in that like Lebowski, Big Lebowski, like
I'm like barely unilingual.
sex predator vibe. He looks like someone at a Big Lebowski party, you know, where he...
Jackie Treehorn?
Yeah, he looks like he's at a Jackie Treehorn party.
Wait, but can we go back? What the fuck did he mean with that October 7th tweet? What was that?
Kidding? That's a real tweet.
This is the work of Abdul Ayad.
Is that a fake screenshot?
And this is not the only time this has happened. And Ethan Klein just offhandedly said it on his podcast.
Bro is straight up in that like Lebowski, Big Lebowski, like sex predator vibe. He looks like someone at a Big Lebowski party, you know, where he...
Jackie Treehorn?
Yeah, he looks like he's at a Jackie Treehorn party. You know, fucking drunk women. Which surprisingly doesn't seem too far off from what he actually does do. Or has done, at least.
Where do you think Ethan got that from? Maybe his researcher. There are countless examples of this. But basically, if you've been defamed, insulted, attacked on the H3 podcast, AB Ayad had a direct hand in that. And I don't know how no one has connected the dots on this before. Like, what do you think his job as a researcher is on this podcast that is dedicated to doxing, harassment, and defamation? There's nothing else for him to do in his role as a researcher aside from that. And this is something that is soon to have the lid blown off it in a year or two, because Ethan is about to be forced to go to trial in Ryan Kavanaugh's defamation lawsuit against him. He lost 2 anti-slap appeals and a final injunction, or whatever it is, like the third thing that you do as like your last gasp to try and stop the suit from going forward. So soon they're going to have to go to trial. And as a part of the trial is going to be a discovery process. And as a part of this discovery process, since Ryan Kavanaugh isn't just suing Ethan Klein, he's also suing Teddy Fresh Inc., which owns the podcast, the group chats pertaining to his case are going to be leaked. And in those group chats, you can mark my words here, there is going to be AB Ayad doing research, which is feeding Ethan Klein defamation, feeding Ethan Klein purported dirt, feeding Ethan Klein talking points to attack this person. Now, Ryan Kavanaugh is a piece of shit, but even if he's a piece of shit, you still shouldn't make shit up about it.
That's insane, though.
Him, as Ethan Klein is about to learn very badly in court. So mark my words here, be on the lookout for that. Once the discovery stuff comes out, it's going to blow the lid off how these guys conduct themselves behind the scenes, and AB Ayad's very direct role in pertaining to Ethan's every disgusting whim, whether it be defamation or spreading Zionist propaganda. So with that out of the way, let's check out AB Ayad's great response to me. Let's see if he can refute a single thing that I actually said in my video on him.
Then I realized that all my socials had a bunch of comments from people saying that I call anti-genocidal Arabs barbaric. And I was like, okay, which moron made a video today? For something that insane, I knew it had to be, without even really looking into it, Bedlam For those who don't know, Bedlam is this dude who likes to pretend to be
This guy, by the way, he has been making fun of my appearance. Like, his response to me was not to actually respond to anything I say, it's to attempt to make fun of my appearance. So I'd like...
Okay, so that's insane. I didn't even know this. It is a fake tweet. And yeah, an insane allegation to make. But when AB was talking about, oh, you're a pussy because somebody does this, you say I'm gonna sue and blah blah blah. Bad Empanada said he was gonna sue Ethan for that fake tweet, posting that fake tweet everywhere. Like, that's not like nothing, AB. Like, that's a pretty serious thing. Like, in this video, he was saying that.
I'd like to get this out there. This man, AB Ayad, had copious amounts of cosmetic surgery to try and make himself look less Arab. I am not fucking kidding you. He's admitted it on the podcast.
What?
He had a single photo of him taken from a bad angle, spread around, something like that. And his reaction to it was to literally start getting plastic surgery. He's got veneers, he's got fillers, he's had his nose done, everything. If there's ever a self-hating Arab, it's this guy.
True.
Yeah. I got my teeth shaved down because I subreddit.
Yeah.
If we didn't have, well, hold on, stop. What?
I got my 2 front teeth shaved down.
You
From
did?
seeing that fucking flock of photos so much.
You did that?
What? This is new AB lore.
Yeah.
You went to a dentist and had them shave your front teeth?
Yeah, I've been thinking about doing it for a while.
Let me
but
see.
You can't tell. That wasn't the problem. Yeah, I thought it was the problem, but that wasn't.
It didn't fix the problem?
You had your teeth filed and it didn't even do anything?
Nah. Well, I wanted to file them anyway, just to straighten them out.
Wait, so what's the problem? So that didn't fix it, so what do we think's the problem? Have we identified what next we need to adjust?
The doctor recommended a few things.
What do we got? What's down the pipeline?
So that was a stress-induced facial tic, is what the dentist said. She said there's something called gummy lip Botox that can be done right here.
I mean, you get the point. How do you have the goal to make fun of anyone else's appearance? By the way, when no one talked about your appearance or anything like that, when you are so colonized mentally that you literally got cosmetic surgery to try and make yourself look less Arab. Absolutely ridiculous. And this, by the way, is the picture of him that made him get this cosmetic surgery. One single photo from a bad angle, and it's time for me to pay hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, at least hundreds of thousands might be an exaggeration, on cosmetic surgery. But what else is there to say, man?
Joker, like he has everything planned out and he's doing all these elaborate plans to take people down. But in actuality, he's nothing but a big fat pussy. I mean,
he likes to pretend he's the Joker. No, that's a joke. It's playing into your boss, Ethan Klein's delusions. Ethan Klein claims that I'm like this massive criminal mastermind. And you're like, in reality, none of that's true. Yeah, it's not. Your boss made it up. He made it up with your help, with your research help. And now you're like, oh, he's just a big fat pussy. Dude, you're the biggest pussy in the fucking world. Like, your job is to be a professional pussy. Your job is to sit there and say nothing and be obedient. Dude, to be clear, the most pathetic man in the whole world, like, your master is a 5'5" meek little bitch. So for you to call anyone a pussy is just the least offensive thing ever. Ethan Klein is the king of the pussies, and you're somehow more of a king than he is.
Excuse my language, I don't know how else to put it, but he's a joke. He tries to act like he's this overlord who has everything planned out, but essentially he's just a little bitch who does whatever he wants. He harasses people, and
he's not going to show any evidence of that harassment, by the way.
Lives in Argentina, where he can get away with doing these types of things.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, that point is so stupid. Oh my god.
Why does living in Argentina mean that I can get away with doing these types of things? And what are these types of things?
Doesn't even
You're the
make
researcher,
sense.
aren't you? Where's the evidence? You just make claims without backing them up at all? I'm going to do the same to you. Would you like to see how that can go, AB? I have clear evidence that you are directly involved in defamation against me and against many others. Your role is to help Ethan find defamers. Your role is specifically that. So proportionate retaliation against you would be to do precisely what you help Ethan do to others. And I want to let people know that specifically. Open the floodgates.
And not deal with any type of repercussions. All right, bud. You want to go, mommy? Say bye to Rocco. I don't want to talk too much shit about this.
Just to be clear, Ethan Klein sexually harassed this guy's mother live on stream. I'm not going to show you the clip, but Ethan Klein literally like came onto his mother live on stream while he sat there meekly. So I just remember that because he brought up the word mommy. It's pathetic. It's also worrying in the position that this guy is in. Like for him, he became obsessed with this podcast as a child, basically. And it's been his entire life. And now he considers himself a part of their family. And that's like such an important part of his identity.
That makes so much sense. Holy shit. That makes so much more sense now. I had no idea that he had been like a huge fan before that. Wasn't that true of Olivia as well?
Density that he could not imagine himself without them. It's sad.
Say bye. Okay, so yeah, this was the message I woke up to. It says, ABI called anti-genocide Arabs, barbaric Arabs in his new video on his channel.
Yeah, you
blah,
did.
blah, 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 blah. AB will now be dealt with directly rather than peripherally.
Blah, 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 blah. You notice how he edited that out? I wonder why he edited it out. Let's show you. I'll show you what it said. Blah, 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 blah. He's not allowed to acknowledge this. He's not allowed to acknowledge what his boss said.
Yeah, Olivia was also a fan prior. It says everybody but Dan was a fan of H3 or H3 Pod before working on it. Kind of makes sense. Kind of makes a whole lot of sense.
ABAR called anti-genocide Arabs barbaric Arabs in a new video on his channel Starkiller. Just one day after he sat there obediently in silence as his Zionist boss Ethan Klein went in a drug-fueled rant where he screamed out fucking Arab.
Bad Empanada said he was like a teenager.
For 2 entire minutes. Why did you not say that part? Why did you cover it intentionally in the story? And then you don't even read it in your response video. You're not responding to me. You can't respond when you don't tell people what you're responding to. He's not allowed to show his fans this. He would get fired if he mentioned that Ethan Klein went on a drug-fueled rant about how fucking Arabs forced Zionists to genocide Palestinians. Talk about pussy bitch.
Unless you delete this video and publicly apologize. Okay, let me be clear about this.
I gave you a chance, you little baby.
Ass, you fucking moron. You have no authority. You have no power. You have no leverage. You're nothing.
I clearly do have all of those things, given that you felt the need to respond to me for about 10 Instagram stories and now you're making a whole video over it. Like, you have been silent on this. Totally silent. This whole time, your boss has been spamming genocide propaganda. You've been silent. And you know who's getting you to make a video? You know who brought you over the edge? Me. I control you mentally. I live in your head. Not to mention how much I live in Ethan's head. It hurts you to know that you can't respond to me. And that's why you're here. So let it all out. Vent. Throw out meaningless insults. You can't insult anyone. You're the most pathetic person in the world. Even more pathetic than Ethan himself. Whatever comes out of your mouth, regardless of how many expletives there are, no one's ever going to be offended by them.
But a little bitch hiding behind the internet talking shit. You do nothing but...
What do you think you are? You think you're not hiding behind the internet talking shit? Just to be clear here, this guy blocked me. Like, he blocked me on Instagram literally the second that I sent him...
Lucy, I couldn't find out how old was he. How old he was. Apparently the whole crew was a fan, so...
A message. Talk about being a scared little bitch.
Dox and harass people? I don't know who you're talking
to. Dox and harass people. Who have I doxed or harassed? You notice how they never provide any evidence of it. You know who does dox and harass people? Him. If you've been defamed on the H3 podcast, if you've been doxed on the H3 podcast, it was this guy.
I know where I'm from. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not intimidated by...
I know where I'm from. Dude, you're so fucking hard.
Your tactics are so hilarious to me. I find it cringe that people fall for your shit of trying to act like the Joker.
And your boss falls for the shit. Your boss falls for that shit. Is your boss cringe then? Are you just calling out your boss?
Anytime you get any sort of pushback, you want to cry like a little baby and play victim and pearl clutch. It's hilarious.
When have I done that? Provide evidence of that. You're the one who's doing that right now. You're playing victim. You're claiming you're the victim of harassment when you're being held to account for shit that you factually have said and done.
I will be so...
Wait, what was the soundbite? Wait, what pushed you over the edge, Lucia? Like, what made you stop being a fan? But yeah, Q, what did they make into a soundbite?
Doing this person, I'm doing this. Fuck you, go cry.
You're just describing Ethan Klein. You work for a guy who is currently threatening to sue 10 different fucking people, none of whom is actually served. You live in a bubble of cognitive dissonance that is beyond the pale. What is going on here,
You little bitch. And I'm just getting started on you. Oh, and by the way, don't get too excited. This will be the one and only time.
I'm just getting started on you. Oh, I'm just getting started on you. You're just getting started on me, but this will be the one and only time you
I try to stay quiet for
so, yeah, that's a great way to get out of ever having to address anything that I've actually said, isn't it? But you were just getting started on me, and then you immediately tap out in the next sentence. This is the only time you're going to do it.
Was that him stuttering?
Okay, little baby boy, my sweet...
Was that a soundbite of Hassan stuttering? Or...
Sweet little baby boy, my sweet little baby boy with $100,000 worth of plastic surgery.
People said this dude was insane. He's a pussy. I've learned that pretty clearly throughout these past couple months. You give him any little pushback, oh my god, you doxed me. You did this. He just makes up shit, anything he can.
You literally fucking did dox me, and I'm not the only one you've doxed.
Man, I'm being obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said enjoy hell.
Yeah, no, I mean, they
Look
think
this
I'm
guy
actually
up
the
is
devil.
insane.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public facing account.
Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Strong entry.
So evil. You wanted to be cute? It's like, dude, what? Do you think you're a mob boss?
Not exactly.
That's
One, but
pretty much.
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's Star David tattoo. He said, "I'm glad that phase is behind me. Enjoy hell." Joe Coop said. Let's start David. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know can identify him at all.
Oh shit.
The crazy thing is that shit, I forget what I was saying.
That weenie truck he's in front of, that's in Dearborn.
Because he's a coward. You're a fucking coward. You're a joke.
Okay, I'd like an explanation as to how I'm a coward, but you aren't.
Oh yeah, on that Star of David, Joe Coop's comment, he never like even references the Star of David tattoo. Like, he just says that he was a big fan at one point and he's not now, and he's glad and enjoy hell. Like, none of that comment, and I guess, you know, it's definitely plausible. Maybe not plausible, but I can see how that happened, how somebody could make that argument that he's commenting specifically on the Star of David. But still, it's like tenuous at best. But they went on this whole rampage about it. Stop being a fan because of the podcast was not funny, and Hila's episode made me sad, and how misogynistic he was on the Post Malone episode. Also, I was busy on college. That makes sense. After he started going after what is it? The Instagram models episode. It was a H3 episode, and they were just like shitting on these women for having plastic surgery. It was so weird. And after that, I was like, I don't know, this feels like it's just weird. Not that I'm like riding for women with plastic surgery. I'm like a staunch male feminine. Not that I'm not, but I'm not one of those. But it's like, what? Why are you even talking about this? It's so weird, especially when you are not exactly like a male Adonis, you know?
I respond to everything that people say about me. I don't leave anything unresponded to. I provide clear evidence for my claims. I don't tiptoe around anything. You sit there like a cowardly little bitch while your boss spreads propaganda to genocide you, an Arab. Your boss sits there spreading justifications for the genocide of Arabs, people like you, and you say nothing. I just don't understand. The cognitive dissonance here is absolutely crazy.
I love knowing that you're going to see this footage and have
The Aaron, but and then he tried to defend it, and he was like, I mean this in the most sincere way. I've never seen somebody like handle like you burned to death well or something. Like, it was such an insane comment. And that was him trying to defend his previous comments about it.
a little bitch fit and cry and scream and threaten.
Like, you're really good at burning to death or something. And I mean that sincerely. It's like, what the fuck?
And post your Instagram stories. Oh,
the projection is off the charts.
I'm so afraid. Let me show you what I said.
Every single thing that he's saying here is about Ethan and him.
In response to this.
He did not respond. You notice how he's posting Instagram stories instead of responding to the video?
You'll be dealt with directly. Who the fuck are you, you little shit? This is my response.
Who the fuck are you little shit? He's acting like this hasn't gotten to him when he's making a whole video about it, so it's clearly gotten to him. Not only that, but he can't actually respond to me. He cannot actually respond to a single thing that I said.
To the Reddit post where I initially saw his community post. Laugh my ass off. The only thing this dude could do that scares me is breathe his shit-smelling breath near my face. Just
very funny, dude. You were
another prime example of how disingenuous.
Shit-smelling breath is a very poor turn of phrase, given the fact that you work for someone with a literal scat fetish whose house is covered in dog shit.
Jobs like this are individual.
That's what I said. He is. I don't know if anybody saw. He is quite literally. Let me find it. Oh man, I lost it.
I said that no matter how much nasty shit Melhouse says about me, I will continue to defend him from the false narrative of the world, which is us Arabs are barbaric animals. But again,
no, you called him a barbaric animal. You said that him, by being an Arab who actually defends Palestine, he gives the Zionists ammo, and you claim that he's a barbaric Arab and that they will use him as ammo against Palestinians. In saying that, you made it clear how you think, which is that your entire existence is trying to be a good Arab. Essentially, you're trying to be as little of an Arab as you can possibly get away with, because that is a standard that you believe you should be held to. You are basically like Uncle Ruckus.
All I'm saying is that the facts, these tweets do line up with the facts. And these two have never been seen in the same room at the same time. So.
It's an absolutely insane thing to say. Like, Zionists are genocidal against Arabs. They want all Arabs gone. And your response to someone who is more pro-Palestine than you, who calls you out for your bullshit, was to accuse them of like being some sort of stereotype and affirming Zionist stereotypes or something. It's like the equivalent of a black guy complaining about black culture and rap music or something. It was just disgusting.
These people do not care. Drama is more important than Palestine to them. I said free Palestine.
Yeah, like the CPS call. It's like QQ, you said, I'm also suspecting the whole CPS call is fake given the process. Oh, I have chat on screen. I still need to. Lucia. But it was so hard for me to feel bad. It was, I don't know. I just don't believe that it's like a random internet person. I think it's 100% plausible, but just based on the fact, if he described that situation that his kid was crawling around on the floor, if he gave the same exact story that he gave on stream that day about, you know, putting everything in his mouth, his kid and stuff, I'm pretty sure a pediatrician would go ahead and call CPS. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a mandated reporting thing. Like, you have to report something like that after hearing it. That's all I'm saying.
Here is absolutely fucking amazing. The only reason I'm even here is because the exact opposite is true. I criticize you for your words, actions, and, to be clear, the words that you also don't say. Because you sit there meekly and you do not say anything while your boss spreads genocide propaganda. That's why I'm here. If your podcast did not involve copious amounts of pro-genocide propaganda, I never would have addressed it. And clearly, the interpersonal stuff, the work stuff, is way more important to you than the actual genocide, given that you just sit there meekly and never call it out.
If anyone trying to lie about it or silence me. And then, you know,
if anyone trying to silence you. My friend, no one has to silence you. You sit there in silence every single day. You're paid to be silent. You're paid not just to be silent, but you're paid to be silent and send Ethan Zionist talking points and send him defamation on pro-Palestine people. The only person silencing you is Ethan Klein with the dollars that he sends you. A little bit of introspection would do you very good.
No need to prove myself. This is just, I feel important for people in the audience to see.
Like specifically the thing that you're being criticized on is your silence. Where do you get off saying someone's trying to silence me? And I was just sitting, look at these many messages that I get from people who definitely exist, who tell me how epic and right I am. You know, the silent majority supports me, guys. Now, I know for a fact that this guy has blocked basically every Palestinian who's ever responded to him on Twitter or on Instagram. When someone criticizes him for his enabling of the Palestinian genocide currently happening in Gaza and supported by Ethan and Hila Klein, his employers, he blocks them immediately. So how fucking dare this guy invoke likely fake messages from like 2 or 3 fucking people as evidence that he is supposedly a good Arab and that this other Arab who supports Palestine more than him is actually a barbarian for not abiding to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, according to this guy who got plastic surgery to look less Arab.
I get from friends and family on the daily. People actually have family in the Middle East. People actually lost people. People who actually care. This person and I said, I just watched your YouTube video. It was well said. I love how these people just want you to raise hell without thinking and quit your job because they aren't in your position. They're so.
By the way, you notice how I watch every single second of his video, and he literally does not show his viewers a single second of mine. Just pointing that out.
Even willing to roll the dice when they're gambling with your chips. Actually, I got another one from my uncle, which was very sweet. He is probably
my own family member said good things about me. Dude, this is pathetic. What even is this? Why aren't you responding to what we actually said about you? Why are you just telling us how you're...
Also, yeah, Lucia, he does have a history of diaper usage, so... He does have a history.
Family supports you.
Simple. Stop giving the opposition ammo.
So these trolls can be, stop giving the opposition ammo? You work for the opposition. What are you talking about? Your job is to give him ammo. This is actually painful. These trolls can be disappointed with me. I'm not disappointed with you. I don't expect anything from you. They can criticize me.
Yeah.
Remember, they twist shit like this. No one twisted anything. We cited facts about what you say and do. Or more accurately, what you don't say.
That guy's notorious. The messy tails, the brown nose pup, or whatever. He's like a notorious internet persona, I don't know. Anyway.
Or do. Because you sit there, you send Zionist propaganda to Ethan Klein, and he advocates for genocide in your presence, and you do nothing. He openly
He's a furry.
screams about the fucking Arabs right next to you, and you don't say anything.
Which, no hate. I gotta say, I think furries get too much hate. In my opinion.
How dare you play the victim here? Now, use as examples to try and show we pro-Palestinians cannot be reasonable. What the fuck does that mean? Why would you want to abide by the standards of the people genociding?
Okay, I gotta elaborate just because I already said it. There are some really fucked up, weird things that happen inside of the furry community, but I don't know. People, I think people like the cringe epidemic. I think a lot of times it's just people having fun. So.
Fucking Palestinians. To them, Palestinian existence is unreasonable, and your talking point is all that we need to do is try to be more palatable to the people doing the genocide, and then surely the genocide will stop. That's really your talking point? Let me give you an analogy here. One that dumb people like you usually need to be made because you don't know about anything except Nazism, and even then you don't really know much about it. So I hate having to make these like World War II analogies every single time, but it's unfortunately needed because Americans just don't know anything about the world aside from the Holocaust happened and the Nazis existed, and then like America became the freedom country. That's their narrative. So here, can you imagine a Jew saying in 1938, guys, you need to stop being bad Jews. The Germans are using you as examples that us Jews cannot be reasonable. Stop giving them ammo. Isn't that a ridiculous fucking thing? Like, those people want you dead. Those people are...
What a... I don't know. I thought that comment was weird, but he just put it perfectly.
3 years away from throwing you into death camps with industrial extermination, and you're talking about how you just need to like appeal to their good side and show how reasonable and good you are, aka like how close to whiteness you are, which is what ABI is saying here. Isn't that just a ludicrous talking
Not my
point?
business.
Yeah, it is. And it shows how colonized this man's mind is. He's trying so bad to be one of the good ones. He's trying so bad to be as white as possible. And my friend, I think you have achieved it, because no one would ever know that you were Arab unless you told them otherwise. From the way that you conduct yourself, from the way that you speak, from the way that you look, especially with the plastic surgeries, you have molded yourself into the obedient little dog that the American imperialists and the Zionists want you to be. Congratulations on that. But you should not try to impose that standard onto others. Thank you.
Actors, they're unhinged and are one of the greatest weapons against the movement. They're used as examples to try and show we pro-Palestine.
One of the greatest weapons against the movement. People are being thrown into prison all around the world for being pro-Palestine. They're being massacred. And for you, the greatest weapon against the movement is people being too pro-Palestine. And people who are, according to you, too rabidly pro-Palestine for Zionist sensibilities. You fucking piece of shit, man. Like, you're honestly as bad as Ethan here. You use all the same talking points that he does. There's nothing meaningfully differentiating you from him.
Palestinians cannot be reasonable. Stop giving the opposition ammo. And then I linked my actual video to show what I actually said.
I showed what you said in that video. I played the video in my response to you. I already showed it at the beginning. How dare you lie and say that I did not show what you said? I did. You were just a fucking liar.
this dude was saying, really nasty shit. The fucking paycheck, AB? Fucking pussy. People are trying to.
That's not nasty shit. That's not nasty at all. You do Zionist propaganda for a paycheck. That's just blatantly true. That's what you do. Your job is to sit there in silence as Hila Klein reads off the Zionist propaganda like the Israeli propaganda articles that your job is to send him. You're the researcher, right? That's what you do.
Frame it like he's saying he's going to R-word my mom and sister. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's being an asshole, but I don't need that extreme. I don't need that. I don't need you guys to be that extreme. Yes, he said something like, the translation is something like, fuck your sister, fuck your mom, whatever. By the way, Millhouse, if you're watching, someone was in my chat and wanted us to talk and said, give him some grace. He's going through something with his mom. I said, I don't know what's going on with his mom, but I'll pray for her. I wish her well.
Wow, you're so special. Why don't you address the substance of the criticism? You notice this is a diversion tactic, right? He tries to turn it around to look, I'm so nice to this guy. He was so mean to me, but I'm so nice to him. You see the comparison between us? He's this barbarian, confrontational Arab, not like me, the subservient, nice Arab. And he uses this as an excuse to avoid the actual criticism, which is you are paid to enable Zionist propaganda. In fact, you're paid to do Zionist propaganda, given that you feed it to Ethan yourself. That was the criticism. That some insult is thrown in after that doesn't change anything meaningfully. You avoid the criticism explicitly by framing yourself as the rational, good Arab who conforms to Zionist standards of what an Arab should be, and this other guy who displays actual emotions regarding the Palestine and Lebanon issue, regarding Israel genociding these countries, who clearly actually cares, who insulted you for your role in spreading Zionist propaganda. You frame him as a bad, barbaric Arab, while ignoring his actual criticism, which is what I said, him claiming correctly that your role is to spread Zionist propaganda and that you do so for a paycheck. All of that is true, and you avoid it completely with this dishonest bullshit about how nice you are, in contrast to that mean asshole, how mean he is to call you out for something that you factually do. You assist in the genocide of babies and children. Your job is to help Hila Klein spread propaganda, enabling that. You can't turn this around into being, look how nice I am and look how mean he is. You slimy fuck.
And the next time I see a clip of you, you're saying, fuck my mom. But hey, good job. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we know that AB actually got surgery to look less Arab? Just to be completely fair.
Honestly, you know who wants to fuck your mom? Ethan fucking Klein. Let's play the clip. Your boss sexually harasses your mother on his podcast.
Was it as weird as him talking about
what's weird about love?
Wait. Did you guys know that Ethan Klein's dad liked a picture of an Hila lookalike and like this sort of like pinup style, like very sexual picture? It was somebody who looked exactly like Hila, and the name of the picture was Sexy Hila, and Ethan Klein's dad liked that picture. Just thought that was interesting. I don't know if I can show it on stream. I mean, it's not like nudity or anything. Absolutely bonkers. What's his name? Gary Klein? Yeah. This is his account. Absolute. Oh no. Absolutely insane.
Breastfed by my mother?
There's nobody else that's partaking in your mother's breast milk that loves you the way that I do. And that is a special... What? What do you keep pointing at me?
I'm because you're just smiling. You're so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's a good, positive memory.
What did it taste like? I never tried it.
Sweet, salty.
Salty. I love...
This is disgusting.
Like, take a compliment battle and turn it into sucking on my mom's tits.
AB posted a Mother's Day picture of us. The comments were, I didn't quite understand.
I can help you. I'd love to help you,
Okay.
actually.
All right.
I've actually dreamed of helping you.
That's wonderful. There were some...
Okay, I'm not watching any more of this, but you get the fucking point. He has nothing to say about Ethan Klein
What the
screeching about the
fuck?
fucking Arabs forcing the Zionists to
in the
genocide them.
goddamn fuck?
He has nothing to say to defend his mother's honor when Ethan Klein openly expresses his desire to have sex with her live on stream right in front of him. But someone just says, fuck your mom, like, you know, a generic insult. And he has a lot to say about them. He gets called out for sitting there meekly and saying nothing as Ethan Klein rants about the fucking Arabs. He has a lot to say about them. You notice the pattern here? This man is trained trained and obedient. And I have never seen anyone more trained and obedient than this.
Good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As
But it's
every
called
fucking person on the
the
internet, every person in the
founding
world wants to
of
prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. I will continue to defend you and try to steer away from that area. You're welcome.
You didn't even address what he was saying. He did not address what he was saying at all. He's avoiding the point. He avoids my points in this video. It doesn't even show what I said. And he avoids this other guy's points as well, which is that he receives money to do Zionist propaganda.
Do I need to break that down for you, you fucking moron? Do I need to break it down for the idiots in your audience? I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt by thinking that there's no way possible y'all are that stupid. There is no way possible that you could have
This
seen
is
that
the most American guy I've ever seen.
and thought that I was saying that anyone who is any Arab who's anti-genocidal is barbaric. Because it is so clear.
It's clear what you were saying. We know precisely what you're saying. Well, let's see your explanation for it, because I know why you said it.
What I'm saying I'm defending him. I'm defending him because I don't need people.
You're not defending him at all. You're not defending him. You said verbatim. Zionists love you. They love you because you're an example of us Arabs being barbaric. That is what you said. You don't get to fucking drive that back and claim that you were defending him, you lying fucker.
To weaponize other Arabs against me. Yes, he said nasty shit. He said fuck you. I don't
You're not even addressing what you
need
said.
people to say that he was implying that he wanted.
You said that he was a great example of a barbaric Arab to be used by the Zionists to justify genocide.
R-word my mom and sister. I don't need that. But you
didn't
took
say
that.
that.
And you
You're
want
lying about that.
to spin this narrative that I was saying that all Arabs who are anti-genocidal are barbaric. What a piece of shit you are.
Yeah, you look at this Arab who's calling you out for being a professional genocide justifier, 4 days a week. That's what you do live on stream.
No, I don't think Bedlam worked with H3.
And in response to that, you said that he was a great example of a barbaric Arab according to Zionist standards. That's what you said. Own your words. How dare you oh, you piece of shit. You throw out a bunch of insults. You never address what you actually said and what we said about it, you lying
What a
fuck.
fucking moron. Actually, I don't know. Choose one. Are you a piece of shit or are you a dumbass? Because those are the only two options possible. You want to attack me for defending an Arab who is talking.
You said that he was a barbarian and a great example for Zionist use of the barbaric Arab stereotype.
Talk shit about me by saying that I'm saying that all Arabs who are anti-genocidal are barbaric. What a
So is it only this one who's barbaric? Is that what you were saying? It was only him who's barbaric.
fucking disgusting piece of shit you are. You fucking moron. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to back down. You are a joke. You're a little fucking crybaby. Anytime anyone tries to say anything to you, throw a little bitch fit. How disgusting. How disgusting. You want to criticize me? Say I didn't say
You're throwing a bitch fit right now. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying enough. You want to say I'm a piece of shit for where I work? Say whatever the fuck you want. When the moment you twist something like this, especially when it's me defending an Arab, it shows how fucking disingenuous you are. And shame on you. And shame on anyone who believes it.
Defending an Arab. Okay. Let's go back and see what he just actually showed.
Good job, man. You're doing a good job. You know, I'm sure Zionists love you. I'm sure they love you as an example of us Arabs being fucking barbaric. As every fucking person on the internet, every person in the world wants to prove that we're nothing but fucking barbaric animals. You're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, dude, you defended him really fucking well there by saying that he was a great example for the Zionists of a barbaric Arab for them to use to justify genocide. You really defended him so well here. So let me break this down for you what this is. Abi Ayad believes that Arabs need to abide by the standards that the people who want to genocide them give for what an acceptable Arab is. That is what he's saying there. So because this Do Not Worry podcast guy is passionate about Palestine, because he gets angry when he sees Abi Ayad, someone who he used to look up to as like a good example of Arab representation and stuff like that, sitting there meekly as Hila Klein does pro-genocide propaganda, this man, who, by the way, lives in Lebanon, gets bombed by Israel. He criticizes you, yells at you for what you factually do, which is receive money to enable Zionist propaganda. And your response to that was to call him...
That's another factor. The dude lives in Lebanon, who's currently... I mean, I know he just said it, but like... There's no way you could see why you're getting shit from him. The person who's currently living through...
A great example of a barbaric Arab to be used by the Zionists to justify genocide. That is just fucking ludicrous, okay? It's literally Uncle Ruckus shit. That is all that it is. And it shows how fucked up your brain is, how much you hate yourself. Because for you, it's not that these people have a hatred of Arabs, which is based on them wanting to eliminate them to take their land, based on them being obstacles, for example, to Western imperialism. No. For you, they hate them because they see them as negative stereotypes, and it is the role of individual Arabs to not abide by those stereotypes, to prove those stereotypes wrong. You know, by not being too passionate about Israel-Palestine, or, in this case, by something as petty as just not calling you out for your role in enabling genocide in the H3 podcast. Basically, for you, a good Arab is what you are. A silent Arab who sits there obediently by a Zionist, getting a paycheck from him, sending him pro-Israel propaganda articles, and not proving the Zionists right with their stereotypes of the Arab barbarian by showing a little bit of emotion or like actually fighting back or anything like that. No, what you got to do is sit next to a Zionist and enable his every move. I just dissected your entire being. And of course you'll never respond to it. You're not even responding to me in the first place. You're not showing a single fucking thing that I said in the actual video that I made on this. So your 2-minute long expletive-filled rant, like you genuinely thought that I would be intimidated by that I would be a little bitch and I would cry about it? No, all that I'm doing is reiterating what I said about you in the first place because you never actually responded to it. That's how easy this is.
If I can see you losing it and crying like a little fucking baby. God,
That's what you're doing right now. This level of projection
I
is
know you
unheard
will
of.
with community posts and whatnot, but it won't be as beautiful as just seeing you cry live. And this isn't the first time. just to give, I'm not trying to go in on Millhouse. I'm over Millhouse, but let me just give even more context to this specific situation. This is not the first time I've defended him after he said horrible shit either about me or about other.
You keep calling it horrible shit. It doesn't matter what he said about you. What he said about you is true. That he threw in some insults, which are warranted, by the way, given your role in enabling genocide propaganda, doesn't change the fundamental truth of what he said about you. Why don't you defend yourself from the allegations that he's making, which is that you enable genocide for a paycheck?
People. For those of you who don't know, Mike from PA, this white dude from PA, was talking shit and saying,
oh, he's white. Oh, he's white. That must make what he says about you
that
wrong.
I am a disgrace to my people. I'm ashamed. They're ashamed of me. Whatever the fuck. And I made me upset because I'm like, who are you as a white guy to say that?
Oh, he's white guy, right? He's just white. You can't actually refute what he says. All you can do is point out who said it. Oh man, you do everything to avoid the point, don't you? You never respond directly to what people are saying. You get a paycheck to enable.
Like normally, I can understand like there's certain things that you should. I don't know, but I think he is just using. If it was anybody else in any other situation, but the person who's currently defending the guy and his wife who are defending Zionism, if it was somebody else, I could understand this point.
Zionist propaganda. I can see why you're afraid to debate me on this, because you fucking know if you were confronted with live pushback, you wouldn't fare very well, would you? Just like your boss.
I'm a disgrace to my people, and my people are disappointed with me. Who are you to say that? I understand he's white. I appreciate him.
Who are you to say that? You're white.
Palestine. God bless. I'm okay with him criticizing.
He can't actually prove it wrong. All that he can do is say you shouldn't be allowed to say that because you're white.
For whatever the fuck he wants. But who are you to speak on behalf of my people? And you, Millhouse.
Your people. You're speaking on behalf of your people constantly, all the time. Like, who are you to speak on behalf of Palestinians and on Arabs who, by far, in the majority, have opinions that are massively counter to yours? What if
and you're like, well, as a Lebanese guy, I'll say you're a disgrace to our people. I was like, okay, dude. And then I said something about it on my stream. And I said, even though you said horrific shit, and that was referring to his...
He's just trying to make this interpersonal. This is Ethan Klein shit here. He's ignoring what it's actually about, which is him helping Ethan spread genocide propaganda and just trying to make it about him being insulted or whatever.
Comment about loving the screams of innocent Israelis. I still don't want to dogpile on you. I still don't want to do that because you're...
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, we get it, dude. You're such a great guy. You're on a higher level than these people. You're not stooping to their level. Yeah, dude, that's what this is all about. It's not actually about you spreading genocide propaganda. He's trying to turn this into like nothing more than like an insult-ridden shouting match. And he's like, you know what? I'm not going to insult you back in a video where all that he's doing is throwing out like grade school insults, by the way. I'm above that. And he's ignoring the point they're actually making, which is you receive money to enable genocide propaganda. Why don't you respond to that, you fucking coward?
You're Lebanese. You live in Lebanon where it's being actively bombed. And I don't... Actually, no, let me just show you his reaction to it.
You know, fuck it. Millhouse, I don't know if you'll see this clip. I want to say shit, like, also, all right, fuck it. Millhouse, like, AB, I don't know, like, if you're afraid of, like, saying something about me, I'm not gonna fucking come after you, bro. I'm powerless. So there's nothing that I can do to harm you.
Well, here, let me explain myself now. No, I'm not afraid to come after you. What I'm saying is I don't want to call out someone who's in Lebanon being actively bombed, no matter how much shit they talk about me.
I mean, you're calling him by, like, a despective nickname that Ethan Klein made up to attack him. Ethan Klein, a Zionist defender of Israel, who defended Israel while it was bombing this guy's country. You're using the nickname that Ethan Klein made up against him while telling us how much of a better man you are, how you're above insulting him. Give us a fucking break, dude.
Even though previously I've seen you defend me, but like I said, the snark
you don't deserve to be defended. You keep trying to make this about, like, personal insults into personal drama. It's about you helping to enable genocide.
Got to you too much.
Millhouse, I don't know if you'll see this clip. I want to say shame on you for me telling a white dude that he has no right to speak for me as an Arab.
Oh, he's a white guy, so what he says can't be true.
And then you look at the camera and you say, well, as a Lebanese person, I'm saying that you're a disappointment. You can say whatever you want to me, say however you want, but to do it in a way in which you side with a white person, I mean,
you can't ever agree with a white guy. What a great argument! These people are so fucking dumb. He learned this from the best. He learned this from Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein's like, I'm Jewish. Case closed. AB Ayad is like, I'm Arab and you're white. Case closed. I guess I don't have to address the actual facts, which is that I enable genocide propaganda for a paycheck. He's just doing that. That's what this whole video is about. It's avoiding the point. Throwing out schoolyard insults and focusing on like interpersonal insults between them, the creators, to avoid what their fundamental disagreement is, which is him enabling genocide for a paycheck.
You're getting too high off the snark cloud, okay? I'm telling you that.
I'm sorry, but the white person did way more than, like, he spoke out way more than AB.
Yes. So the white person he's talking about is Mike.
So what?
Yes. You notice how AB puts like he has a fixation with putting up what he believes to be unflattering pictures of people when they're being talked about. This is him editing this in here. You can tell because it's covering his webcam. So he put this on the screen himself. AB Ayad, someone who had such terrible body image issues that he literally got cosmetic surgery to remove his Arab facial features, dares to do this to other people.
It's Mike from PA. And let's watch it.
Okay, here, I'll explain. The problem is the fact that...
Again, yeah, I don't really care about him getting, like, Botox or whatever. Like, who cares about that? But then to not know why it's kind of fucked to talk about somebody else's body in that way is kind of crazy.
What we were arguing about was him speaking on behalf of my people. As I said, criticize me whenever you want.
That's why I don't talk about people's looks really that often. There's some special cases, but
when the specific argument is this white dude telling me how Arabs feel about me and speaking on behalf of Arabs is not...
He can make that assessment based off empirical facts, based off of literal tens of thousands of people, Arabs, many of them, calling you out for this shit.
Not okay. And then Millhouse jumped in and felt like he was going to be the Arab to co-sign that. And that was
There's no fucking problem there. What they're saying is factually correct. Both of them are correct. Doesn't matter if they're Arab, white, black, yellow, green. What they're saying about you is right. That's the issue. Contest the facts, you fucking little baby.
the problem. Yeah, I'm glad that Mike from PA speaks about Palestine. God bless him. I thought he was a cool guy first. That's why I defended him. Every encounter we had.
So you thought he was a cool guy until he started criticizing you for sitting there and co-signing Zionist genocide 3 or 4 times a week on the H3 podcast.
He was nice. He was asking about my family. I said, oh, this guy's awesome. But then I found out later on he doesn't care. It's just about trying to use me to hurt people around me.
Trying to please everyone. But when you try to
Who are the people around you? Ethan Klein, Zionist genocide propagandist. Hila Klein, Zionist genocide propagandist. If someone is using you to hurt those people, good. They fucking spread Zionist propaganda during a Zionist genocide. You guys are always like, oh no, these people are supposedly harassing me. Oh, they're harassing me by talking about the things that I factually say and do to support genocide. If you feel harassed or bad or whatever because me or any other plethora of people are calling you out for spreading Zionist genocide propaganda, that's fucking good. Good. Zionists should feel bad. Zionism is a political ideology, an innately genocidal political ideology, an innately racist political ideology. Zionists are bad people. Zionists are fundamentally terrible people. And the only way to stop them from carrying out their racist and genocidal goals is by doing things like this. Just like how Nazism was made largely unacceptable, we need to do that with Zionism. You're not helping with that, are you, though? Because you sit there next to a Zionist, enabling him and helping him spread Israeli propaganda day in, day out for a paycheck.
please everyone, you end up pleasing no one.
Who am I pleasing? Who am I pleasing?
Your job is literally to please Ethan Klein. You have been your entire life, your entire adult life, a sycophant for Ethan Klein. You started out by making videos trying to please him. He saw those videos and he was like, yeah, this guy is totally fucking in love with me. I'm going to hire him. And ever since then, he's been paying you literally to please him. That's your fucking job.
I'm pissing off everyone. You go through my comments, you'll see terrorist sympathizer.
Everyone except the people paying you.
You'll see you work for Zionist. You'll see Zionist. You'll see traitor. You'll see why you still defend Frogan. I am pissing off everyone because I'm staying true to myself and what I believe.
If you're staying true to yourself and what you believe, then what you believe is Zionism.
I'm trying to keep everyone happy. Don't you think it'd be a lot easier just to pick an audience and just stick with it? Don't you think it would just be easier to just sit there and let people talk shit about Frogan and not try to defend her?
While keeping the pro-Palestinian audience happy?
Don't fucking do that. Your boss harasses her every fucking week, man. He has entire episodes about her still. Fucking pretending to defend her. If you were defending her, if you were defending Palestine, you would have quit like 2 fucking years ago, man.
I'm not be able to do that. Somebody's got to give at some point.
And again, if this is not directed just towards Millhouse, this is everyone. If you truly believe that my workplace is spreading harmful views, isn't it better for the cause if I'm there to push back at all? Even if it's not up to par with what you guys want, even if it's not enough, isn't it good?
You don't push back. You don't push back fucking at all. Let me show you more moments. Aside from the one that I showed at the beginning of the fucking Arabs moment, where he didn't say anything then. So here is Ethan Klein stating that the Palestinians are responsible for the IDF bombing hospitals because they have Hamas command centers underneath. This is a made-up genocidal talking point straight from the IDF, which they use to justify bombing hospitals and trying to physically genocide Palestinians.
But people who pretend that Hamas is anything but a fucking barbaric terrorist group that intentionally kills its own people for political gain is
a commentator on he was on the Majority Report with Sam Cedar and co, and unfortunately he died back in 2020, I think, unexpectedly. I think it was I forget exactly what was the cause of death, but yeah, he was also on the Young Turks, but he was a very outspoken pro-Palestine voice, and he was Jewish.
Lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
AB says nothing.
Gonna help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like continuing to provoke Israel to attack them. And putting fucking like military complexes under
wording.
Hospitals.
Absolutely insane wording. Provoking to attack.
You know, Hamas's design from the beginning is to get as many people killed as possible.
Ethan Klein blames Palestinians for their own genocide. AB says nothing. You don't push back. You don't do anything. You're paid specifically not to. That's why you don't. You are parasocially tied to this man. Your entire identity is tied to him. And he's turned you into a Zionist, whether you realize it or not. Where is your energy for this stuff, AB Ayad? Where is your energy for your boss saying this disgusting genocidal propaganda live on the stream? Why are you pissed off so much more at people just insulting you than you
Hi. So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish.
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of.
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yeah. You went to Gaza? I went to the border. Oh, okay, but not to Gaza. You can't be in Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, look, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. Like the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody can reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being also a stance that a lot of very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on and that there's also a way to do this, that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said, we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is right.
What I'm saying,
So
not to crowd Ethan in this, but like, that's a point that he brings up all the time, is that it's like, oh, it's a very complicated situation. Both sides are blah, 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 blah. He says that in this episode, and it's just.
It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you, shalom. And I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that.
The way he just like rattled that off without hesitation.
In a religious sense, it's my reading, to the extent I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. But yeah, no, I know. We'll but it's not complicated.
Said something about the. What was it? Oh man, I think it was popular as well. Hold on. Is this the same video? No, right?
This is a clip from Michael Brooks, Palestine.
Also.
Oh, it's the same video. Nope. Anyway. Yeah, but I also feel like Sam is also. I think Michael was definitely more eloquent than Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar, I think he takes a while to process whether he's saying the right thing or not, or wording it properly to be accurate. But anyway, I think it would. I don't think Ethan would listen to him either. Sorry, that took a while to get out.
Are at your boss for spreading actual harmful pro-genocide propaganda. You have no energy for even fucking Arabs, Klein. You have no energy for even Hamas command centers under hospitals, Klein. You have no energy for even 40 beheaded babies, Klein. Ethan also said that while Abiyad said nothing. Let me show you the clip.
Tons of people got killed. Now, I don't know if they were beheaded, okay? And some people really care about that detail.
I haven't seen that. Or maybe I have. It sounds familiar, but that's a pretty fucking important detail, no?
So to me, the 40 babies is enough.
So Ethan Klein spread the 40 beheaded babies hoax. Abiyad said nothing. Ethan Klein constantly spreads the Hamas mass rape hoax. Abiyad says nothing. How exactly do you push back? You don't. If you push back, you'd be fucking fired. So give us a fucking break. Having you there is the exact same as not having you there. In fact, having you there is worse because your job as a researcher is to feed Ethan Klein dirt and defamation on his opponents, as well as Zionist talking points to use specifically to help him to justify this shit that he's spreading. That if your beliefs are as you claim they are, is false. The very problem people have with you is that you don't fucking say anything. You enable this. You get paid for it, which is worse. You're profiting off genocide.
Happy no matter what, unless you start shitting on Hassan every day. We don't want to do that because you know that Hassan is a piece of shit, anti-Semite. So down.
And by the way, the only person out of all these people calling me out that has said to leave the crew alone has been Hassan, just for the record. The only time I've ever heard Hassan talk about me or Lena, he said to leave us alone, that we're in a tough situation.
You know what I mean? You can't.
What does that mean exactly? You're a fucking YouTube public personality. Because you're the crew, you should be left alone? What kind of a weird talking point is that? It's like a rule that you made up.
Also, yeah, so Ethan Klein had been writing on. Thank you, Riley, for suggesting that. It's a really good point. he was writing on Avi Shlaim for this entire. Riley, I don't know if you saw the beginning of this, but they were really going in on the. They were saying that Hassan was doing like mass erasure of Jewish people's history, like of the 900,000 Jews. They were saying that like, oh, he's trying to erase our history, this and that. And all of it was riding on this Avi Shlaim thing. Avi Shlaim, am I pronouncing that right? I'm not sure. I've only read it, really. I think I've heard them say it, but I can't. Anyway, never implied what Ethan is implying here. Especially with that it was the Arabs' fault that this happened. Anyway.
Hello, Dr. Shlaim. I'd like to, first of all, thank you for sitting with me today and speaking with me on the current state of affairs in Palestine, as well as some other things I'm hoping to speak with you about history as a discipline and an endeavor, moving yourself to Israel and your disenchantment with Zionism and the possibility of a just coexistence between Palestinians and Israelis. So perhaps we can start off with the new historian title that you're often...
Yeah, it's really hard to tell whether he's being purposefully resistant or just thoroughly does not understand the topics that he's talking about.
Described with. Could you tell us what it means to be a new historian?
It's just, yeah, it's really difficult to tell, like, especially with the Sabra thing and the ADL thing. Like, it doesn't, or, oh man, what did, I forget what Hila was saying earlier. I don't think she's on the same level, you know, like as, I think she understands what she's talking about. But just the things that they imply. I wish I could remember what they were talking about. Oh yeah, that, they're both victims. Oh, they were I'm sorry, yeah, they were comparing Native Americans to the Israelis using the same talking point from Avi Shlaim. They were trying to equate what so yeah, anyway. It just doesn't make sense to me how they don't understand how tone deaf or like how like they can't possibly think that they're in the right here. Anyway. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Riley. He was on today defending saying fucking Arabs, and he thought the problem was he used the F word, and then he tried to draw like an equivalence to what would be, you know, if somebody were to say fucking, or sorry, effing Jews, and I censored myself because I think the moderation might be, like, even if I am just quoting, might be particularly, anyway, and he was trying to equate it and just completely change the phrasing. He said, oh, it would be the same as saying this and that, but it was a different sentence. It was much softer.
Yes, I can, because I'm one of the three original new historians. The other two are Benny Morris and Ilan Pape. And in 1988, on the 40th anniversary of the birth of the State of Israel, the three of us published books and dealing with 1948.
Yeah, but he also like rephrased it into saying like
it's
okay, right? I can understand that.
I'm not saying fuck Jews.
I know.
If he said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess I guess more comparable would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be, I didn't even use it like that. It'd be more like the Jews are, you know, they're fucking complicit or something, like, because it's not.
That's not the same thing.
Like, I'm not saying fuck the Arabs.
No, I know.
I know you're not saying that, but that's also.
Like, yeah, one, you know, they're from the state of Israel. It's not an intrinsic value that they have, that they can't get rid of, even if they wanted to. Not that you would want to get rid of but you know what I'm saying. This is an intrinsic value about them. They could not be Israeli. And then two, that's not even what you said.
Traditional Zionist account of what happened in that year, and Israel is featured as the victim, and it is claimed that there was a unified Arab coalition which attacked Israel, the newly born state of Israel, with one account books and dealing with 1948. And there is a traditional Zionist account of what happened
What's up,
in
T?
that year.
I mean, it's only like 12 here.
And Israel, the newly born state of Israel, coalition.
Okay, so he's saying that some of the books portray from the Zionists, the traditional Zionists, that say that the Arabs attacked the Arab Jews in Iraq, I believe.
One war aim, which was genocide of Arab coalition.
Saying that there was a unified Arab coalition. Okay, I was just for me to understand.
Which attacked Israel, the newly born state of Israel.
What is up, T?
With
Welcome
one
back.
war aim, which was genocide,
Sorry,
to
just
throw the Jews
fucking
into
buttons, doesn't
the
say
sea
button.
and to frustrate the birth of the Jewish state. And my colleagues and I challenge this traditional Zionist version of events. And what was important in our work is that it was based on archival research. Israel, to its credit, has a 30-year rule which governs the review and declassification of official documents. So we had access to all the Israeli archives.
Wait, Sam, what do you mean? Like where I am over here?
For that period, as well as British, American, and UN archives and primary Arabic sources. So this was proper history as opposed to the Zionist historiography that preceded us. My book is called Collusion Across the Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement, and the Partition of Palestine. And I argue that by 1947, King Abdullah and the Jewish Agency had reached a tacit agreement to divide Palestine between themselves and at the expense of the Palestinians. And this is what happened indeed. So the winners in the 1948 war were Israel, which extended its borders way beyond what the UN had decreed to 78% of historic Palestine. And the other winner was King Abdullah of Jordan, who captured the West Bank and that later annexed it to his kingdom. The losers were the Palestinians. And if I may add,
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I just joined the stream, so I don't know where you at with your whole stream topic. My bad. I see. Right now we're showing a video of Avi Shlaim, the person that you think cited for his claim, completely debunking retroactively. Not retroactively, but from the past, debunking Ethan.
my book completely upended Zionist historiography because there the conflict is described as a straightforward bipolar affair with Israel on one side and the Palestinians and all the Arabs on the other side. And I argue that below, this is what things look like on the surface, but below the surface, the real lineup was Hashemites. King Abdullah was a Hashemite ruler, Hashemites and Zionists on one side, and Palestinians and Arab nationalists on the other side. So that, in a nutshell, is the new history.
And I know that you've also done history, written about history, or specifically your own history, in doing your recent memoir. And you talk about coming from Iraq and moving to Israel, and wondering what eventually prompted that and what the relations at the time between Palestinians and Israelis were like.
Writing about myself was very, very difficult. I had written several history books, and I'd written a biography of King Hussein of Jordan. That was straightforward. I was writing about one man and everything revolved around the central figure. But I'd never written about myself, let alone about myself up to the age of 18. What persuaded me to embark on this exercise is to write not a straightforward autobiography, but a family history. Because although I'm not important, I lived in really revolutionary times, an eventful period in the history of the Jewish people. And my family and I, we were Iraqi Jews. We were Arab Jews. We were Iraqis with very deep roots in Iraq, going back to the Babylonian exile 2.5 millennia ago. We spoke Arabic at home, only Arabic. And we were Iraqis whose religion happened to be Judaism. And there are many minorities in Iraq, many minorities, and the Jews didn't stand out. The Jews were one minority among others, and there was a long tradition of religious tolerance and coexistence between the different minorities. So for us, Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not an abstract idea. It was the everyday reality. Then, against our will, for reasons that we couldn't control and we couldn't even understand, we were catapulted to Israel in 1950. And this was quite traumatic, not just for us, but for the 125,000 Iraqi Jews who ended up in Israel. For the community as a whole, the experience was like a tree being pulled up by the roots. And in Israel, we didn't have a very welcome reception. My family and I were spared going into transit camps, Ma'abarot, with all the hardships that involved. But for the great majority of Iraqi Jews who arrived in Israel, this was quite traumatic. They were sprayed with DDT, with pesticide on arrival. So that's the first impression of the Promised Land. And for me, as a boy of 5, it was a huge upheaval, a completely new society. I had to learn a new language, but above all, I was conscious of being an Iraqi boy. And Israel was, the dominant ethos was Ashkenazi European ethos. This is what the new state was about, and therefore I could never feel that I belonged there. I felt an outsider. I felt out of place, and also I had a sense of inferiority inculcated in me because I looked around me and I saw that people looked down on Oriental Jews. People looked down on Arabic. So I was embarrassed when my father spoke to me in Arabic in front of my friends in the street. So in Israel, I had a sense of inferiority on account of being from an Arab country, which stayed with me until I left the country much later on.
And at a certain point, did you adopt Zionism as a worldview, despite these contradictions you were seeing? And also, whether you can comment on how Zionism was perceived in Iraq before you left.
The Jewish community in Iraq had very little to do with Zionism. Zionism was a movement by European Jews for European Jews. And my mother used to talk a great deal about the wonderful Muslim friends that we had in Baghdad. And one day I asked her, did we have any Zionist friends? And she said, no, Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It's nothing to do with us. And I think that reflected the predominant view of Iraqi Jews.
No, but yeah, that's absolutely right. There's the prejudice doesn't, I mean, obviously Muslims are treated completely differently, but even, yeah, Arab Jews and I don't know how many Ethiopian Jews still reside. I think there are some, you know, just from being there for a while. And all sorts. I mean, it's a very right-wing society. It's very anti-LGBT as well. Not that this is a...
And
sort of its
looking
own,
looking at
with
from
its
the
own
other end,
history.
from the end of the Zionist movement, the Zionist movement never had any real interest in the Jews of the East. It revolved around the Jews of Europe and establishing a Jewish state in Palestine for European Jews. The change happened only after the Holocaust, which removed the main reservoir of Jews for the Jewish state to be. And it's only then that the Zionist leaders began to look at Jews wherever they could find them, from the four corners of the earth, including
Did he? What I want to know is that did Ethan even take time to like? What source material did he use to get that opinion to be so vehement about it?
Jews of the Arab,
like to get this point that it was the Arabs' fault, the Arab people's fault for Zionism. Essentially, I don't even know what his exact point was, but it was implicating Arabs and like laying the blame solely on them. I don't know.
Arab countries
ChatGPT 100%.
on whom they tended to look down. So in Iraq didn't have a Jewish problem. Europe had a Jewish problem. In Europe, the Jews were the other. They stood out. And
that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand, is that Zionism in the state of Israel, or like the establishment of the state of Israel through Zionism, was an inherently anti-Semitic project. It's functioned by, you know, in the proposal by Theodore Herzl, and I think it was like 1880s. The proposition is solely for the reason, well, I don't think it was solely for the reason they said, you know, their home, their chosen land or whatever. But it was also to just remove Jews from Europe. Like that was one of the main motivating factors.
And anti-Semitism is a European malady. It was born in Europe in the Middle Ages. The church had a lot to do with it. There was no tradition of anti-Semitism in the Arab world. It was exported from Europe to the Middle East. And it's interesting to note that this is in the interwar period, after the First World War, when there was a growth of anti-Semitism in Iraq and other Arab countries. There was no Arabic literature.
Yeah, Riley. There's no way that he actually took the time. If he did find a full interview, like T said, he probably input it into ChatGPT and summarized it for him.
Anti-Semitic literature. So anti-Semitic literature had to be translated from European languages to Arabic. So the Zionist movement became a divisive force. It drove a wedge between the Jewish communities in Arab countries and the rest of their societies.
So I know that 1967 was a pivotal year for you, or a turning point. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that and what happened at that time.
I had a traditional education in Israel.
I'm sorry to keep on pausing it, but isn't it crazy the thread of people that we see who Ethan thinks agrees with him? He thinks that Avi Shlaim agrees with him. He thinks that Sam Cedar, like we mostly agreed on everything, which didn't make sense because today during the podcast they were saying that he's like a horrible person and that they are disappointed and this and that. But like he was saying that he agrees right after the initial interview, or that they agreed on everything. Like what is the level of, like, what world is this person living in?
And I was a Zionist, and at school I was taught the traditional Zionist version of the conflict, and then I had a traditional education in Israel, and I was a Zionist, and at school I was taught the traditional Zionist version of the conflict, and then in the mid-1960s, I served in the IDF, in the Israel Defense Forces, and I was very patriotic, and I served my country proudly and loyally because I believed in the justice of our cause. I believed that Israel was a small, liberal, democratic, peace-loving country surrounded by Arab predators, and we had no choice but to stand up and fight. And in June 1967, everything changed. And Israel trebled its territory, and Israel became a colonial power, lording it over millions of Arabs in the occupied territories. And for me, this was also a turning point, because my army, the army in which I had served loyally, became, and it was an army which was geared to protecting the country, defending the country against attack by regular armies of the Arab states. But all this changed in the aftermath of the Israeli victory in the war. And the IDF became not the Israel Defense Force, it became the brutal police force of a brutal colonial power. And from then on, the main focus of the army was to police the occupation. We never saw any Arab civilians. We never dealt with Arab civilians. But after 1967, the main function of the Israeli army is to police the occupation. So it was a turning point for me, and my disenchantment with Zionism and Israel goes back to June 1967.
Before we wrap up, if there's any final thoughts or observations you'd like to share.
I'd like to make 3 observations, and that is that Israel has obstructed every international effort at peace since 1967. Israel has been diplomatically intransigent, and the Israeli occupation is the most prolonged and brutal occupation of modern times. The second observation is about the Palestinians. They have been demonized, but when you look at the reality, Palestinian intransigence is a myth. First, the PLO moderated its program and signed the Oslo Accord with Israel. Hamas was also an extremist movement with an extremist charter, but it won a fair and free election in June 2006, and it was not allowed to govern by Israel and by Israel's Western allies. So Hamas moderated its program. Hamas offered Israel negotiations on a long-term truce, and Hamas also accepted a Palestinian state along the pre-1967 borders. All these gestures were completely ignored by Israel, and Israel continued to use brute force to solve what is essentially a political problem. So there is no military solution to this conflict. There can only be a political solution, but Israel frustrates it. And my third observation is that the international community has singularly failed the Palestinian people. And the international, this is one of the most crying cases of injustice in modern history, and the international community has been unable to do anything for the Palestinians. And more specifically, I blame America for the use of the veto to incapacitate and not enable the Palestinian, the international community to protect the Palestinian people. But now I take some hope from the fact that both the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice are looking at what Israel is doing, and in due course they'll come up with their conclusions. I'm sure they would uphold the charges that Israel is committing genocide, and then this would go to the Security Council, and one can only hope that America wouldn't use the veto again to defeat to prevent once again the international community from doing its duty to the Palestinians. And if I may, I would offer one last reflection. Zionism, the establishment of the State of Israel, involved a monumental injustice to the Palestinians, an injustice that is only exacerbated over time and reached its climax, its most cruel climax, in Gaza today. And I, as a Jew, feel a moral duty to support, to speak up for the Palestinian cause. And I think that all Jews also have a moral duty to stand up by the Palestinians in their hour of need.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schramm, for this wonderful discussion, of course, for your time with TRT World today.
Thank
you. Riley, could you said anti-Semitic texts had to be translated. Could you, I might have missed it. I might have missed him talking about that. What did you mean by that? Also, right. I just want to know, like, what did Ethan see that made him think that they were agreeing on anything? It's like even the very basis of, for instance, him attacking Sam Cedar for saying that Hamas had done some, some good things and a lot of bad things. Seems like something, I don't know if I can I mean, aside from the obvious where he said that they modified their charter, they modified, their negotiation tactics to try to appeal to, or, to try to appease Israel. Like, outside of that, I think they would also agree on some other things, including that point that Sam Cedar made. And yeah, it's just bizarre to me, like what he possibly could have gathered from that, and then the fact that everybody in this community is also going, like, I assume people aren't aren't doing the their due diligence and actually finding out what the person said, because for some reason he is a trusted source of information for a lot of people. Night, Lucia. Appreciate you hanging out. Oh yeah, you missed a lot, T. And he did the same thing with Norm Finkelstein, where he took one little excerpt of Norm saying that, Westerners are afraid of the slogan "From the river to the sea," and he was like, "Yeah, see, you're wrong. He agrees with me."
But there's no reason for anybody to try to argue that you should call me a terrorist. And if they want to do that, they're being never experienced.
You said, well, listen.
A terror attack.
The difference.
I mean, I grew up.
He already posted it to YouTube. Jesus. idubbbz versus Ethan Klein round 2. I hope that at least some people in his audience were able to be like turned off.
By the way, the terrorist thing, again, to go to like how they take meaning away from words. If you want to call me a terrorist, like, that tells me your privilege and that you never lived under terror, like you've never experienced.
They're the real victim. That's something that they've done over and over again through this whole thing, is reframing who's the victim in all situations, in their own and
you said, well,
apparently in Gaza.
Listen,
a terror attack.
The difference.
I mean, I grew up having to be afraid to go on a bus, my dad wouldn't let me go to the mall, anywhere public. Like,
yeah.
In Gaza.
God, it must have been so tough for you.
I'm sure it's not it's very scary.
Okay,
right?
I can understand that, but
I don't think you do.
There's no reason for anybody to try to argue that you should call me a terrorist. And if they want to do that, they're being...
Oh yeah, absolutely, Riley. I was talking about that earlier, that like by all metrics, if he can agree, and he does agree, he said it on multiple occasions that the IOF can be classified as a terrorist military. So if he can agree with that, and I understand that he's, married to her, but then this person who is, to Ethan, inextricably linked to the Houthis, but in reality, probably 99% chance is not part of the Houthis. So his connection is tenuous at best. But he can so easily classify that 19-year-old, because he has, more agency, I guess, than 18, 19-year-old Hila Klein when she was raiding a city illegally.
ridiculous.
The reason why is because it's mandatory conscription. Terrorism, people get recruited. They join terrorist organizations because they want to kill people. People get recruited into the IDF it's mandatory, and not everybody in the IDF is actually the vast majority of people in the IDF are not doing anything combat related.
And I've
She specifically asked to go on a raid to a quote unquote terrorist city to go kidnap somebody, against all international law regulations in occupied territory. I mean, just the list goes on. And then to sit here, the absolute, just, I want to call it audacity, but I think it's idiocy, to sit here and try to compare what you did and say, yeah, sure, I guess it's scary in Gaza. But for me, God, yeah, that night raid must have been terrifying for you, Hila.
said many times I was a secretary.
She hasn't denounced any of her actions. She said that it was admirable to join the IDF. She said that it was selfish not to join because everybody else is joining. They called Jewish people who don't join the IDF in Israel, they called them leeches.
A lot of the stuff is just like infrastructure and society-based type of shit.
Okay. That's that. The rest of the soldiers that are in the IDF are fighting to the end of them building that infrastructure and society related stuff. So, okay.
So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that or I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's someone who's like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I am.
That's what I was talking about earlier, Riley. Is that it's like why are the only people that seem to agree with Ethan are the ones who are more publicly and have stronger, maybe not stronger, but they have more public opinions about Zionism and are generally pro-Zionism, tend to be Islamophobic. Like, why are those the only people that agree with you? And nobody who's truly, actually, staunchly, militantly pro-Palestine is on his side. I wonder why. Because the way that he's framing it is that these people just have some weird, sudden bout of anti-Semitism.
I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist.
He can't even articulate how, like, okay, if I was in his position and I truly thought this, I would try to figure out how this pipeline happened. Why me specifically? Why not other, Jewish? Why aren't they going crazy on, other Jewish pro-Israel people? I would try to, like, I don't know, figure it out, like what happened, how they're able to claim to be, non-anti-Semitic, but are actually, I would try to figure that stuff out, but he just has no reason other than making the assertion because, of course, it's true, because we are, God's chosen victims.
Terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that, like, the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay, so then, yeah. It doesn't matter that there's some infrastructure jobs.
For sure. But that's why it says it's more complicated, because it's not like you can't just say, oh, they're a terror org, because it's mandatory conscription and the vast majority of people involved are not doing combat.
Does he think that there's like certain rules and regulations against around certain militaries that make it so, if this thing is true, then it's not necessarily a terrorist organization. If people are forced into it, if people are forcibly recruited into this organization, then it can't possibly be a terror organization. Doesn't that make it worse? Like, what does that even mean? People are forced against their will under threat of imprisonment, which, I mean, to be fair, it's never that long. You're treated fairly well. If you really wanted to be anti-genocide, if you were really anti-genocide and you had any empathy for the people on the other side of that wall. Maybe I'm speaking big because I'm American and, whatever. But anyway, the mandatory conscription is such a stupid point to me because, like, that makes it worse, in my opinion. That makes the entire organization more terroristic. I don't know if that's a word. but infinitely more diabolical and sinister.
So even if you want to say like the people in the IDF are terrorists, it doesn't really hold up to scrutiny.
Maybe that's part of the problem. Ethan is so ignorant that he doesn't understand the historical context, and he might not understand the implications of what he's saying, like when he said Gaza has no bomb shelter. Yeah. Yeah. It really does feel like I don't know. Like sometimes when he talks, it feels a lot like a teenager who is, you know, what do they call, like a rebel without a cause. Like that's what it feels like. That he's just being defiant to be defiant, especially during Hassan's interview. You could hear him saying like, just off rip, refusing to listen to anything he says. I don't know.
Because of what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bomb shelter thing was like so bizarre, so bizarre to me. I had no idea, but
pro-Zionist and that he should be more thoughtful. But when he pointed out that your language,
I found that it is actually a Zionist talking point. I had no idea.
I never got to show his
supportive of
response.
terrorism. Why not just admit that you're careless sometimes too to his fans? It made you look like you can't admit fault. I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't. What do you mean? If you think I'm a terrorism supporter for that reason, then yeah, I'm a fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking about?
Okay.
The Houthis
Then we
and their
agree.
militancy in the Red Sea is a perfectly moral action. What would you do if there was a genocide happening in your fucking backyard?
Are all the missiles
That's it.
that they're shooting
And
at
Ethan
Israel
had no
okay?
answer for that.
He says I had no answer for that. I continually had an answer. I said, you do what you did, but don't kidnap 15 fucking Filipino sailors and keep them prisoner for a year for no reason. They didn't even get anything out of it. They just eventually had to return them.
Why is it that none of this is ever turned around on Israel? I mean, we know why.
Because they were getting pressured by all the human rights orgs. You know? Such a coward.
I'm curious, does he have a problem with all the missiles they're shooting at Israel?
Fuck no. No, actually the opposite. When the missile hit the airport, he was on Twitch celebrating. The title of his
How do
stream.
you explain that? Because if it had hit, like, it luckily hit in an open field right next to, I mean, as it was part of the
airport's a
the
very big
airport, but
area.
it landed outside in the open space, and if it would have landed on the structure, it could have been very disastrous.
He thinks it's good.
Have you thought about our airports? Have you thought about the Gaza air? They don't have airports. They don't have anything because it was all like, why is this never talked about? Why is the relation like there's a very obvious catalyst that's making this happen, and they will not mention it. They pretend to be like fair, like, oh, I always listen to criticism and whatnot, but it's like, why can't you? Why is it in every other circumstance? It's not really, but like, why does that apply to every other situation than this?
But those are innocent civilians.
No,
I don't
he doesn't have a
understand.
problem with killing or maiming or kidnapping innocent civilians. He made
Okay.
that very clear.
Mhm.
He says it's a deterrent.
Again, not true.
How does that?
I'm not here to run. I don't know how many times I gotta say it. I probably don't have to say it, but like, it just literally didn't say that.
help Palestine?
It doesn't, frankly. And by the way, Yemen is like, he keeps chirping about how Yemen's the poorest country in the world. It's like, well,
And
then
now they're getting bombed by
what's
the
the
IDF.
point of fucking spending money on missiles and shit that are just either getting shot down?
He can't possibly think of a reason to do what Yemen is doing. What, T?
Problem with killing or maiming or kidnapping innocent civilians. He made
Okay.
that very clear.
Mhm.
He says it's a deterrent.
How does?
In the words of Hila.
That help Palestine?
That when that missile hit the airport, he was on Twitch celebrating.
How does he explain that? In the words of Hila, how does he explain that?
The title of his
How do
stream.
you explain that? Because if it had hit, like, it luckily hit in an open field right next side in the open space, and if it would have landed on the structure, it could have been very disastrous.
Yeah.
He thinks it's good.
But
He
those
even-
are innocent civilians.
No,
I
he
don't
doesn't have a
understand.
problem with killing or maiming or kidnapping innocent civilians. He made
Okay.
that very clear.
Mhm.
He says it's a deterrent.
How does that help Palestine?
I hate this moral show that she's trying to put on. Yeah, you're right. There is like a sort of a slippery slope when you're trying to, not trying to, but like when implicating the wife of these situations. When you implicate Hila, it might come off, but it really is because he has on live stream at the behest of Hila changed his opinion or changed his talking point, and it's just like it's present and on display, and it doesn't, you know, obviously doesn't have anything to do with that trope of like the evil wife, but like, yeah, exactly, Riley.
It doesn't, frankly. And by the way, Yemen is like, he keeps chirping about how Yemen's the poorest country in the world. It's like, well,
And
then
now they're getting bombed by the
what's the
IDF.
point of shoot?
They're blaming. Oh my God! Did y'all hear that? And now they're getting bombed by the IDF because it's so wild that they can't possibly comprehend Yemen trying to fight back. How dare they try to fight back? How dare they try to again, this is devoid of like alliances. If your brain wasn't poisoned by Zionism, if your brain wasn't so poisoned, you could at least see, even if you were still on the side of Israel, you could at least see or understand why Yemen or the Houthis might be going on this, you know, escapade on, you know, trying to fight back to the IOF. They can't possibly comprehend that.
Fucking spending money on missiles and shit that are just either getting shot down by the whatever.
Yeah.
Point is, that's the name of his stream was Houthis show the limit of the Iron Dome ! Like celebrating. So yeah, he's happy about it. And that was being promoted by Twitch on the front page.
Wow.
Yeah. And by the way, Mike from PA, who issued a death threat against me, has still not been punished.
What is he talking about here? Please, somebody, what is he talking about? Does anybody? T, do you know what he's talking about?
I also said, yes, some people think I'm a terrorist supporter, and that's on them and not me.
I gotta figure out what he was talking about. Hold on. Wait, he did? Why did he do that? No. Maybe this is... This is from Livestream Fail, which is very Destiny centric.
But
oh god, I don't want to. What the fuck? I do not want to be looking at this man right now.
really like that these people did this, but I gotta be honest, with my experience in life with people like Ethan, the only thing that ever knocks them out of their fucking spiraling is the rod. It's the stick. It's not the carrot.
Okay, Chief.
Like he feels like he's bullying you. He feels like he's hurting you. He's not going to stop until he's bleeding out of the corner of his mouth. And I get it. I want to be empathetic. Like, I understand the value of empathy. I understand the value of trying to reach out to someone. But somebody like Ethan, he needs to see some stars before he's gonna fucking back down. You know? And so...
Was that it? Wait, was that the death threat? It was. I want to be fair and balanced. I want to be fair and balanced. It was sort of violent language, I guess you could say. He's such a pussy, dude. Oh my god. He's such a pussy. Oh my god.
Yeah. Actually, that's new because he's always been like, you call me terror supporter. Hey. Let's see.
We should get to Ian's content deputy.
Let me just say this one nice thing
My
about
favorite thing
Frogan.
about the debate yesterday was him getting mad at Hassan for having armpit hair. But his armpit as this profile picture. He just zoomed in randomly, started shit talking. Honestly, dude, I will say Ethan is really funny sometimes.
Girl, I've always liked you. Honestly, Frogan, I knew you were a real one. This never should have been, you know, this feud between us. Yeah, there's more.
Like, I don't understand why he fucking like hyper focused on the armpit hair. Like, that's how he cried.
Girl,
And then when he was like talking about man, he's like, fucking broccoli hair. Fucking broccoli. You look like fucking broccoli. And dad's like, actually broccoli's more around. He's like, yeah. Fucking broccoli.
I didn't know what she's talking about.
I don't know what she's talking about.
What?
There was another day that you were saying you were making fun of his hair and you called him broccoli head, and I
Oh.
corrected you because I'm like, it's not the shape of broccoli.
Oh, so she's that stuck with her.
Yeah,
I
so
gotta
she-
I respect this because I'm always like these people that hate watch the show. They watch like 3 hours of it. You're telling me they don't chuckle one time? Like that's impossible. So at least she admits it. So Frogan,
Honestly, dude,
I see you, girl.
I will say Ethan is really funny sometimes.
I know it. Thank you so much for saying that. It truly means the world to me.
Ethan is really funny
We can
sometimes.
finally agree on something, Frogan.
Truly, truly a great person. No criticism of her at all. Stallbro. Oh my God, Stallbro.
Yeah, he's still in the chat.
That's a name I have not heard.
This guy
in a long
Stallbro used
time.
to we used to talk about him on the show. He would in school he would go in a stall next to another stall. He was like love it, you know.
Well, the
Badge of honor.
Ahmad. So this is
I
Mike from
see.
PA who yesterday, and this isn't the first. Time the first time he's did a death threat, he got punished. He said he offered $100,000 to anybody.
I was saying something deep. I'm so stupid.
That would kill Destiny. He got a 1-day ban for that. Now he's issuing threats of violence against me again, so it's not even his first time. And I literally reported this from my user account on Twitch because we were like, let's see what happens if I log into my H3 Productions account and I say this person's threatened me, and then I can not be like someone else, say like me. And it's from a big account. Our H3 channel has 100,000 followers. He has faced no repercussions for this. Watch this.
Can I say something? Can I say something? And it's I really like that these people did this, but I got to be honest. With my experience in life with people like Ethan, the only thing that ever knocks them out of their fucking spiraling is the rod. It's the stick. It's not the carrot. Like he feels.
Does he think he's talking about like Ethan is literally spinning in a circle and Mike is talking about hitting him with a stick to get him to like what does he think he's talking about? Fucking
It's like he's bullying you.
I'm in the way.
He feels like he's hurting you. He's not going to stop until he's.
By the way, all the comments are like, for real. Exactly. Can you imagine if I was like, the only way to fucking stop Mike from PA is to like beat his ass, which by the way is a hypothetical. Nobody should ever do that, right? I would never call for violence. People.
What is this? What is this like? Sometimes they try to like. Sometimes he's going goblin mode, and like the other 99% of the time, he's pretending to be like this. Is that what he thinks? That like this is like an uncommon thing for him to be like violently hateful. And I was talking about. By the way, I would never do that.
Beat his ass, which by the way is a hypothetical. Nobody should ever do that, right? I would never call for violence. People in the chat wouldn't be like, yeah, let's fuck him up.
Right.
They would not do that. People would say, whoa, why'd you say that?
Are you kidding me?
That's part of it too. I think our community, everyone wants to characterize them as like this unhinged harassers. Ian called you guys a cult in his new video, and it's like I think our community is really reasonable, really fair, and I think good people too. The values that we uphold are good.
You know, he's bleeding out of the corner of his mouth.
Wait, what?
And I get it.
They're so Islamophobic in his subreddit. Like they're actually so Islamophobic in the amount of times that they've called to get. There was a fan who even wrote a lawsuit, like a mock legal letter, accusing Hassan Piker of domestic terrorism. These are reasonable people for sure.
I want to be empathetic. Like I understand the value of
Let me
empathy.
go back, 'cause
It's not the carrot. Like he feels like he's bullying you. He feels like he's hurting you. He's not going to stop until he's bleeding out of the corner of his mouth.
And by the way, I mean, this guy's always acting tough. He's the most pathetic looking loser. Who are you kidding? You're talking about, in my experience in life, the only way people react is the stick. It's like, dude, you don't leave your house. And when you do, women recoil in horror and they force you back in humiliation. Your best friend.
Pull the clip.
Pull the fucking clip. Your best friend recoiled in horror. Actually, you were apparently dating her. She literally like...
Dating in his mind, it seems like.
Yeah,
I don't know.
in the incel type of sense where it's like, I actually just, I buy you stuff and I do everything for you, but I get nothing in return. I mean, what a loser, Mike. Mike, please stop trying to be tough. Okay, I am so far from a tough guy, and of all the people that I think I could fight and win against, there's Big Nick and there's Mike from PA. It's a short list, very short list.
I get it. I want to be empathetic. Like I understand the value of empathy. I understand the value of trying to reach out to someone. But somebody like Ethan, he needs to see some stars before he's gonna fucking back down.
As everybody knows, it's the well researched and supported. The best way to convince someone to do something you want is violence. That always works.
Literally, he said he didn't want to get a haircut. And he didn't want to get a haircut because he was afraid that he was going to get like targeted and harassed or like killed by snarkers. But also that they don't leave their house and they're jobless. But also that they spent $3,000 to send him skulls to his house.
And so
the Tourette's is not why people think you're on drugs, Ethan.
I just would not do this. Like, and I know that a lot of them have since come out and said, well, that didn't work because they legitimately tried. And so I don't think that they were wrong to try this. It's just with people like Ethan Klein, until he feels the pressure, he's not going to stop.
Yeah, whatever. Dude, you're a giant loser. Like, actually, like,
Actual
and please,
loser.
please.
The actual embodiment of a loser.
And please, bro, this is, look
That's
at
fine.
this.
I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention.
That's him.
I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
can I help you?
Well, I think they want to go in.
Okay.
I think even Schmeagol is more appealing, frankly. I think Golem is hotter, more sex appeal than Mike from PA. Mike from PA, when he enters a room of women, their vaginas dry up. Their vaginas turn to the Sahara Desert. It's rumored that when he enters a room full of women, sand comes out of their vagina. It's what I've heard. That's Mike from PA, everybody.
Do we need to watch it one more time?
You want to? Yeah. You're right. We should watch that one more time. By the way, and he has not been punished by Twitch at all for calling for violence, but.
I'm so stupid. Okay. So the skull thing. Somebody brought up the skulls. The skulls. So he said that he got. It was like 5 minutes. I was talking for like 5 minutes, and you guys are angels. And you guys are angels for even sticking around while my stupid ass was. Okay. Anyway, he got the skulls around the time of the CPS investigation. And the skulls, they're shipped with serial numbers from Skulls Unlimited. Somebody was able to match up the serial number from Skulls Unlimited onto the one that he got, and somebody did a compilation of. Yeah, I know, Sam. Thanks. Somebody did a compilation of all of the skulls that were sent. Sorry, the skull that was sent, a compilation of all the images from the website, matching it to the ones that were sent. All of the markings are the same. All of the serial numbers are the same. Now, around the time that he said that he got that skull, which was around the time of the CPS investigation, the page got taken down. They verified this through the Wayback Machine. And then about, I think a month later, it came back up on the website. The same serial number, the same... By the way, there were 2 skulls sent, but this is the one with the pictures of it. So the same exact skull was back up about a month later after he got sent the skulls. Same serial number, same markings. I think this actually compares the 2. Same packaging as from Skulls Unlimited. And it said, yeah, he returned them. Or, yeah, and then, yeah, like Riley said, the skulls were returned. But he also opened up an he had called, I believe, the FBI, or the FBI had contacted him. This is all according to Ethan, by the way. It is absolutely insane that you can buy a human skull. And then this is a bit of a conspiracy that was going around. Oh yeah, a good point that people were making is that that's a incredibly quick time for an FBI investigation to wrap up. That's all I'm saying. I don't see why they would give the skulls back. You know? And then this is a bit of a conspiracy theory that was going around that same time the skulls were sent, he was working with somebody who specializes in human skulls and has had purchased human skulls in the past. And here's all the markings being the same. Very weird. That's the other thing. Apparently, according to Ethan, it came from a fake P.O. box, I think he said it was. He said it was a fake P.O. box or something of the sort. And that it was like, I don't know how they wouldn't be able to trace the card at least. Or any of the info from the person who ordered it. But also just keep in mind that these are about $1,000 a piece. I can't find the listing. But yeah, these are about $1,000 a piece, so I don't know. $1,100 USD. The tags on it. I think the serial yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Why did it have, they said it was sent in discrete packaging, but at the same time, this tweet details it. Where did it go? That the packaging, this is from their story. These are the pictures from their story. That packaging is exactly the same as, this is from one of their unboxing videos, this one on the right here. So this is the same packaging. So it just doesn't make sense if the perpetrator got the, if the story is that he ordered they ordered the skulls themselves, this person, they repackaged it and then sent it to Ethan. Why would they leave it with the serial number on in the same packaging? And if not, the Skulls Unlimited packaging is not discreet at all. It says right on the side. I don't know where we would be able to find this. But it's very obvious that it's from Skulls Unlimited. Right here. The whole thing is just fishy, man. My theory is that he just, yeah, no, I can't imagine that it was actually like all fabricated, like he ordered them himself and whatnot. I think there's a very innocuous explanation for this though. Right, and where did the money get refunded to? Anyway. Did I get sidetracked off of something? I forgot what we were talking about. This is such middle school shit, what they're doing here. With the, oh, when he walks into a room with women, all of their vaginas dry up. And it's like, okay, dude.
That's fine. So if a guy pays my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
can I help you?
He says, I'm a vampire touching holy water.
Oh my god.
This is a skit, right? Is this a skit? This is a skit, right?
Talk about low self-esteem.
Yeah, T, that's I completely forgot about that. The skulls thing came out the exact same day that the lawsuit was due.
You know? Holy shit, bro. You know what stops people like this? Holy water.
So yeah, I don't know about that guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did this before.
Yeah, this is not even the first time he's done death threats. So, I mean, he should be permanently banned. It's not even a question. It's not even a question.
The fuck are you talking about death threats? What the fuck are you talking about?
And so should Hassan. I mean, it's clear as day in the TOS. It goes, support for terrorist orgs, glorifying, justifying any terrorist organization is grounds for suspension. He should be...
No, it wasn't. It was... He knows it wasn't a death threat even. He's just such a... I'm telling you, he's the kid that would, if he's losing in a video game, he would just turn off the system. Like, and everybody else are the older siblings who give their little sibling a unplugged controller when they want to play the video game. Like, he's such a baby. Oh my God.
Should be permanently banned. It's not even a question. You know?
Then yeah, I'm a fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
That's what I'm
what
talking
you're
about.
talking
Yeah,
about.
we're on the
That's
same
it.
page. We're on the same page. All right, so with all that being
Deputy?
said, let's get into it.
Roll it.
We've got a spicy new meatball here. Now, this one's only 30 minutes, so it's not going to take as long.
Yeah, right, Brady.
I hope it doesn't. I mean, shit. We have two. What's two? We have another 2 hours. We have 2 hours to watch a 30-minute video. New. That's what I'm. Support for terrorist orgs, glorifying, justifying any terrorist organization. You know.
Then yeah, I'm a fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking
you're
about.
talking
Yeah,
about.
we're on the
That's
same
it.
page. We're on the same page. All right, so with all that being
Deputy?
said, let's get into it.
Roll it.
We've got a spicy new meatball here. Now,
Right, Brady.
Because it's so dumb.
I gotta pee, Dan. I got
Play the fucking.
to do line.
Keep doing what you do. I can. Aaron Clancy. Let's see what else we got. I've only been introduced.
Who's ready to watch?
Oh, sorry. He just donated another and said, I forgot to add her name. Kendall. Shout out to Kendall, his wife.
Shout out to Kendall. All right, who's ready?
We are ready.
Without further ado,
I am ready. I'm in dance. I'm switching. I accidentally switched to my empty chair. I am ready.
It's this one for the computer.
Got it. Thank you. I got it. Yeah, I got it.
this is the infamous content deputy. Following the critically acclaimed content cop. Can he do it again?
Nope.
Let's find out.
Nope.
Bro is literally starting off with Home Alone style music. Like, dude, he's just... Explain to me, please. I'm sorry, I'm already pausing it. Fuck!
Play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode
What
of...
was the joke? Just that you're random and quirky? Like, I genuinely think he forgot what a joke is or how to be funny. I don't know what's happening here. Dude, see, he got me thinking about Macaulay Culkin putting, like, spikes on the stairs or some shit. With that mischievous music.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now, normally in a Content Deputy, I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight...
So he's like, you know, usually I put effort into these videos, but this time, in keeping with the first one, I'm actually just going to sit here and talk to you. Wasn't this series supposed to be, like, funny and entertaining and interesting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Okay, well, it's good. He's getting right to the point.
Straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa.
Now, I don't know what on earth, first of all, would make you think I was going to act like an adult. Wasn't that, and by the way, wasn't that the whole reason he was calling me out? He's like, this guy is so immature, he's unhinged, he's psychotic, and then he's like, I expected him to act like an adult. It's like, no, you didn't. What are you talking about, you loser bitch?
Just tell me, did he act like an adult in the first one? Because like the Fortnite dance.
Dan, you have the button back there?
Did we already forget?
You're gonna want to
Short-term
familiarize
memory?
yourself with that button, Dan.
Oh, the Fortnite button?
Yeah.
Dan is in the restroom.
Oh my God, everybody's gone.
Yeah. You're stuck with me.
I can try to find it.
Yeah, and he goes, that was my first reaction. I was like, why did you think I was... I disagree with the premise that I'm acting childish or something, which I have no problem with, but, you know, of course I'm going to act. What do you expect? Is that the whole point of your video?
Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
First of all, it wasn't desperate. It was very easy. Second of all,
Oh my god.
This is the other thing. I gotta let it play
This
more.
is
I'll let it
gonna
play
be
more.
difficult to
Yeah,
get
it is.
through.
It is. I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity. Hassan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them. Dude is literally posting my dubs.
So I guess like, why did you think that was off the table? Because like the minute you made Content Cop,
Well, I already...
everything's on the table.
I agree. And by the way, I already explained when the CPS call was made that the rules of engagement had changed for me.
Yeah.
So like, I have no qualms. But yeah, not, even besides that, everything's on the table. And even besides that, I don't even think I did attack his charity event.
I mean, we're just talking about it.
Like Hassan brought it up, like, oh, you're attacking a charity event. Let's like, I don't even think I did do that. I had no problem with Lena continuing to do the event. I wasn't going to promote the event after you did that. Why the fuck should I do that? He's like, oh, and you're not even going to like have me on the podcast to promote the event, even though I made this video calling you, saying you're hallucinating about anti-Semitism. He's divorced from reality.
Yeah.
But I don't even think, I feel like I was more than fair by not going after his event. Even now, I haven't really gone after his event. I don't think that hard anyway.
I mean, our main conversations about it have been because Lena is a part of the event. So obviously we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, and that, by the way, was in response to Hassan being like, oh, you're attacking a charity event. So once again, a lot of content. And by the way, that was from Friday, and he just posted this. Like, bro is literally throwing these videos together. Thank you, Dan. You found it. This man said
he's self-conscious because he worked for months on the content nuke and it was a flop.
To me, I thought you would act like an adult. Did you think that when you were Fortnite dancing Elling with all...
Okay. Here's him not going that hard on the event. It's so gross when this 40-year-old man, only when talking, like only in certain circumstances, will be like, hey baby girl, hey girly. He'll do shit like that. I totally understand why you guys decided to try a third time. With no risk, you guys financially, you only fuck over everyone else, including the fighters. Lena, for example, is at like $12,000 to reimburse, so I'm reimbursing her out of my own pocket. Dude, it's so fucking annoying how both him, Hila, all of them really, but him, Hila, and AB always do this thing where they're like, yeah, this really bad thing happened to us, but it's okay. I'm such a good person that I fixed it. He did the same thing with the Frogan situation. And he was like, yeah, you know, even then I still didn't do this or that. I still didn't do the, you know, I was still bare minimum. So, by the way, he paid more for Lena to get out of the creator clash than he did donate to Palestine. So that's fun. Double, actually. We all wonder what kind of psychopaths would do a third creator clash after the monumental failure of the second one. Now we know absolutely nothing to lose. Classy as always in these. Oh yeah, in this one is where you'll find your next meal, because it's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Like, legitimately, what are you talking about?
Most of this, like, bro is literally on and I haven't really gone after his event by not going after his event. Even now, I haven't really gone after his event. I don't think that hard anyway.
You dumb motherfucker. Holy shit. What world does he live in? Didn't he say just like a couple of seconds ago? Didn't he say a couple of seconds ago that... I completely forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, that idubbbz is completely divorced from reality. What planet are you living on, man?
I mean, our main conversations about it have been because Lena is a part of the event. So obviously we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, and that, by the way, was in response to Hassan being like, oh, you're attacking a charity event. So once again, a lot of content. And by the way, that was from Friday, and he just posted this. Like, bro is literally throwing these videos together. An adult. Did you think that when you were Fortnite dancing Elling with all of the people that have been trying to ruin my life? Sorry.
And Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity.
Cool, how'd it go the second time?
Okay.
The first year of Creator Clash. The second
See? What are you talking about? Stupid ass.
Why? I mean, yeah, we're the ones that were supporting you. Remember?
Yeah, we're well aware because we're the ones that fucking basically made that event successful for you.
we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We
We'll
did
see.
band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity.
That's fun. You could have done that without the event. People spent. He's trying to justify this. You've had people spend.
Why does Ethan hate charity so much? What is Ethan's problem with charity? Like, legitimately, what is his deal with charity? What a position to take. Like, what a person to be known as. The person who constantly shits on charity.
Spending money to go to your event.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, their money did not go to charity. It went to lavish fucking parties. There was an anecdote, I don't know if we recovered it, of Anissa being like, we went to the lavish ball, this huge party where everyone was celebrating, and we knew we had already lost money, but we had to
Yeah.
go there at the ball and celebrate with everyone. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
They're obviously Jewish.
Okay, well, that's irrelevant. I don't know why that's relevant.
That's a really hard question.
She doesn't have any wacky thoughts about the Nazis, does she?
As terrible as the Holocaust was,
Oh my
obviously
God.
it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people. It was gay people,
Oh my
handicaps,
God.
twins, and obviously they're obviously Jewish.
Ethan loves gay people. He's their biggest fan. Definitely didn't make a joke out of somebody's sexuality, a fan, by trying to pressure him into telling him how he has sex live on air.
Stop it. Anisha, I gotta stop you. That is just horrible.
And I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than
No,
what you're
stop.
expecting.
Stop. Enough. God,
They
what is
found
wrong with her?
a couple of really
No, they
groundbreaking
didn't.
discoveries through that experiment.
They didn't. Anissa, stop.
Jewish.
So yeah, the second time, I guess someone else was in charge of the budgeting.
Oh, please. Bullshit.
and-
It's their event. He said he takes responsibility for it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that everything was handled ahead of time, and then
I accept zero.
It's their event.
This is what it means.
No, 100%.
They saw the budget. They knew what they were doing. Everything went by them. To be like, oh, it's another department's budget. Like, he didn't look at the budget. He didn't understand. Please, bro. There's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars that they would have gone to charity if they weren't like
hosting so many.
Fly Frogan after not Denims out. They flew Denims out to sit there in the audience. You used people's charity money to.
Are we sure about that?
I've said it before and nobody's corrected me. And he corrects things that are true.
I mean, the fighters got their flights.
I heard. I don't know. I think I saw it maybe on the Diorio stream that they were.
Why are they still? I didn't think it was true at first that Nicholas Diorio, who she calls the Pope, Saint Nick, has a show called Ultimate Rape Review. I didn't think it was real at first. I thought it was some, snarker acting out of hand. He literally has a show. This lady, this terrorist, aligns herself with somebody who reviews the veracity of claims of rape. And this is where you're getting your information for this from. Sick fucking people, huh? My God.
I don't know. I think I
It just hit me.
saw it maybe on the Diorio stream that they were flying influencers and
Yeah, they
hosting
did.
galas
Yeah.
and like putting them up for the event.
I think he did. And the real reason is because I don't think she can afford her own airfare.
Well, maybe the entertainment, if they were part of the entertainment or whatever, but I don't think just
Denims was part of the entertainment.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, those people are one of the worst about making fun of Hila. One of the worst. Second to Ethan Klein, by the way, who said that, who not only described African women as National Geographic, but compared his wife to that. So.
I don't think Denims was one.
Spin a plate on her nose?
As I'm saying, I don't think she was one that was paid for.
I think they did.
We don't know. We don't know for sure.
I think they did.
How do you? See, it just doesn't matter. He literally said that 2 seconds ago that he said it before and nobody's corrected him, and that's his basis for thinking that this thing is true. When challenged on it, for some reason he decides to double down. It seems like he's trying to get everybody to agree with him and not challenge that because he wants to hurry up and move on. See, because he's about to move on in like a second and a half. I know I'm pointing at the obvious, but it just seems like he's not really concerned with it at that point. I feel like he feels like he's in this like all out Hail Mary at this point in his career. Does that make sense? It feels like he's in an all out, like it feels like he's in a Hail Mary and just throwing fucking everything he can. It's just, it reeks of desperation, like how he's behaving now.
I think they did. But whatever, who cares? They've still lost money either way.
I mean,
it's been really disheartening.
It doesn't matter if it's true or not. This is the type of person we're dealing with.
Explain how you lose so much money.
Attack creator clash.
Shoe Nice is in chat. Sorry to interrupt. He says, my pussy itches, so I told her to take a shower.
Oh.
I'm not really sure what that means, but I figured.
You're not?
Oh, man. Here we go.
Dewey's in chat, boys and
Welcome
girls.
back.
It's always fun.
Because I don't wipe my ass, bro.
Hopefully we'll get him on the phone here sometime.
Sure. Sure. Sounds great.
Let me see here.
Nicholas De Orio broke down the situation in detail.
Oh, so
Because the second year we decided to do.
maybe you guys can confirm, but I think it was from Harley's conversation with Diorio that Harley spilled the beans about how they flew influencers out.
I don't think
for
it
the
was
second one.
Have they still not addressed? Didn't Ian say something about Ultimate Rape Review? I guess they haven't gotten to that part yet. Yeah, I have no goddamn idea. T. This is what it's toilet humor. That's what they find funny. Wait, were you guys serious that you're bored and it's unwatchable or no?
I don't think it was I think it's well known that they paid for all that
Oh,
shit.
were you referencing that Ethan was saying Hassan was making it unwatchable?
I mean, how else do you lose $250,000? And that event was huge. It seemed like it was a huge success.
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Oh, we got people were
pirating.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like, give me a break,
yeah.
dude." Anyway, here's this story. This is the only place we could find is this Asmongold clip.
Charity. Meanwhile, they were hosting lavish gala events to process their emotions. Nicholas De Orio broke down the situation in detail.
Because the second year we decided to do the gala, which everybody complained about. Not everybody, but some people were like up their ass about us like doing the gala.
They're up their ass that we had a gala. There was no money for charity. We rented out a fucking hotel.
And we had all these feelings that we hadn't processed. The second
Dude,
year,
they had to process. We had a gala, guys. We got to process our emotions.
we knew that we had lost money on the event, and we had to go to the gala.
Wait, that's even funnier. I didn't even think of that. I didn't realize the gala came after. So they sat there drinking champagne, knowing that no money went to fucking. It's so much worse than I thought.
And it was like this magical, like movie moment where it felt like this was the right thing to do for everyone as a thank you.
And now they're doing
What
it
about the
again.
kids with cancer, Anissa? I'm so glad the fighters got an open bar. Those kids still got cancer. Hopefully
Well,
not.
well,
Maybe.
to be fair,
Well, some of them are dead and some of them made it.
Everything was paid for ahead of time, so I mean they couldn't just cancel. Again, I agree with you saying that it should not be in the budget initially.
You definitely can cancel stuff. You can probably still save some money.
See, this is what happens whenever they push back. First of all, where did she gather this information? Where is she sourcing this confidence from? You know? What is, and then second of all, whenever they do push back, it gets shot down and then that never gets pushed back on. I mean, I think it does sometimes, but still it's like it never gets through. They never change their minds about anything important.
Yeah.
Like they challenged whether Denims was actually paid for, and for no reason, no new information was gathered or shown. And he somehow went from I'm pretty sure it happened to at the end of that it definitely happened. How does that happen? Like what is that?
But it was like right after the event.
If they attended
I mean,
knowing that they
could be
lost
wrong.
money, there's always things you can do.
Mhm.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you. Okay. Who are you?
just want to say that it appears that.
Okay, and then you just change the subject. What is this? How do you know that? How do you know they could have canceled it? I'm not like, I don't even really like Ian. But like, where are you just, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
That Anissa was just dumping right now in our podcast.
That too.
Does she not know that this is not what podcasting?
I thought you're not supposed to be dumping on a podcast. I think that looks like dumping. That
This
looks
is
like
your
dumping.
emotional dumping ground. It's horrible.
I can't believe this world where I am now I'm watching lolcow live and celebrating Keemstar's content, and I'm in a bitter death feud with idubbbz. How is this world real?
Oh my God! Keemstar sent me a tweet directly. I could not believe that. He sent me a DM of this lolcow tweet.
Ban Emma Panda.
This was a banger tweet. I saw this on the subreddit. Dear idubbbz, it's over, brother. Time to get a show on the lolcow LCU network and have Keemstar save your career.
Yeah, it's not necessarily on the lolcow main show. It might be like an off one.
Yeah.
It's on the network, which I agree. I don't think they're ready for the prime show.
To be honest, even if he was open to it, I don't think he would be good on lolcow because he's not funny. He's very boring.
Which is why
He's
maybe
very
they
dull.
can start as a sideshow of like a couple.
I think even that would get canceled.
It might.
I don't even think he's lolcow material.
I told Keemstar Bo Black
canceled.
It might.
I don't even think he's lolcow material.
I told Keemstar Bo Black still has my vote.
Me too. All day, every
Absolutely.
day.
It's not even a question.
All day, every day.
Right. How does it? I've said this way too many times. How do they continually align themselves with just the worst people?
Fast as fuck, boy.
Our charity event.
You can't blame Ethan for coming at your business ventures when you came at his career too. Like the moment that you...
I'm sorry. Also, he said the only place he could find the video of Anissa and Ian talking about the gala was in Asmon Gold's video. So, like, it's possible that somebody just... I don't know. Maybe that doesn't directly mean that he watches Asmon, but he's defended him in the past. So, I mean, I don't know. Anyway.
try to get somebody canceled, in my opinion, all bets are off.
Thank you.
True.
Yeah. So
that's what they're like. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's so true.
I think even that would get canceled.
It might.
I don't even think he's lolcow material.
I told Keemstar Bo Black still has my vote.
Me too. All day, every
Absolutely.
day.
It's not even a question.
All day, every day.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Our charity event.
You can't blame Ethan for coming at your business ventures when you came at his career too. Like the moment that you try to get somebody canceled, in my opinion, all bets are off.
Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you? What the fuck? This is not real life. This is not real life. What do you mean, thank you? You're insane.
At his career too. Like the moment that you try to get somebody canceled, in my opinion, all bets are off.
Thank you.
True.
Yeah. So just love the idea of them at the open bar with all these fucking influencers that they paid to be there, and they're still there. Like Anissa's. It was a beautiful, magical evening. Everybody. This was the right thing to do.
And we all did it for charity.
And then this guy has the balls to accuse me of trying to go after a charity event, bro. These people, the 180,000 that you raised, they could have just given it to charity from the start, right? We don't need you to be doing live streams. And by the way, how'd the live stream go the last time you did it? I recall the biggest donator was me for $1,000. How much did you raise? Like $12,000, you loser?
This is so sad. Oh my God.
Jewish.
What is that? Why? Why that, Anissa? I don't know.
Through us, or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll
That's
accounts
it?
that are very
That's
easy
your
to
that's your evidence that I'm trying to ruin the event?
posting random troll
That's
accounts
it?
that are very
That's
easy
your
to
that's your evidence that I'm trying to ruin the event by taking a subtle jab at you? By the way, I'm not even attacking the event. I'm saying you're an incompetent leader. And let's be frank. I mean, the record speaks for itself, right?
Creator clash through us or attack us through creator clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event. That's it? That's not even that bad. Just a little sarcastic? I don't know, bro.
Reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts, and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting.
Okay, I don't know what his deal is. He did this in the last one, where he's like, you didn't even vet this person fully before you
famous Icarus.
Yeah, Icarus. But he's drowned. I don't know. He's drowned. He's in the bath. He's flying. I don't know. There's all kinds of Icaruses. What does it have to do with the fact, like, contend with what's in the statement?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter at all where it came from. This isn't an own. It's fucking weird. And what does Sam Hyde adjacent mean? What does that even mean? Is he a Sam Hyde fan? No. Is he Sam Hyde adjacent? What does that mean? Here's the tweets he shows. It uses a slur, but how's that? Okay, Sam Hyde adjacent. Okay. And then he says this.
And I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge.
First of all,
He just goes into it. Oh my God, this is painful.
again, I never called you a cuck. I'm not doing those low blows, right? And by the way, if I were to call you a cuck, it's not because you enjoy watching your wife get railed, which maybe, I don't know. It's probably because you have a humiliation failure. You like watching yourself get railed by me. I think that makes Anissa the cuck. I think technically, right, she would be the cuck. But like, no, I've never taken that cheap shot at you, no matter how bad you want me to, so that you can just say I did. And
Not only did we not take it, we were the ones defending you when people were doing that. We were right there with you defending you.
And Hassan did the same thing. He goes, Hassan Piker. He was like, was talking about Hassan.
Right?
Minaj, or no, not Minaj. The guy who's on CNN and.
You just did it.
He's a political.
Mehdi Hassan or
yeah, Mehdi Hassan.
Oh, yeah,
or no,
Mehdi.
sorry. He was talking about Hassan Nasrallah. And he's like Ethan. Sorry.
very different Hassan.
He was talking. He was talking
And then
about
he
my
looked
take about
in the back, like, yeah.
his standing Hassan Nasrallah.
Okay.
The former leader of Hezbollah. He's dead as fuck now. Rest in piss, by the way. And he's like, oh really? Ethan's like, oh, Hassan, what's the difference? They're all the same. And I'm like, I did not say that, for the record.
Yeah.
You guys want me to be that
They
fucking
want you
pathetic.
to be that, yeah.
And somehow it works, where he's like, yeah, no, he called me a cuck.
It's Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge.
Because I shared something from a Sam Hyde adjacent account.
But
whatever that
also,
means.
like, what was the claim in those comments? That people were waiting for refunds?
Yeah, it was just the guy
So
posted.
maybe actually address that. Maybe actually say something of substance. Like, no, people were appropriately refunded, or, you know, I don't know. Tell us what's happening.
He's mad that I posted this screenshot. She said, in the midst.
Answer this troll account. You owe it to us.
Of this huge controversy with Creator Clash, she did this classic move where it's like, I'm so unbothered right now. And by the way, you should be bothered. It's your event. Like, people are not doing well in this, and you shouldn't be all like blasé about it. I'm going on a girls trip to Austin next week. I'm so excited. And then someone jokingly said, I need a refund. Please stop ignoring my emails. Just because he's Sam Hyde Jason, whatever the fuck that means, doesn't mean it's not funny. Okay, let's be clear here. You know.
Keep playing it.
I will. Okay, don't push.
If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts,
Such a
and it just
stupid
hates
claim.
Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull.
That's good shit, bro. You're posting my dubs. Harley dropped out 48 hours ago. Lena dropped out 24 hours ago. Website is unchanged. No announcements on social. And Anissa is active on socials talking about going on vacation. Now, what do you think is more important to address here, buddy? The context of the accusation or the fact that I posted it? Grow up. Get your head out of your ass, bro. This is real shit you need to be talking about.
Yup.
He got so hyped up over that, and it was one of the dumbest points he could ever make.
And this is part of the blackpilling too, is like, this is the snark brain. I don't know. Like, what is happening? This is idubbbz.
Yeah.
What is happening?
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Okay.
horrible.
It depends who you're talking about.
He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Oh, that's the same guy.
You and Mike need to square up. Bunch of tough guys.
That might save the event.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to sleep. It has been fun hanging out.